Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart, breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun. Oh, but we were so young. Till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. All I see is to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Hello, everybody, to one and to all. I say to you, hello. My name is not Resorty. Good day, everybody. I think that's all. That's how it goes? Is that how it goes?
Close enough. 1, 2, 3. Hello, friends.
Hello, friends.
Hello, friends. Hey, Pepper Mga. Thank you for getting started right with 5 gift subs. I sure do appreciate that. Super kind of you. Let me put some music on over here. Very good. One thing I like very much about your intro there is you leaned all the way into the microphone. You were like kissing the microphone.
I'm pretending to be on the radio.
Indeed you are. All right. How we doing? How's it going? Pepper, thank you much indeed for the generous gift subs. Today you'll notice that Nomz is tall, and I am the little short cutie over here. How do you feel about
this? Is how tall I actually am.
Really? The whole time you've been...
When I come, I usually am kneeling.
Okay, that's why you don't want to show me up on my own stream.
Yeah, exactly.
You want me to feel big and tall and powerful.
This is Dwarf Fortress right here.
Wait, why is Dwarf Fortress I'm shorter?
Yeah.
I have no beard, though, and I don't know how to mine.
Oh, you don't know how to mine?
I do not know how to mine,
boy.
no. Oh, very good. Should we say hello to some people in particular?
Oh, sure.
So the way this usually goes is I scroll to the top here, and then I see the top, and I start reading on the way down.
Okay.
So here we go.
Hello. Hi, Pepper Mga.
Very good. And then...
Hello. Oh, why do I have to do all of these? Hi, Slivers.
Yeah. And Slivers said, did someone say Nomz slideshow? Squee. How do you say that?
Squee.
Very high pitched.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Squee. All right, very good. And there's me talking, so I ignore that one.
Oh,
and then we say,
Resorty.
No, don't say hi to Resorty. Resorty's not a person here.
Oh.
Okay, next up.
My eyesight is great.
Okay. Do I need to big in the font for you?
I can't make out the second.
Gas station.
It is gas station. I was like, it's either gas station boxers or gestation boxers.
It could be gestation boxers. That's fine. Hello. Gestation boxers. I don't want to think about that.
Why? They're boxers that you wear for when you're gestating.
Sounds good. Hello to you.
Axis.
And?
I don't know if it's Jim Myconius or a Jimmy Conius.
Either way, hello to you.
Hello, Marks.
And?
Fernandez.
Furthermore?
Abernathy.
Good to see you.
Mall.
All right, then there's people who are saying more words. They've already been greeted, though, so you don't say hello to them again or it feels very awkward.
Oh,
so
okay.
Then we say, holy moly, thank you.
Pepper Mga.
4.
5. Tier 1 subs to Resorty's community.
Perfect. Good to see you.
Dogberry.
Welcome in.
Dogberry's a good character from, is it As You Like It?
I think so, yeah.
I think Nathan Fillion plays this character in the Joss Whedon version. Very funny. Nathan Fillion's a funny man.
Do we speak approvingly of Joss Whedon anymore?
I don't know, but I'm speaking approvingly of Nathan Fillion. Am I allowed to do that?
I think so. I think he's an altogether decent human being.
Everybody likes Nathan Fillion.
Excellent. Then we say, welcome.
I think we skipped my clonic jerk, yeah.
Well, that's what we're gesturing to right now.
Okay, your little mouse cursor was on a different one, so. Your little mouse cursor was on Mark's, and you already told me we don't say hi to people we already said hi to because it's awkward.
It's true. Then we say hello to my clonic jerk. A pleasure to see you as always. Thanks for being here. Then, our good friend...
Tanwen Blue?
Tanwen Blue, welcome on in today. Good to see you. This may be the worst stream on Twitch right now. All right. People are inviting, do you want to mime? Oh, that's me. A while back we made a joke about I can't mine, so how can I be a dwarf? We could mime instead.
Okay.
So I have a beard now. Wait.
This is like
Yeah, if you make that gesture, everyone knows it is in fact miming. We have a friend who studied miming with
Marcel Marceau.
Marcel Marceau, and he's a lovely man.
And he's pretty good at miming, too.
I've actually not seen him mime.
I think I've seen only a little bit of it.
I think
I've seen him juggle more than mime, but yeah.
Yeah, when we saw him for dinner...
I realize when I'm talking about miming and juggling, it makes him sound like some sort of, like, street busker.
I'm sure at some point in his life he has bust.
You think
almost,
so?
Almost certainly. He's that kind of fellow. Yeah. But I realize when we see him, it's at dinner or getting drinks together, and it feels very awkward to say, like, "Hi, we're at the bar. Mime for me."
I think I've done something similar to that. Not at the bar, but I think I've been like, I saw on your CV that you've worked with Marcel Marceau. I'm going to have to see this sometime.
Exactly right. Yeah. Callie Bum, it's a pleasure to see you. Good to have you all here for sure. And best stream on Twitch. Thank you. We try. Would you like to change positions now, or do you want to stay up there for a while longer? I really don't mind if you're a super tall person. Like, here's what it looks like, everyone. I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with this, too.
Oh, very good. So, we have a bunch of pictures for you today.
Yeah.
We do have that. Do we have any stories before picture time? Agility, hello, welcome, good to see you.
Do we have any stories?
We'll always have stories.
Yeah,
what did we do last night? Oh, last night we watched...
Glass Onion! I was about to say something about knives, and I'm like, nope, no, that's not right.
It is Glass Onion : a Knives Out story? Yeah.
This makes it sound like there's going to be a whole series, like the Hardy Boys or something, so long as Daniel Craig is game.
Yeah, I think that, is it Rian Johnson?
Yeah.
R-I-A-N.
I think
Ryan?
I've heard Ryan.
The Johnson fellow decided to want to make more films after the first one succeeded, but apparently was not interested in explicitly calling them Knives Out over and over again, and so somewhat annoyed by the studio's decision to require the explicit name-based tie-in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did want to continue using Daniel Craig as the Benoit character, but yeah, there you go.
I'm only laughing because, of course, in the James Bond films, in which Daniel Craig has also starred, they don't say James Bond :
Yeah, it's true. It's true. They just say GoldenEye. And then we talk about it as, it's the new James Bond film. Also, that I go to GoldenEye as the current James Bond film. Yeah. What's the most recent one? Like Quantum of Solace was a while back. That's a terrible name. Quantum of Solace.
Oh, they all have ridiculous names that don't make any sense.
Okay.
Yeah. It's as if they've been translated, but of course they haven't been translated. That's just the name.
This is one of my favorite things to do, is to take a paragraph in English, translate it into some other language using Google Translate, and then translate it back. And often it's close enough, but not it's quite terrible. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Before Google Translate, I think I did that with Babelfish. I think was the.
Oh, Babelfish.
Remember Babelfish?
I do remember Babelfish. That's some old school internet.
Old school internet.
Yeah.
No Time to Die. It was the last one.
No Time to Die. That sounds actually reasonable.
Yeah.
That sounds like
that sounds like YOLO.
So
Ian Fleming.
Ian Fleming's YOLO. So the only reason I'm cool with you saying YOLO as opposed to the more standard
You Only Live Once?
Not that one. YOLO is just Carpe Diem for idiots.
Oh. Okay.
You've never heard that before?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, there you go.
Also, You Only Live Twice is another James Bond movie.
Oh, so it is.
Isn't that with that one might be Sean Connery?
I don't know.
That might be classic Bond.
Yeah, you're much better at knowing which actors are in which films than I am. Which
this is all I bring to our crossword.
So that's actually where I was going. Yeah, the reason I'm comfortable with you saying YOLO is because it's been showing up more and more as a crossword answer. And I think anything that's in the crossword we should be able to freely use, which is about, I'll spend a lot of time talking about Oleo and about
Oreo cookies?
About Oreo cookies, that's good. The NPR, not NPR, the NRA, which you might have learned, NRA is actually a 1920s FDR New Deal program.
Has NFT shown up?
NFT has shown up once so far, and I think there was great complaining from the crossword solving yet. How to make that word? I want to say yet, meaning the class of, the commentariat.
Oh, I'm Niet, like Russian no?
No,
Or
from
yet?
from proletariat, but commentariat's often used. Commentariat. How would you say that for like crossword solvers? Solvery area. Okay, fine. Fine. Yeah. Anyway, we do the crossword. That's fun. Did we
Yeah.
do it last night?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we did it before we watched
We
Glass
did.
Onion, colon,
A Knives Out mystery,
something.
right. Anyway, a question comes, how do we review it? What do we think about that one? My view is, Like, it was fine. I'm glad we spent some hours doing that. It filled the time. We got to sit on the couch and enjoy the show. But...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're more meh on it than I am.
Probably.
I think it was all right. I mean, I think it was like good times, good fun. I
Sure.
mean, I was a little bit sleepy towards the end, so I'm always hesitant to judge things by how I felt about them when I was sleepy. Although
Yeah.
the fact that I was sleepy probably should have said something myself, but
Yeah.
yeah, I think I was having a good time until somebody asked me what I thought of it. And then I had to think back through the plot and thought, plot's a little weak, it's a little thin, and then they try to make something of it in the end.
Yeah. I think the thing I obviously want to do with a film like that is compare it to the original.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the original. It struck me as being like a standard murder mystery show with some real cleverness and some contemporary references. And that was nice. And then the second one, I think, took the successes of the first one and just went a little bit too far with it. Like I said, what I liked in the first one is the contemporary references. This one seemed to be nothing but contemporary references and commentary on the present world situation. And like a certain amount of that is good fun. And there are definitely some films I want to watch that are explicit about being about the contemporary world, either metaphorically or literally. But this one, I want a murder mystery. I don't want some overwrought commentary on tech culture, I think. So that's why I didn't like it as much.
Sorry to Bother You is a very nice commentary on contemporary culture. Very nice.
Sorry to bother you.
Sorry to Bother You.
I don't know this film at all.
I think we tried to watch it, and then it was no longer available on our streaming services.
When you started that way, I thought you were going to say, but we got bored or I got annoyed.
No. I watched it in the theater, and I was like, I think I went to see it at our local like indie place, and it was like, it was. I didn't really know much about it except that it was like much hyped, and that I wanted to support our indie theater, and then I really, really liked it.
When did that come out?
Oh goodness.
Yeah, because
it was the same year that Spike Lee won, I think.
Spike Lee won.
Spike Lee won for Best Director for Black Klansman. I think it was that year that it came out because everybody was making a big deal about how Sorry to Bother You didn't get any Oscar nods, but it was because they didn't pile all this money into promotion.
Yeah. So I think again, this is where you really like bring value to the crossword. Because the idea of me ever saying this was the year that Spike Lee did anything is inconceivable. But you know this stuff, and I'm really appreciative of that.
Thank you.
Of course. Of course. So Slivers watched Your Name last night with the boys. I don't know that. I think I heard of a show that came out recently called like Call Me By Your Name, which is like some very... sad, I think. I only saw a review of it, like sad story of young love, and I don't know. Yeah. Oh, apparently the word Klansman is disallowed by Twitch's auto mod service.
Oh.
Yeah, and so it wasn't us talking, of course. It was in chat. Someone talked about right.
Yes.
And this happens when we play Crusader Kings 3 occasionally, because people type in chat like, go kill all the Christians, which is perfectly appropriate in CK3, but Twitch's automod sees that and says, sounds like hate speech to us. So,
I think the Spike Lee movie is spelled with several Ks.
Oh, further emphasizing.
I think.
So how do you pronounce that then? If it's not Klansman, is it does the main character have a stutter?
No.
Oh.
That's so...
I don't know. Miss, it's good seeing you. Hope you're doing well today.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
your name is Studio Ghibli. Oh, Ghibli.
What name
Ghibli.
is? Oh.
Your Name, the movie, Your Name, that you said we haven't, we were originally talking about this.
We had a use mention problem. Yeah, well, you said your name. I'm like, oh, whose name? And, yeah,
Oh,
very good.
Resorty has now been bought by Studio Ghibli.
That's right. Welcome to, yeah, exactly right. Miss, thank you much for the generous bits. Thank you indeed. We'll take those and give them to the Cat Food Fund. Sasha's wet food is getting a little low, so I need to go to the cat food store soon enough. And we'll do that. We'll do that. Your name is made by Studio Ghibli, whatever it is.
I always forget if it's Ghibli. I don't know.
They could both be Japanese phrases. Yeah. I've never seen. That's not true. I've seen very few films from them. I think we said since we moved to Japan, we should probably see more.
I mean, I've seen most of them.
Oh, okay.
My mother likes them, so I've seen most of them. It's been a while, I will say.
Yeah. I think I saw Howl's Moving Castle. And
that's a good one.
That's it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spirited Away, pretty good. Totoro, pretty good. The people who will say that they liked Ghibli before it was popular will say that they like Princess Mononoke. The hipsters will say that Princess Mononoke is the best one.
Are you the kind of person who will say you liked it before it was popular?
I would never.
You'd never. Of course,
I would never.
Of course you'd never, for sure.
I've not seen Princess.
Got it. Hello, Kibbs and Britches. How's it going? You like movies with confusing names like Your Name or P.S. I Love You. Yeah. If you drop them in conversation, it can confuse people. So if you're talking to your boss and they said, oh, you went to the movies, what do you see? And you go, oh, P.S. I Love You. They report you to HR, and that's the end of your employment.
Oh, wow. Wow, okay.
Yeah, so it sounds like Your Name is well recommended. Maybe we'll check it out.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's in the studios. Is it new Slivers or is it older?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think as we know, the films we get here are often very different from the ones they get in the U.S. Avatar came here in a big way. We're planning to go to Avatar this weekend. Last weekend. And yeah, we didn't look online to see if there were still seats. And when we got to the theater about 10, 15 minutes before the show started, the lobby was just full of people. An absolute mass of humans. And yeah, we did not get tickets.
We were reminded that we live in Tokyo.
We were reminded we live in Tokyo, and it was holiday time, and it was just crazy.
Yeah. It seemed that there, you know how they have those standees, that advertise movies?
Yeah.
So there was the big one for Avatar that was like giant, and then somebody had trampled on part of it. There were so many people.
Oh, I think it happened repeatedly. Yeah, because the lines for food went all the way back to the very back of the room where the stand was. And instead of sumimasening or pushing through, people instead walked on the cardboard sign. It was amazing.
Well, which is unusual here. I think people take really good care of things. So
generally speaking.
I was surprised to see that part of the Avatar cardboard thing was trampled on.
Yeah, I wonder if someone fell on it initially or otherwise sullied it and damaged it. And then other people said, oh, it's okay to walk here because already smushed down.
Yeah, it's too bad because I'm sure some movie theater worker was going to take it home and put it in their home, which happened when I was working in the movie theaters, because you just throw them out. So if it was one that you really liked, you could take it home, or you could. I think people will sell them, of course.
Yeah, so
you can't sell that now because somebody walked all over the car one.
Make it sell for cheap.
Maybe.
Yeah. So when you worked at the movie theater, were there any cardboard stand-up advertisements that you took home?
No.
Were there any you wanted?
Maybe. I think I had. I think I got a poster from the X-Files movie, the first one.
Cool. Do you still have that?
No.
Oh, it's worth huge money. We could have been rich.
Yeah, I don't remember that movie being well regarded.
But there's a huge X-Files fandom. The X-Filiates surely would buy it off of the eBay.
Maybe now.
Maybe.
Now. Yeah, my 14, 15-year-old self didn't realize that. I guess.
Yeah, no doubt. Kib, do you have a 6-foot-high promo box for World of Warcraft. Awesome. Dogberry has a giant Dick Tracy. Yeah, I think...
like the
Warren Beatty.
The Warren Beatty one?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that when I was a kid.
I have not seen that.
I had Dick Tracy action figures.
Oh, wow.
My youth was so many action figures. There were G.I. Joes and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and some Star Trek action figures.
Did they all live in the same multiverse?
I think I tried to segregate them.
Oh, of course you did.
Yeah, I know sometimes people will take their G.I. Joes and stereotypically their sisters' Barbies and use the Barbies as the damsels in distress.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Or contrary-wise, again, stereotypically, people will take Barbies and invite the G.I. Joes to tea parties and then play house and so on. But no, I kept all my different properties segregated because, like,
how would you pay royalties on all of them, right? If you
Exactly.
started crossbreeding.
Exactly right. Yeah. But definitely I had some action figures from whatever we were just talking about.
Dick Tracy.
From Dick Tracy, right?
I don't even know like the plot of Dick Tracy. I realized that's the one with Madonna. Is that right?
Yeah.
This is why I'm employed for the crossword.
Exactly right. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's a detective show.
Okay.
It's kind of an action-packed
Does he
detective
wear
show.
like a yellow trench
He
coat or
does,
something?
yeah. Bright yellow trench coat, bright yellow hat. I think when I was young, I very much wanted to dress that way.
Imagine seeing that in real life. That's ridiculous, isn't it?
It's absolutely ridiculous, yeah. And you like incredibly vibrant clothes with that. You look like you're a banana. As opposed to detective. Yeah.
Also, you can't be very like stealthy in a bright yellow trench coat.
Yeah.
I don't know if he is stealthy.
I don't know.
See, and in my brain, I conflate it with Roger Rabbit, unfortunately.
Okay.
So, like,
yeah.
in my brain, Roger Rabbit and Dick Tracy live in the same universe.
I think it's the case that some of the gangsters in Dick Tracy had, like, cartoonish features. Like, they were not quite human.
Okay.
Though that may be incorrect.
Like in Batman.
Like in Batman. Exactly
Batman
right.
also lives in the Dick Tracy universe.
Maybe so. I mean, hello. I don't know what you're saying. It's all right.
Yeah, there's like this website that brings together all these different TV shows and claims that they all live in the same universe.
What was the linking property? I've heard of this also.
I thought it was like St. Elsewhere? Is it St. Elsewhere?
Yeah,
No,
maybe?
Silver Spoon, St. Elsewhere. St. Elsewhere isn't that
It's a hospital
soap?
drama? Yeah.
Okay, no, it is the one. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's some like tremendous number of shows that all apparently share one universe because like they've made references to each other.
Yeah, and
then like Newhart woke up into this
exactly,
universe. And,
exactly.
Okay.
It's like it has something to do with a kid's dream. But
the link is St. Elsewhere. All right, very good.
Yeah.
You know things.
Yeah, I know.
That's
things.
right.
This is why I'm useful for the crossword.
Absolutely right.
St. Elsewhere.
That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yeah. I was going to say that I think I wanted to wear yellow clothes as a child. I never really did. But I think it's a combination of like Dick Tracy and Curious George's Man in the Yellow Hats. And then there was like Stephen King stories about like low men in yellow coats. There's something about the color yellow that I think other than people wearing sundresses, I never see anyone wear the color yellow. But in all of those, it's so striking. I think it's a striking color. And surely I need more striking clothes. Because this was when I was like 12 years old. Can you imagine how popular I would have been at school if I showed up dressed like Dick Tracy with a Man in the Yellow Hat, pith helmet on top?
Well, there is a popular, I don't know if it's popular, but it's like AutoZone in Japan is called Yellow Hat.
That's true.
I think.
That's true.
It's like a car maintenance
Yeah.
car shop.
Yeah.
Where you sell where you can buy tires and.
Isn't it like a yellow cowboy hat?
Yeah.
Maybe like a
Yeah.
10-gallon hat?
Oh, like an Arby's hat.
I don't know. It's some sort of like large hat that
Yeah.
I think it makes me think of Texas in particular.
Yeah.
But I don't know the
Is that
distinctions.
a Stetson hat? What's a Stetson hat?
I think Stetson's a brand of cowboy hats.
Like a Kleenex.
It's fancy.
Okay.
But no, I really have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that I mention Arby's, I'm like, man, curly fries.
You do like Arby's quite a bit.
I do. I think I associate it with my childhood too, because I think we went to Arby's when I was a child a decent amount.
Yeah.
My father was fond of it.
Why was your father fond of Arby's?
I have no idea.
Your father was a Japanese man.
Yeah, he's a Japanese man who moved to America.
Right.
So he's probably like, roast beef.
I see.
And this is America, roast beef.
Yeah, because beef is not super common here.
Yeah,
pork.
no, it's not.
Pork is the big meat. Yeah,
pork.
yeah. I mean, fish. But then the
Yes.
land animals, pork is definitely
The other white meat.
the other white meat. Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that's
That's babies.
I wasn't gonna say it, but there you are.
I mean, I think this is the case that that's Austin Powers show, right? Look at me knowing
Yes.
pop culture.
Yes.
This is me pointing at myself. I'm me. All right, very good. What else did we do yesterday?
We went shopping.
That's true. Went shopping. I had a nice nap. Love naps.
Yeah, you had a nice nap.
I had a nice nap.
I read my book.
You read your book, yeah. So you want to talk about your book?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Cool.
I have not been paid to represent this book.
No, I mean, I think sharing things that happen in life is fine.
Okay.
But all right, if you don't want to talk about your book, yeah. Sorry, Dogberry. No book reports happening here. We didn't even mention a book. What do you mean book? There's no.
We don't read.
We don't read. We don't read chat. We just like purely intuit what people are thinking. Very good, very good. What is the book, if you don't mind?
The book is called what? Eleanor Oliphant is Completely Fine.
Yeah, which has been optioned into a film by
Reese Witherspoon. That's not why I'm reading it though.
But you're definitely into Reese Witherspoon. I'm sorry.
I mean, she's great in Nope, that's Kirsten Dunst. I was gonna say she's great in that cheerleading movie. But that's Kirsten Dunst. Movie.
Is she the one with the goop?
No, that's Gwyneth Paltrow.
Gwyneth Paltrow. And Gwyneth Paltrow used to be in what show? Or movie? Or...
I mean, she was in Shakespeare in Love, I think, right?
And that's a resetting of...
That's a resetting of something?
Oh, I thought it was something about Shakespeare.
I mean, it is, but I don't think it's a resetting. I think it's a historical drama, a historical romance. No, Gwyneth Paltrow used to be married to Chris Martin. That's usually how this goes, right?
Who's Chris Martin? I know Ricky Martin. I'm not saying that Chris Martin and Ricky Martin are the same people.
Chris Martin is the lead singer of Coldplay.
Okay. The singer of Coldplay. And Coldplay is the one with like the bass drum, the timpani drums. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing.
Yes, that one. Yeah.
Roman cavalry songs are singing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reese Witherspoon is Legally Blonde. That's right.
Yeah, I never saw that one.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's decent.
Ditzy gal gets into Harvard, right?
Yeah.
And then proves that she actually has the ability to compete with the big dogs.
Yeah, it's decent. It's cute.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Should we start a weekly feature called Movie Reviews with Nomz
Movie
Resort?
Reviews of movies from the 90s.
I think that's like all we got. Yeah.
I still can't remember the cheerleading movie, but it's a good like parody, a la Heather's, Mean Girls, that kind of thing.
Was this in the same era as Pitch Perfect?
No.
Very good.
Before Pitch Perfect.
Very good. Legally Blonde musical is Passable as Well, says Gear Druid. Have you heard that one yet?
Yeah, I've heard a few songs from it.
Yeah, I think when we occasionally are on long road trips and put on the musicals playlist, Legally Blonde songs will come on and we'll skip them. And the reason why, I think we have this habit of like really preferring musical songs we already know, so we can sing along. And then Legally Blonde, it's oftenly Legally Blonde. I think it's often I know nothing about it. I know like the main character's name is Elle, maybe. Elle, Elle for lawyer, perfect. Yeah, no idea.
Slivers, it is Bring It On, Bring It On.
Bring It On. There you go.
And Bring It On, I think, was also turned into a musical. And who wrote the music and not the lyrics? Maybe just the music?
Is it Alex Lacamoire?
No. It's Lin-Manuel.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. It's one of his. It's early Lin-Manuel. I think it's like between In the Heights and Hamilton. He did Bring It On, the movie, and you can not the movie, the musical. Yeah. And you can see little bits of little baby Hamilton in there.
Yeah, much like his musical he wrote for This American Life, called 21 Chump Street. You hear some Hamiltonian references. Yeah, delightful. Yeah. Hello to you. Today, D.R. Williams. Yes, this is Mrs. Resorti. Her name is Nomz, Nomz, or Zed if you prefer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're still not sure why it's called Zed. Like, we know that Commonwealth folk use the word Zed instead of Z.
And Z sounds like too many other letters in the alphabet, which I understand.
Yeah, that's our hypothesis, is that it's hard to distinguish B from C from D from Z.
T,
yeah. But if any of you know why Zed is used, let us know for sure.
Yeah, it was delightful. Somebody, a Scottish man spelled something for me the other day, and it ended with Z, and
it's fun.
Fancy.
Yeah. Hello to you, Game Urchin. Hope you're having a good day. It is Big Nomz, that's true.
Big Nomz.
We actually planned
It's like Big Rice.
Like Big Rice.
It's a callback joke to last week.
Absolutely. Everyone knows Big Rice.
Really?
Surely. Big Rice is the best of jokes. We actually planned how to make Nomz a little taller than me, so that she wouldn't be down normal, like, shoulder level, or elbow level, maybe. But we decided that Big Nomz is more fun.
Big Nomz.
Big Nomz. Very good. Very good. Any other stories from the past few days, or should we pivot on over? We bought some bread. Oh, you went to a Japanese craft store This is a pat of affection, not of abuse, I swear. Right, thank you. Well, if they're looking for evidence, they found it. All right. Do you want to talk about the Japanese craft store? Like what you saw at the craft store?
Yes.
Right. I'm going to get some more coffee while you do that.
Oh, boy.
So you are now running the show. Yeah, yarn, Sally. Yarn.
Yeah, it is yarn, except unfortunately, so it's like in this tiny little space, and it's all crammed in there. Like, it's all of your regular notions, right? So there's like yarn.
Notions.
Yes, notions, but there's yarn, and there's like bolts of cloth, because it's also a sewing store, and then they have all of the stuff that goes with it. There's a whole mini aisle of buttons and other things. So I went there to try to find yarn and other things for this stuffed animal, right, that I'm thinking about making for one of our colleagues, because they're having a baby. But so I went in, and then I'm looking, and it's like crammed, right? So there's all these little drawers that are crammed full of yarn. Yes, I'm telling a yarn about yarn. And of course, it's all written in Japanese, right? So I'm looking for a very particular type of yarn, which is to say a non-expensive, non-fancy one, because I'm making a stuffed animal of it. So I don't need like wool, I don't need cotton, I don't need anything specific. Just polyester is fine, right? So so I go in and I'm looking, and this little old lady comes up to me and she asks me what I'm looking for. And so I tell her, you know, that I'm just making a stuffed animal, so I don't need anything fancy. And then she shows me this like card with all the different colors of yarn that they have, right? And so I'm just staring at it, and ultimately I don't end up buying anything, because I'm just kind of overwhelmed by all the different colors they have. And I can't tell you why I was overwhelmed particularly, because usually I would say that if I were in the States, you know, I'm used to going to like all the craft stores in the States, and I can look around and like end up buying some stuff, right? But for whatever reason, I just kind of felt overwhelmed by the choices. And so ultimately I told the lady that I wasn't going to get anything, but I'll come back tomorrow. So today the plan is to think through what colors I might get for this baby, what do you call that? Stuffed animal and baby monster. And figure out what colors I want, go back and get them. And she also does carry eyeballs. Which can be hard to get in the States. I think ultimately sometimes there was like one particular store that I would get monster eyeballs from. But sometimes I would have to go to Papa Jeff and try to get them, because yeah, they're not widely sold in the US. However, making lots of amigurumi, right? So little knitted stuffed animals is very common here. So she had like all of the things, and then she extensively told me about how she has all the little noses and the different sizes if I wanted to put a nose on my little monster. But I did tell her that my monsters don't require noses, so thank you but no thank you on the nose buttons. But yeah, so like all the little eyeballs, she sells those too, so I can go those there as well, and like all these different buttons. Amazing. So yeah, it's probably, you know, not the size of this room. It's a little bit larger than this room, but it's really not a very large store, but she's got it crammed full of stuff. So yeah. Okay, so let's see what's going on in the chat. Highly washable, highly durable baby yarn. You know what? That's a good point. Maybe it should be washable, right? So I think that's the nice thing about acrylic, and then like the button eyes, which are sewn in as opposed to glued on, is that probably you could just throw it in the washing machine and it should be okay. Oh, I should have Resorty put the color up to a chat poll. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I wish I'd taken a photo of all of the different colors available, and then we could choose like 2 different colors, and then I don't have to take responsibility for what colors this monster ends up being. You know, it's kind of a fraught decision what colors I choose, because one, I don't know the sex of the baby, and then I don't want to presume like that I don't want to make choices based on the assumed sex of the baby, and then I don't know what gender the baby will be, so there'll be all these decisions, right? So I think my go-to colors tend to be like a green and a yellow, because that's like nice gender neutral colors that are fun for all babies. We talked about maybe choosing colors based on chat, which I like the idea for the yarns.
Based on chat.
like we do a poll on chat, and then chat can choose what colors I should get for the monster.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I heard you say this is a good way of giving up responsibility. Welcome to my life, where I say things like, I don't know what video game to play. You all pick. This way I am free from responsibility. But am I truly free from responsibility? No, because I picked them to make the choice.
Okay.
So yeah, it's tough.
Orange and yellow. Ooh, yes, orange is also a good one. We're not having a baby. We know somebody who is having a baby. But that's something else that I don't really know about children. Is I know they don't see very well when they're infants.
Are they kittens?
I thought
I
kids
don't
couldn't
know.
make out shapes when they were born.
I have no
And
idea.
it's only like after a certain amount of time that they can see shapes. So I was wondering whether there would be certain colors that would be better for babies, because I don't know this, but maybe chat knows this.
Do they just see like a manifold of colors, and then it's not distinguished into forms?
I don't know. I heard it just things were blurry, is what I heard.
Wait.
High contrast until.
That's interesting. I wonder how we know that. 'Cause we can't like do the baby scientist thing and say, "Tell me what you see," right? I think I always find knowledge about infant experience so fascinating.
Maybe they like hook up beep boop things to baby brains.
Beep boop things.
You know,
That's
beep
great.
boop things.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I imagine like you could. That's probably not true. I have no idea how this knows. I was gonna say like you can make a fake eye and then see what it's. Who knows? Anyway, that's good. That's good. Yeah, we can make them pick if you want me to. Or we can.
No, I was telling them I wish I'd taken a photo of the giant thing of colors.
Oh, there were a lot of colors.
And then we could choose, but no,
Yeah.
I didn't take a photo.
That's okay. I mean, it's all the colors of the rainbow and then some.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some like some ultraviolet, some infrared. It's very impressive. Yeah, I don't know. Human babies are useless and cannot even see properly. It's true. I'm always amazed like how dependent human infants are compared to how dependent the other mammals are. Like deer getting up and walking around just at birth, where humans take years to get there.
Yeah.
I often talk about students about this and like say, look, humans are dependent. We want to be independent. We're stuck with dependency. And they just don't care.
But there's
well.
like the baby kangaroos, right? They can't do anything for like a long time.
Yeah. They climb out as these disgusting little creatures and ascend their mother's hair to get into the pouch, which one imagines the pouch is like comfy and beautiful. And you look in there and, it's a horror show.
It is.
It's a bit of a horror show.
Yeah.
Tio, it's very good seeing you. I'm glad you're enjoying the YouTube videos. Yeah, I feel bad that I changed the stream schedule, that we now stream at a very inconvenient time for our European viewers. But Tio, thanks for the kind comments on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out with us when you can. And yeah, it's nice. And if you didn't hear me say this yesterday, anybody, I'm so sorry for the last YouTube video. It was what it was. So next will be better. Everything is fine. Don't you worry. Hello, Klaus. Thank you for the resubscription. Tall Nomz is fun. Klaus likes this. Is this how we should do it every single day? Like, we have Nomz come in and be tall, and people will be like, oh, there's already marry a giantess? I think there was some game, possibly Skyrim. Is that right? There was some game in which our character ended up involved with or married to or being followed around by a very tall woman. Yeah, it was a little bit fee-fi-fo-fum. However, she also carried our things, and that was very, very nice. Hey,
I carry your things a lot.
What do you mean you carry my things a lot?
You know, when I'm wearing my backpack, and then we pile all of our things into my backpack.
Yeah, and I think I often say, I'm happy to carry your backpack. And you always say the same thing, which is...
You look ridiculous with it.
Right, because...
It's made for women.
Yes, but look at you being normative. I have shoulders, I have arms, I can carry the backpack.
I mean, it does look ridiculous, because it's like, it's you know, smaller size. And here's Resorty, and here's backpack.
Everything in Japan is smaller size. We got to get used to it, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we bought it in the States.
We did.
It's from the States.
We did. Nomz is sworn to carry my burdens.
Yes.
That's right. I need you to work on saying that in like a really over it voice. Like, I'm sworn to carry your burdens. Something like that. If you could say that regularly to me, like anytime I interact with you, it'd bring me back to the good old days of Skyrim.
Okay.
A character named Lydia is the first companion you usually get in this game. And like initially, like, oh gosh, I have a companion, I have a friend, someone's gonna hang out with me. And then very quickly she just complains all the time.
Oh, that's like how I was playing Spiritfarer, and I was so pleased to have my little deer friend. And then all my dear friend does is demand food and then complain about how it's the same food that they ate yesterday.
Yeah, we played Spiritfarer on stream 2 or 3 times, I think, and it was like pretty slow progression and pretty repetitive. I think you've enjoyed it somewhat.
Yeah, except they're so demanding.
I think
the animals are quite demanding. And then, like I said, like you give them the food, and then it's like not the food that they want.
Right. You have to learn their preferences.
As far as I can tell, I don't know that this one has any preferences except for not the same popcorn as yesterday, even though popcorn is the cheapest and easiest one to get a hold of. Or coffee. Yeah.
Very good. Klaus has a joke for us, I believe. So let's read Klaus's joke of the day.
Okay.
You listen, and you'll give the authentic reaction.
Okay.
Whatever really you feel is what you give. Here we go. I have some clothing facts for you today.
Ooh.
All leather is rated based on conditions of the bovine it came from.
Okay.
Specifically, it's about the climate they're raised in.
Oh, wow.
Leather that comes from lush, moist, fertile climate are generally given rates from A to C.
Okay.
The leather that comes from arid, dry, and desert-like conditions is typically dehydrated. Dehydrated. There you go. The authentic humor.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's good.
Nice.
All right, there you go. The authentic response is, ha 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 ha. That's nice. It required some restatement. I mean, I pronounced it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I was trying to say, like, not dehydrated, because then I don't think it would work as a linguistic joke.
Yeah, the pronunciation is important.
Maybe that's one that works better in text, or maybe I'm just a terrible reader. Dehydrated.
Dehydrated. You gotta make it sound more like dehydrated. Dehydrated.
Oh, that might be it. I may have softened the rated too much. So dehydrated. Would you have gotten initially from that?
Oh, sure, probably.
Oh, what a failure I am. That's fine.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
That's very good. Thank you. Got to keep working on that. No problem. Ink says, thank you for joining for the discussions. They're enjoying it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring a great vibe to the channel. More than that, when you're here, I'm able to leave and do things.
I know.
That was great.
I felt abandoned. And now I had to tell this story about the craft store, and I was like, I don't know if this is interesting to anybody.
Welcome to my life. Like, you just have to come up with things to say, and you say to yourself, will anyone care about this? And you tell the story, and you realize that, sure, someone's out there who's like, oh, that's a story. Thank you for the story. It's nice. Or the other direction, you tell a story that like really matters to you, and dead silence.
It's like crickets.
Yeah, and you say, oh no, everyone is simultaneously refilling their water glass. And so
or defilling their personal water glass body.
Yeah. That's a nice euphemism. Remember that
water
one?
Glass.
Their water glass.
Defilling my water glass.
Yeah.
I understand how you feel now in Japan, where you're always like hunched over, because I feel too tall for this stream.
Well, you definitely are too tall. Like part of your head is in fact being cut off right now. I think that's fun. I think it's good. That said, if anyone comes in who does not know our channel, they'll be deeply, deeply confused.
Or they'll say, man, this streamer is terrible. They don't even know how to adjust their camera properly.
Yeah, as I mentioned occasionally, I do often go and visit other streamers, especially small streamers, just to give them some interaction and like encouragement that yes, there are people watching, maybe. And occasionally their technical aspects are so bad. Yeah, there's a guy maybe a month or two ago whose camera was genuinely pointing straight at the ground.
Oh, no. Maybe he's shy.
No. I remember talking to them and said, hey, your camera's pointing at the ground. And then, oh gosh, oh man, it fell off. Oh! And they put it back up again. I think part of it is like me. I don't like looking at myself while I stream. I pull up the camera initially just to make sure it's working, and to make sure the green screen is functional correctly. And then, after that, I hide myself.
Yeah.
Partially because I use my peripheral vision to see, this is peripheral vision, I'm pointing to it, to see if there are new subscribers or followers or anything. And so if there's movement on the second screen, like myself moving, I get confused.
Distracted.
Exactly right. Some people want to see the top of your head. Do you want to, for just a second? A little more. There we go. That's all of Nomz. Up you go.
Well, this is kind of nice.
Is it really comfortable?
For a little bit. It's just nice to stretch my legs a little bit.
I see. This is why I like walk from side to side occasionally.
Yeah, I'm kind of glued to this spot because of my long legs.
Such long legs,
Such
for sure.
long legs.
Any other stories you want to tell? Or should we go to our photo array now?
Well, I think I was reminded of, was it Pepper Mga? Or somebody had set up like some multiple cameras to watch their cooking while they did something else, right?
Yeah, so Pepper
This was a while
Mga
ago.
is the most technologically advanced of all of our viewers, I believe.
Yeah.
Pepper's always up for trying the newest technology,
Yeah.
for pushing buttons and welding and seeing what happens.
Yeah.
And so some months back, Pepper, from his computer, could watch the cooking happening in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And then
I think the camera
fell into the pot of food. That is true.
most unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, we're delighted that Pepper does these things and shares them with us. Yeah. And I think at one point, and maybe it's still the case, when the Resorty stream went live, Pepper's lights in the house would flash.
What?
Yeah,
Wow.
like Wii U, it's time for Resorty. That's a kind of dedication to the cause.
Oh, I thought it was accidental. It was on purpose. Wow. I thought it was accidental, like the Janet Jackson facts I learned the other day.
We'll go to that one second.
Okay.
First, I like the idea that my going live causes such a disturbance in the electricity grid of Tennessee that there's a power outage for everyone for just a second.
Not everyone. Just that something in the way that Pepper Mga has set up his house, or maybe like there was such a pull on. There was a little brownout.
Right, because 14 screens of Resorty flash on simultaneously.
Yeah.
Now, this...
It's like Max Headroom.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that, or that's like 1980s
No.
content?
That's just like Back to the Future stuff.
Oh, very
it's
good,
fine.
very good. So you were saying Janet Jackson
Oh,
facts.
yeah, this is amazing. I learned this on the podcast the other day.
I think you actually could be a great streamer. Like I think you could spend a long time saying, here's a story I heard on a podcast, let's riff on it.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking, unfortunately, it's just me saying, this is what I heard about from some other media. This is the media I have consumed lately, right? Which is not very interesting because people can just go and consume their own media.
But it's nice to summarize it. In the same way our
okay.
students use like Cliff's Notes or studyhelper.com.
I don't think anybody uses CliffsNotes anymore.
Yeah. Like, instead of actually reading the book, you just read the summary. So instead of listening to the overwrought 14-episode-long account of the history of spam,
I listened to that one too.
You did.
It was from The Atlantic.
That's great. You can summarize things for us. I was also going to say, though, isn't it the case the majority of what any of us share are just things heard elsewhere?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I mean, we stand.
No, these are my original thoughts.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
exactly right.
yeah.
So.
So I learned. I listened to this podcast the other day, and I learned that there are laptops from a certain era where if you play Janet Jackson's Rhythm Nation 1814, like that song Rhythm Nation.
Do you know it?
And we are part of a Rhythm Nation. Yeah, that one.
That was a nice rendition.
Yeah.
I appreciate it came with dancing also.
Well, because the music video is like epic because there's like so much dancing. It's
really?
amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's my childhood, probably too young for you.
Yeah.
So if you would play that song, the computer would crash. Like that laptop would crash. The amazing thing is if you played it and put another laptop next to it, that laptop would also crash. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. What a cool story. And then I told Riz, because I was like, oh, Riz, there's this thing. I just learned about like how there was this mysterious thing where if you would play this this Janet Jackson song, not only would that computer crash, but the computer next to it would crash. And then Riz immediately said, oh, does it have something to do with like the resonance of it? which is exactly what it was. It took me like 15 minutes to learn that, and yeah.
I mean, the idea of it shutting down a computer next to it, there are very few things that could do that.
Yeah.
And so the thought that some resonance would cause something in the machine to stop working correctly. And so what did it stop doing?
The hard drive, right, would just like it would just get knocked off.
Yeah, and that would cause some sort of like read-write error, and blue screen, good fun. So the resonance of this song like had some particular note.
They claimed it was like 2,000 hertz. Yeah. Just about 2,000 hertz.
Yeah, which is not apparently a common sound in music, maybe, or I don't know.
Yeah, apparently what was particularly interesting about this particular track was that it was sped up just slightly to try to make it just a little bit more exciting, and that apparently created a particular note that's not common.
Yeah. And so it causes the hard drive to crash. And now, can that happen now? If I put on that song, will it crash computers around the world?
Well, no, because everyone has a solid state.
That's true. We no longer do the fun little grinding noise over and over again. Yeah. I mean, I miss that. I miss the sound of modems dialing in. And I'd like to mention now something that maybe you don't know. Who knows? One of the core populations of the Resorty Twitch broadcast is people who are falling asleep.
Sorry.
That's fine. Occasionally I make sounds also, but just so you know. Hello, Kat. Hope you're sleeping well.
I didn't realize this was what is it? Podcast I listen to? Sleep With Me?
Yeah.
I didn't realize this was Sleep With Me.
It's just fine.
On Twitch.
Yeah, this is why during Cannibal Santa playthrough, when I'm like singing my jolly songs of death and destruction, people find it very difficult to sleep during that.
Apparently you're singing a rice cooker song too.
Yeah, I think I sung that for you. Our rice cooker here plays Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
Yeah.
And so I sing a little song along to it about how nice rice will be. And nice and rice rhyme, and so it's
good.
Perfect. Anyway, should we talk about the fix for this? So, because it's the case that independently of using solid-state drives, if I played Janet Jackson's Rhythm Nation...
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say, like, Dance Country. But Rhythm Nation, it would not crash hard drives anymore.
Dance Country is probably a genre now that exists.
Where'd you come from? Where'd you go? Drop that bass.
Actually, that is... Yeah, there was that 90s remix of Cotton Eye Joe, which would be dance country now, wouldn't it?
Probably so.
I hear there's a genre called it's called bro country or something, and it does have like elements of like rap and dance with country.
Who is that fellow we read about or saw? He was like some
Billy Ray Cyrus.
No, some fairly tattooed man who was apparently like a gangsta rapper, and then decided that he'd have more success in the country context.
Yeah, I don't remember his name.
Yeah.
He looked gangsta rapper, but then he also had a mullet.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
I don't know if the mullet was for country music.
This is definitely not our genre.
Genre. I mean, I don't think so. Maybe I can go and listen to him and see if I like him.
We're good.
Oh, okay.
So...
Janet Jackson fix.
How'd they fix it?
They wrote some code or something that will delete that particular resonance, that particular frequency.
Yeah.
From a song, so, and then you can play the song and you won't hear it.
So is it the case now that most computers are unable to produce that sound?
No, I don't think that it's in current computers. I think it was just a fix for laptops.
Oh, okay. It's just that particular kind of hard drive. It was not that all hard drives would skip. Bobble.
I really don't know. I don't
Interesting.
know.
I wonder.
I mean, I wonder if it's specific to laptops too, because they did talk about how laptop speakers tend to be quite tinny.
That's true.
So it might amplify that particular frequency. They initially thought it might be a bass frequency, but then they realized that on laptops the speakers are so tinny that it actually wouldn't be that bass. But they found that it was a treble note. Now the thing is, desktops, as you well know, don't come with speakers built in.
True.
So I wonder if it wasn't a problem for desktops.
Probably, because I've heard to take my computer speaker and like push it against the box. and then play all the different frequencies.
Oh, okay.
Like dee 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 dee, etc. Because you of course know what ascending sounds sound like. Would we eventually then stumble our way into a destruction of the hard drive?
Maybe.
Yeah. Isn't there some like South Park episode about finding the brown notes?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, what's the residence of the human colon?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, that's enough of that.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I mean, you're the South Park gal. You definitely know so much more about this show than I do. I've seen like 4 episodes maybe.
Remember when?
Yeah, I never saw that one. I know that reference only because you use it regularly.
Yeah.
But yeah, South
we use
Park's...
it with our other friend.
Yeah, South Park is one of those shows I just missed out on. Mm-hmm. I didn't have cable when it started, and then by the time I would have watched it, had cable myself, it just didn't appeal to me. I think 'cause at that point, like the arguments of the show were almost always like, look, everyone's an idiot. Every possible position on every possible argument is wrong. And this offends me so much.
Oh, yeah.
It's so
the
unsubtle.
Yeah.
It's not just relativism, it's an unsubtle relativism that like refuses to even engage seriously in people's arguments. Mm-hmm. And this bothers me.
Although you do like Book of Mormon quite a bit, right?
I mean, I like musicals.
Your response to, you do like this one particular musical is, well, I like musicals.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say there are plenty of musicals that have, like, you know, disgusting and terrible themes that are, like, absolutely nihilistic. Sweeney Todd pops around this one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I love it anyway, even though it does not have, like, any important outcome or any, like, hope for the future. It is just, look, this is terrible. And even the one character who is for the good in some way and, like, has, like, a redeeming moment is dead. The end. Or actually, he's not dead. He is mentally broken.
I haven't seen it.
Really?
No. This is why I have nothing to say about it. Except Angela Lansbury's in one version, Johnny Depp's in another version. It has something to do with pies and saving and...
Yeah, I mean, we should definitely watch it. So there's a recorded version of Angela Lansbury and Len Carew.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really quite good.
The Broadway version.
Yeah, it's recorded, I think, for a PBS Great Masterpiece, such and so.
Great Masterpiece.
whatever it is.
It's Great Performances or Masterpiece Theater. Great Masterpiece.
Exactly right. I watched the Johnny Depp one also. I think it was a little bit overly in love with cinematography.
Sure.
I think in the same way that the Les Mis movie was.
Oh, like, that one was a little bit overly in love with actual singing in a way that maybe the rest of us didn't. I wish they had dubbed the singing.
Okay, because you're saying that the singers were not especially great, or they didn't do terribly well at like moving while singing.
I don't know. I think I'm just used to like a perfect sound when people are singing because that's what I expect of movie musicals.
Because the Broadway actors are just so darn good?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Have I heard or seen Sondheim's Assassins? I love it. I understand I love all Sondheim, I think. Even the unpopular ones. I think for me, Sondheim's...
Unpopular Sondheim.
Merrily We Roll Along, wherever it is.
Oh.
Yeah, not popular at all.
They're side by Sondheim.
Very good. I think Sondheim's particular approach to wordplay works really well for me. But Assassins is first rate. I love the Neil Patrick Harris resetting of it. There's an illegal recording of it on YouTube. I've got to say that people who record these Broadway shows are, of course, like monsters and ruining things for the companies, blah, blah, blah. But it's so cool while living in the Midwest to be able to see these.
Yeah.
The search phrase, if you do not know, the search phrase to find recordings of Broadway productions on YouTube is slime tutorial. And the comments will often be full of people saying like, oh, I appreciate this video on how to make slime. And I don't know why slime tutorial was chosen. Yeah, if you look for slime tutorial, you'll find recordings of all the best shows out there, and I love them. Now that said, they're often very poorly taken. They're like, from behind a man's head, you can see half of the stage. and the recording is on like an iPhone microphone, but it's still better than not seeing it at all.
And you can hear people going, ha, 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 ha.
True. And
in
then
the foreground.
And then occasionally, I think the person gets spooked. And the usher's looking at them. And so it very quickly go down to their lap. But you can still hear it. And I love that. I love that.
I did use that search phrase the other night to try to find videos of the new German version of Hamilton.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? They translated Hamilton, which is like an American, look how great America is musical, into German. Mm-hmm. And you said it took a very long time for them to do that.
Yeah. Like years.
Years.
According to the New York Times story that I read. It took years. I
appreciate that you use the citations. That's nice. I think often when I'm telling stories here, I pretend like I came up with it out of whole cloth, that I imagined for myself this thing happened. But no, it was the New York Times you read.
Yes.
This is because you're a good scholar.
That's right.
And I'm a pirate.
Yeah, you're a plagiarizer.
It's also Look How Bad England is musical. That's true.
Yeah.
I think the rivalry between the Germans and the English continues
perhaps,
in various ways. But yeah, it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. UK reaction to Hamilton are hilarious. Yeah, apparently Prince William.
I was going to say, he's not Prince Charles anymore.
We haven't watched Charles's Christmas
haven't.
broadcast. I'm sorry, is this actually painful or no?
No.
Okay, I felt like a love tap of excitement, but if I actually harm you, please don't say it on stream, I guess. But no, I'm terribly sorry. But so one of my favorite things to do every year is to watch the monarch of Great Britain give the Christmas message, even though I'm not a subject and I'm anti-monarchical.
You're my favorite.
Yeah, even though this, I love watching it, just like see how a head of state shapes the consciousness of a nation. And like with the Queen, it was so grandmotherly and like, in the same way my grandmother writes family letters that say like, at this time of Thanksgiving, I am with you all, and remember the simple message of this sort of thing. But she does that not in a private letter to her family, but instead to everybody.
It is her family.
Right. And so I'm really curious to see how the new king continues that or modifies it. Because obviously he can't be matronly, I guess, in the way the queen was. I want to say grandmotherly, but that's hard to say. So is matronly the correct word there?
Avuncular?
But avuncular means of the uncle.
Yeah, I get now.
Yeah, is there an equivalent of the grandmother?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway,
are you interested in like State of the Union addresses in the same way?
Somewhat. Yeah, I mean, I think the hyper-politicization of the State of the Union, where there's like the standing up and clapping based on if your party's in power, it's just predictable now. It's hyper-predictable what they're going to say. It's hyper-predictable how they react to it. I find here's this person who was in the news recently incredibly frustrating and kind of dumb. But yeah, again, the way in which any head of state shapes the narrative of the state through these speeches, super interesting. Yeah,
I do like watching the people behind the president, their reactions, because they know they're on camera and they know that they have to react in a particular way.
Yeah.
So they're a little bit hyperbolic.
Yeah, so especially during the Trump presidency, when Nancy Pelosi was behind him, she'd often like roll her eyes hyper performatively and then give these like ridiculous golf claps. And then of course, right after his speech was done, she tore it up on camera.
That's right.
And like it's all performative, but I don't know. It's funny in its way. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Hey, do you like this? Good seeing you. Speaking of academic plagiarism, have I followed the Recepta Rossi affair? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Was it in the Chronicle? If it's in the Chronicle, we would have seen it. But
well, the Chronicle is on hiatus.
Oh, over holiday?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I know from time to time there are big academic plagiarism scandals. I know the big concern in academia right now is the Chat GPT. This program, they called an AI, but it's not, of course. This program where you can like type in, hey, give me 14 paragraphs on this topic, and it will spit out relatively competent prose on this topic. To the point you could probably turn into a professor and get a C.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's about C grade work.
Yeah,
but it's not great. Like it's And sometimes I think there's just like things that are incorrect in it, I've heard.
So apparently it was cut off from new internet material as of like 2020. And so if it's anything newer than that, it does not know about it in principle.
Excellent. In that case, I will assign all of my writing assignments to Sophia. So there is this very old work. Please speak of it in 2021 terms.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. I mean, it's strange. Because I think my initial reaction to if it's in fact the case that students are using things like this, and in fact the case that I cannot detect it, I just don't want to do writing assignments anymore. I want to move to like pure, oral examinations, by which I mean have the student come to my office hours and let's talk through some ideas. And you can bring notes, you can bring ideas, but we'll have a back and forth conversation about it.
Can I bring my Chat GPT generated summary of
and then I'll read it aloud. Yeah. I think that's how I want to go. And I realize that for some students, it's absolutely nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
And they like the paper form because they can sit back and very carefully type things out or think through things. But I hope these conversations happen late enough in the semester for the students to know that I'm just some guy who just likes talking about ideas. And that I wouldn't be like trying to get them wrong or trick them, but instead help them in the conversation. Yeah. So how do you react to the ChatGPT situation?
Yeah, I think in general, I'm much less kind of like offended by plagiarism than most people. Yeah. I mean, I think you are less offended than most people too, but I mean, I think I'm kind of meh about the whole thing because I feel like if you're going to try that hard to cheat, now I am going to create assignments that I think will be harder to cheat on, right? So some of the things that people are doing is like, you will ask them to like turn in a thesis statement and then turn in like a works cited or annotated bibliography and then turn in an outline and turn in a draft, in which case it's like way too much work to cheat on that.
I mean, it's much work in general. I'm not a big fan of assignments.
Scaffolding?
Scaffold assignments. I mean, I understand they're very helpful for people who don't really know what to do, and they're very helpful for people who are new to the college experience. And it's a way for the instructor to check in at every stage and ensure that the student's on the right path throughout. But too much work grading. The students who are strong students hate you during this because they know it's busy work for them. And I often find the students who are being scaffolded along do not actually take lessons from it, just read it as being, okay, it's one more assignment, and they never learn how to do it independently of that process. And that bothers me. I don't think it has the educational value that the assigners believe it does often.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, another reason why I've done that before is to ensure that people start on the assignment in a timely fashion instead of waiting until the night before. Right.
Yeah. I mean, as you know, I give assignments a month or so before they're due in the case of long papers, and I give them the same talk every time about I am genuinely giving you a month to write this. You can email me at any point to talk about it. You can come in and try your ideas. Please do not write it on the last night. And then with a week or so before it's due, I will often say, so 3 weeks ago, I gave you this assignment sheet. How many of you have started? And it's usually like 2 out of 25 students. And I say, what happened? I gave you so much time. And they'll usually be honest with me and say, I just can't work on things until I'm overloaded with pressure. Like, I must write it now or else. And my sense is always like, you're not going to get as good of a work product then. And I know they're busy and have lots of things to do, but man, I just wish people would take a little bit of time, make an initial start on it. But cause I think if I'm not gonna give them, or if they're not gonna start on it, why would I give them assignments so early?
This is what my program coordinator is thinking right now. Where is that syllabus draft that I've been promised? I've been talking to her about this for a few months now, and I asked her earlier this month if I might be able to see a copy of it this month. Yeah. I
think you still have a couple days until the end of this month.
Yeah.
So surely tonight you will sit up and until 2 a.m. hammering it out.
I mean, I can grind it out if I need to.
Yeah. I think a lot of students do this. I think there were certain points in undergrad for me where I did this just based on like a kind of quasi perfectionism. Right? I said like, okay, I just need to think it through entirely. I need to know exactly what I want to say, and then and only then am I ready for writing. And then it's 11 p.m. on the night before it's due, and I'm writing 8 pages, not sleeping. Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah. Like Dogberry was saying, one thing I think I was gonna say when you were like, "Why didn't you start earlier?" Is they have 4 or 5 other courses, right?
Of course.
So that's the thing, is that they probably have assignments for other courses that are coming up closer, and so they prioritize it.
Yeah, I think something that I did when I was first starting as an instructor, and that some very senior instructors do, is assume that the only thing that a student has in their life is my class. And of course that's not true. But I always think, like, if I've given you a full month, you should be at least, like, write a few words, think a few thoughts, whatever. It's a whole month.
Write the title page.
Yeah.
Or at least write the title section that takes up half of the page.
Yeah. I mean, that said, when I was writing papers, I think it's actually a good idea. Even when I'm writing popular articles, I will almost always not write the introduction. I'll type in bright bold, introduction goes here. Because I find that if I write the introduction first, I lock myself into just one account. Where I want the freedom to, like, think and see where it goes as we go. So, yeah. When I have a moment, Google Receptor Rosi, there's a multiple-part renown on medieval manuscript provenance. Okay. Amazing. I'll definitely check that one out.
Interesting.
I mean, I think the scandal that we find most delightful here is the
Dirk Obink?
Yeah, Dirk Obinger?
Obink,
yeah, who is, like, big, fancy, huge, amazing guy in your field, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so do you want to tell that story?
Oxford Don in manuscript studies.
Yep.
Right? And he found all these, like, new manuscripts.
Yeah, they're called the
the Oxyrhynchus papyri?
Oxyrhynchus papyri is where he works. Yeah, he's like the keeper of these really important papyrus fragments. Yeah.
And then he found some new ones.
Yeah.
And then he oversaw their selling.
Yeah.
To Hobby Lobby.
Hobby Lobby.
Hobby Lobby family.
Yeah, the Hobby Lobby is a big craft store in the U.S. The family who owns it is extraordinarily conservative Christians who have started a museum of the Bible. And so
it's in Kentucky somewhere.
I think so. And they want
there's like an ark. Maybe that's a different family.
I think it's the Creation Museum.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so they started this giant museum about, like, the history of the Bible as both an artifact, like a historical artifact, as well as a spiritual meaning. And so they wanted like original papyri and things that prove the historicity of the Bible.
And?
You
were gesturing toward me as if I am to say something.
I offered some color commentary. Now back to the play-by-play.
Oh, and I think that there's just the punchline left, right? Which is that he had, like, these were not real.
Some of them were not real. Some of them he made up. Others of them belonged to Oxford. And as the keeper, he stole them from Oxford because he wanted more money. And he sold them to Hobby Lobby without any permission, any oversight. They were just missing from the collection, which is crazy because, again, this is that guy is probably among the most famous classicists in the whole world. Big name, big fancy, and it had obviously a very stable job, a well-paying job, but he wanted millions. And I think the couple write-ups I've seen about this have all had the motive just kind of, we're not sure. Because it's on the esteem question, not clear, money question, not clear. And so he's been fired and disgraced, and I think there's a trial coming up, and I hope there's a clear statement of motive there, because, like, it's such a violation, not just of, like, the standard your employer's things do not belong to you, but also, like, he's destroying the collection that he pledged himself to look after.
Yeah, it's odd, right? Also because I don't think there was any religious motive either, right? Like, I don't think
he's an atheist.
Yeah.
He's
an atheist.
I mean, yeah, I don't think he was trying to do the like, foolish Christians, I'm going to trick them.
Yeah.
I think it was clearly something else.
Yeah.
I don't know. Gregarious is wondering, what percentage of my students, or how often do I find a student who cheats or plagiarizes on their work? More frequently here than anywhere else. So at my last school, or my 2 ago school, where I spent like 5 years, I probably found 1 or 2 students every semester. over the course of 3 classes. Yeah, of course, 3 classes. I find 1 or 2 every semester. And they were always very, very obvious. It was always the case that either there were 2 identical papers turned in, and these were always the exact same thing, in which a senior student had taken from a junior student. These were usually football players, where like the senior and the first year did the assignment and the seniors copied it. And these are the ones that made me so angry, a boyfriend and girlfriend, whereas always the girlfriend was so intelligent and hardworking and thoughtful, and the boyfriend was a dunderhead and had just like copied the paper.
It's not dunderhead. What's the term I used on stream the other day?
We're not using that term on stream. That's a vulgar one.
Okay.
But yeah, this one upset me so much because like I understood the hazing element of the football thing, and like I'd call the students in separately, and the junior student would always say, I just want to fit in. I just want to be taken seriously on the football team. Is how it works. And I'd give them the story about like, you got to stand up for yourself, blah blah blah. But when it's the boyfriend girlfriend story, the girlfriend would always be like weeping in my office and like just so broken over what she's done. And I always wanted to give like the therapist conversation about, honey, you're too good for him. He's a big dum-dum. But I couldn't do that. It wasn't my place to do this. But in the 3 cases this happened over the course of 5 years, they were always still together after this. And they were always still together until they graduated. And I want to know, like, are they going to continue on? Like, of course,
is this going to continue on for the rest of their lives? Where she ruins her credit for him, she takes out a loan for him, or
and of course, I don't know the relationships. I don't know them as people. Or
she
anything.
says she was the one who was driving drunk. They switched seats.
Yeah, I don't want to make big generalizations.
She goes to prison.
Like people, of course, make one-time mistakes, but I think it reveals a certain kind of structural relationship that is, of course, really problematic. And that's heartbreaking. Here, I haven't seen any of those yet. I haven't seen any case where people put in identical papers, but instead it's often students who don't have especially strong language skills, and who I've had papers turned in that are passable but not great, who suddenly turn in a paper that's like talking about formal epistemology and using all kind of really, really complicated sentence constructions. And it's just obvious, right? Just absolutely obvious it's happened. And that breaks my heart every time. Because I know what's happened there is the student just doesn't feel competent to do the work. They probably should not have been admitted to the school. But here they are, and they're just trying to get through, and that feels pretty awful. Yeah. So yeah, I don't have any like strong hatred for plagiarists. I think I often get in trouble with my senior colleagues because I'm maybe too lenient. Like I'll always read plagiarism as being just a situation of worry as opposed to malice. Where I think my senior colleagues, on the whole, read it as, this person dares to stand against me. They are antithetical to the product of the university. They must be destroyed.
Also, they're trying to make fun of me. Some people read it very, very personally,
true,
right?
Yeah.
Like, they're trying to show me that like they can get one past me or something. When often the students aren't thinking like that at all. They're just desperate.
Yeah, I think plagiarism is almost never about the professor. It's entirely about the student and their own doubts about themselves. Yeah, that's how it goes. It's good seeing you, Cyber Oracle. Nomz is tall.
I'm doing your result.
The Resorty Wave. If you want, I can put the Resorty Wave on screen, and you can try to wave along with it.
That's okay.
It is very difficult to do.
Okay.
Hello, Ruthless. You have a question. What if I retake a course, or you retake a course next term, and reuse or add your own paper? Yeah.
Self-plagiarism.
Yeah, it's called self-plagiarism. I have no problem with it. That said, it's such a sad thing if 2 courses are so close together on assignments that you're able to do that.
Yeah, it was a big deal at my last institution because some of the faculty started catching on that students were doing that in successive courses.
Yeah.
And some faculty were very much against it. Like, you shouldn't reuse work that you've already done. Other faculty said, well, isn't that what we hoped that they would do? That they would advance in their knowledge and like develop their ideas further.
Yeah.
And this was within like major courses, right? So it would be the same courses within the major. And then, sometimes you actually want students to take an old paper and brush it up and make it better as part of like their senior seminar or something.
Yeah. A real kindness was shown to me during graduate school. When I was relatively late in my master's degree and trying to finish my master's thesis, I took a class in political theory that I needed for the credits for. And as part of that class, each student had to choose their own topic based on something related to the class. And I went to the professor and said, look, what would be most helpful for me is if I could just work on my master's thesis. Part of it is related to the class, but not the whole thing I'm working on. And he said, oh, that's fine. As long as you take time to connect it to what we're doing here, as long as you take time to show why it matters to the class. And so I ended up just working my master's thesis, and he gave feedback on it. And then I also wrote a little 2-page thing showing the relationship between the two. And so it's not quite the same thing as self-plagiarism, but it is like growing ideas that you've been working on already. And that's awesome. Now, I don't think it's possible in my class. I think the kinds of questions I ask my class do not admit of other course material applying directly. Hopefully. But who knows? Hello, Red Rover.
Yeah.
The tall person in the hoodie is my wife. Her name is Nomz. She is tall, and she is delighted to be here today. Are you having fun?
Yeah.
I realize it's actually a somewhat coercive question. If I say, are you having fun? And you say, no, this is terrible.
It can be like on The Office where I go,
yeah, you do that occasionally. Occasionally, we will be having a little conversation here, and not here on stream, but upstairs, wherever. And I'll make a very lame joke, the kind of thing I regale stream viewers with every single day. And you will look at the camera.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think self-plagiarism here, it depends on the professor.
Yeah, sure.
Now, I do think it's technically in the code of conduct.
Yeah.
But you can also add certain things in your syllabus that help to more clearly define, splitting that infinitive, what counts as plagiarism in your class.
Yeah. As long as it's your own ideas, I just don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the last time I seriously signed papers was in the pre-Turnitin era. So people may have been and it was like a giant class, so I really wouldn't know if somebody was plagiarizing.
Yeah, it was a class of 200 students? Is that right?
250.
Yeah, Nomz taught the big mythology class at a major university, and that's the kind of class that everybody enjoys, and so you get huge sign-up numbers. And so the idea of teaching 250 students at once is just, I don't want to say it's not teaching, but it feels like a very different kind of teaching.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
If you excuse me for a moment.
Oh, okay.
You're in charge of the stream.
Oh, and I was about to say that where I taught there, so we didn't have, usually you would have teaching assistants, TAs, who would run particular recitation sections of about, 25 to 30 students at a time, and they would sometimes do the grading as well. Typically, those TAs are graduate students in the same field, right? So when I was a graduate student, I was a TA for the mythology class, for example. Where I taught that, we didn't have graduate students in my field, in classics, right? So then we ended up with philosophy graduate students from Resorti's field. And they frequently did not necessarily know the material, know the text that we were talking about. And so you would end up with they really didn't know quite how to lead the discussions and how to grade. And so I think I just gave up and I said, okay, I don't want TAs anymore. Or maybe I would take one TA to serve as a grader. And so I think in that time period, I also stopped assigning papers for that class because who wants to grade 250 essays? So I think at that point I shifted to tests, exams, and I think those ended up being easier to grade. And of course, since you're doing them in class, people aren't presumably plagiarizing, right? They're not going to pull up their laptop and start typing off of their laptop. but I think there were people, there was like the traditional kind of cheating, like, oh, I wrote something down on my hand or I wrote it on the bill of my ball cap or something. And I think my sense of the way that I responded to that kind of cheating was that if you were going to try that hard to cheat, I really couldn't be bothered to walk around and try to police that. Now, there were other faculty members, one in Riz's department who worked very, very hard to try to police in-class cheating, right? And he would have people march up and down all the aisles and between the aisles. So imagine taking a test and then somebody is scooting by in front of you, like between your knees and the next seat, trying to scoot by, which I just found to be too disruptive personally.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think like the longer I do this job, the more or the less and less I want to be a police officer. Or their parent. Like, this is why I don't take attendance usually. I don't want to be people's parent and say, oh, you have to go to class. Like, of course I want them there. They learn more if they're there, but it's just hard for me to...
Yeah.
It's
Didn't
hard for me
you want to be a police officer when you were a kid, though?
I was 9 years old, and you're in a... What was the thing earlier? Oh, okay, we're not going to tell what the thing was, but earlier you... Off stream, you jokingly shamed me over a story I told you in a vulnerable moment about something that happened when I was like 13 years old. You don't remember this? It's probably for the best. All right, we'll talk about that off stream.
It'll come to me later.
Yeah.
Cheating on the Scantron. Yeah, that's the funny thing too. When I was in graduate school, this was before the... Apparently, like now in Scantron, you can make 2 keys and you can just note which test form the key is for. Like the key is for test form A or the key is for test form B. And then they can all be mixed up and it'll just kind of automatically apply the correct key to the correct Scantron.
Yeah.
When I went to graduate school, we didn't have this, so they had us like intersperse like the A and B forms, and they were on different colored paper, and we had to sit there and collate tests.
Yeah.
Oh, back in the day.
Good old days. And we got paid for that. We got paid for doing things like collation.
Yeah.
That's great.
I mean, I think students still get paid for that. It's called student workers, right? Federal work study, right?
Yeah. I think what I mean is, I think when I was with TA, my thought was I would be assisting with teaching.
Oh.
and doing that kind of like office work did not feel like teaching. It felt like busy work. I know someone had to do it, but it just was not what I signed up for.
Yeah, it was a big party for us because this was the 700-person mythology class, so 700 test forms that we had to do that to. But there were like, I don't know, 4 to 5 TAs assigned to that class. So
this reminds me, back in grad school, I had grading parties regularly. Did you also?
Maybe. I mean, I did that when I was a faculty member too. Me and my best friend would go to Panera and we would grade together. Right? That kind of grading party?
Yeah. Though in grad school, it was instead we went to one of the big offices and just sat there for, I don't know, 7-8 hours in a row, just trying to get through all of these assignments for TAing.
Well, we use Scantron.
I use Scantron, right. We had essays to get through instead. Yeah. I've actually never used Scantron in any class. Like as a student I did, but as an instructor I didn't. Because I think multiple choice questions in the kinds of class I teach are just not interesting.
Right. Yeah.
It's a kind of memorization that's just not appropriate to the field. So.
And yet, I knew a philosopher who used Scantron tests, and you were so dismayed.
Yeah, it's just not.
Dismayed.
It requires philosophy to be a memorization game as opposed to a thinking game. And I agree that memorization is a kind of thinking, but just not the right kind of thinking given the field. Yeah,
I mean, I think you can write multiple choice questions that require a certain amount of thinking before you get to the answer.
I think mathematics is that way.
Yeah, I think you can do them with philosophy. Yeah.
I think with formal logic you absolutely can, but I don't know.
Yeah.
This may be an insufficiency on my part. There might be an imaginative way to do it that just does not come to mind for me, but yeah, who knows?
Yeah, it probably requires too much like manipulation, and like it might make the question like unnecessarily difficult.
Sure.
Right?
And I think also, and maybe this is the problem with mathematics, I don't know. I can imagine a student working backwards from the answers in a way that is really unhelpful for the kind of things I'm testing for. Anyway.
Maybe you should just give the LSAT.
I mean, I did. I did. Some years back, I taught an advanced logic class that was meant for pre-law students. And the LSAT was the final exam. And we talked about like deductive structure and so on, and thought through the ways in which the LSAT really is just a deductive logic examination. And we had the students take an LSAT on the very first day of class and the very last day of class to see how their scores improved. And for the strongest students, it improved tremendously. And that felt so good.
And did they get an A then?
Yeah.
I mean, how did you determine grade based on LSAT score?
So grade was based on degree of improvement between the two. For that part of the grade. The majority of the grade, though, was on like weekly assignments and things like that. Yeah, the final grade was a very, very, very small portion of that. But the middling students, the ones who started at not super great, improved a tiny bit. The students who came in very weak got worse. And that felt so bad.
Yeah.
And the reason why they got worse is instead of doing whatever kind of like untaught, naive method of approaching the problem that made sense for them, they tried to use the tools I taught them that they did not really understand. And they then fell off. And that felt so horrible. And like, I only taught the class one time. And so I'm not sure how to do it differently, but that was awful. I mean, I was very happy the middling students improving. But the students who were not, I mean, there's always the case that lots of people who want to take the LSAT should not be lawyers.
Yeah.
They do not have the right deductive skills, but I think those students felt cheated by the class.
Or maybe lots of people who want to, I think that's right. A lot of people who want to be lawyers should not take the LSAT, but they might be fine lawyers, right?
Yeah, there's always the line, right? That LSAT preparation, while it does identify strong deductive logic skills, there's a lot more to lawyering than that.
Yeah.
And certainly a lot more to law school than that. Yeah. But apparently it's all necessary along the way, et cetera, et cetera. In mathematics, working forward and backwards from an answer is totally legitimate. I totally get that. Yeah, I don't think it works for my field. I think the kind of exactness that's required in a multiple choice question, like this is just the answer, narrows things down too much. And so you then told like just think along these 4 possible lines. And I don't know. Anyway, maybe I'll teach that class again someday, and I'll help the weaker students. That'll feel really nice.
Yeah. And I was wondering if it was analogous kind of to mathematics too. Like, is it possible that there are students who like have like some version of math that they've kind of cobbled together and work sort of well for them, and then once they've gotten more formal training that they try to apply? Maybe I wonder if that same pattern happens in math.
Is the halfway understood technique actually worse than no technique whatsoever? Or not no technique, but an intuitive technique?
Yeah, because I wonder about like other skills, like physical skills, like skateboarding or bicycling, where like once you start thinking about it too much, like maybe like poorly at it, as opposed to like, here is the kind of crappy way that I learned how to ride a bike and it works for me.
I mean, I guess an example that comes from my mind is I learned how to type on my own when I was very young.
Right.
Like 5 to 7, I learned how to type, and it worked fine. I got around, I typed fairly quickly using this style. And then in middle school, I had to take a mandatory typing course, and the teacher had just one way to type. And you had to like use your fingers on the home row, and this key is for that button, et cetera, et cetera. And I could not do it.
Yeah.
And so when I did the correct way, I was much slower and much less accurate than I was previously. I think I got a C in the class, even though my naive way of typing was faster than anyone else in the classroom. My correct way of typing was much worse. So
yeah, and I wonder if it differs depending on the size of your hands and like various things. Like, are we going to see a revolution in typing pedagogy where they say the one way of doing it does not work for everybody, and so like you have to figure out what works for you and the way that your hands are structured.
That's right. Should we start doing like what's it called? Fancy suits are made to the person.
Oh, bespoke?
Yes, we have bespoke keyboards. Like we measure your hands, and we see where your hands naturally fall, and we create the keyboard that works for you.
I like this.
This is good.
We should start.
We start this business.
I mean, they started creating like the 2 separated keyboards that are supposed to be like good for your not getting carpal tunnel.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. I have an idea for our initial marketing. We could like put up a picture of a standard one of these standard spacebar machine and say keyboard, like boring keyboard, and then key into the future. Choo. We'll work on it.
Yeah.
I gotta workshop some ideas.
I mean, we know a keyboard. What do you call that? Specialist?
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's one of the professors here,
yeah,
right?
his dissertation was on virtual keyboards, I think.
Craziness.
Yeah.
And he leads a student club here of like keyboard modding.
I don't know if it has come to be.
Oh, there's been discussion among the students about having a keyboard modding company.
Yeah.
Or not company, club rather. And I don't see the appeal at all. My keyboard is a thing of utility. And why are you making that teeth sucking sound, Nomz?
Every time I look at it, I'm so horrified. It's like it has layers and layers of dust.
Yep.
And then there's layers of cat hair.
Yep.
And layers of dust and cat hair. And it's like, it's not only on the top of it, it's encrusted in between the keys.
Yeah.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah. I don't know how to clean it well and often enough to stop this.
Well, you can take the keys off and clean them individually. And plop them back on.
I'm aware. However, far too much work. And because I spend such a long time with my hands on these keyboards every day, it just gets bad over and over again.
Yeah.
And so at a certain point, I said, I'm not even going to try. I'm the one who touches it. It's my hand junk and my cats, etc. It's fine. bleach in a pressure washer. That would definitely do it.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, we can put them in the dishwasher.
Oh, really? Really? I mean, I don't want to break it. I like this keyboard very much.
No, not the whole thing, just the keys. Put the keys in the dishwasher.
Oh, okay. I mean, I wonder if it is waterproof. Like, if I throw it into the old bathtub, it works out just fine.
No, if you throw it in the old bathtub, I think the grime would still be in there. You have to brush it. You have to brush it off.
Okay.
Scrub it.
So next time I'm bathing, I can brush myself and then brush the keyboard. It's perfect.
Yeah.
That's good. There are washers for Lego pieces.
Oh,
Craziness.
Yeah, I believe that.
Craziness.
I believe that.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Obviously, you don't use your Windows and your Alt key on the right-hand side ever. And F3 through 12 are not ever used either.
So I'm actually struck by that because the Alt and Windows key I really do not use, but they do have a bit of crust on them that suggests...
I know how that crust got there.
Wait, how? Because usually my hand goes to WASD.
Uh-huh. I suspect they're there because it's dust, but then the steam off of your hand has like humidified the dust and crusted it onto the key.
Yeah. But maybe this is a gross topic. You don't like this. I know. Anything that like is about the physicality of the stream, I think is very upsetting to a lot of the viewers because all they see is my like beautiful, well-groomed face, which definitely does not need a haircut and probably shouldn't have shaved today. But yeah, I mean, like I am a flesh and blood human, and I think you often comment that I have very moist hands. Yeah. So occasionally, like I will touch you lovingly, or we'll like hold hands for a little bit, and then what will you do? Yeah, you'll wipe it off on your pants. I'm like, look, we're being lovely. We're like loving each other and being little cuties, and you say, ew.
I mean, you're not the only person I do that to. I think in general, I have this desire to wipe off my hands after I've touched someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we know a couple people like that. I do not have this. Like interacting with other people's bodies, as long as I like intended for it and want it, fine. If someone like just randomly touches me, hate that. Sudden hugs from strangers, hate that. Like shaking hands, fine, whatever.
Yeah, so you thought, like, somebody, like, shook your hand the other day and you didn't like how they shook your hand, but maybe it's possible that they were trying to escape.
I mean, the student, had an incredibly limp handshake, and it moved from the wrong place. And I don't know, like, where the articulation was, but it just didn't feel like a handshake. It felt like, I don't know.
Trying to escape.
Maybe it was trying to escape. I don't know. It's very strange. Very, very strange. Have we seen Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog? Love it.
I think we still own it.
Yes, I think we have it on DVD.
It's one of the few things we didn't sell.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, no, I love it so much. Again, Joss Whedon, but artist, etc., delightful. And Neil Patrick Harris.
Yes.
Yeah, and David Fillion.
David Fillion? It's like Dave and Buster's. David Fillion.
Nathan Fillion. Yeah.
Yes.
Very good. Very good.
Ooh, it could be a nutrition thing.
It can.
Moist hands.
Could be nutrition. I mean, I get plenty of nutrition.
I think it comes solely in the form of white bread, mayonnaise, and plastic cheese slices.
See, occasionally people will say, Resorty, what kind of lunch are you going to have? And I say that every single day, and I think some people don't believe me, that I have that for lunch pretty much every single day.
Yeah.
But it's true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely true.
You like having the same thing over.
I do. If I have something good that I enjoy, I'll stick with it to the end of times. Mm-hmm. For example, I like you. I enjoy you. And so I'm going to stick with you to the end of times.
You.
Maw. Very good. Very good. Yeah, I think I've been there's a lot of letters there. Since I was a very young person, I've always sweat quite a bit. And so it's not just my hands. I'm just like a really, really sweaty person. Which is why occasionally when I stream right after I have showered, like, it's not just water from my hair. It's also like I'm a hot person, so I'm sweating on stream. And then the viewers say, Resorty, you're sweating on stream. And I go, oh God, and turn off the camera. Because I've been reminded that I have a physical form, and as a streamer, I cannot be reminded that I exist physically in the world. Oh, but yeah, I think I told you before that the very last day I had with my personal trainer at the gym back in the US, he said two things. He said, first of all, I'm so envious of your calves. I have like particularly large calves, and this is because I'm a large man. And I told him these are fat man calves. And he said, don't tell anyone that. Just be glad that you have like nicely defined large calves. Fine. He also said, Resorty, out of all of my clients, you are the sweatiest one I've ever had. As soon as you show up and make even a slight bit of physical activity, you begin sweating like you're running a marathon. And,
yeah, I think he was initially very worried, right?
He was,
in the first few sessions, he was worried.
He was worried that either I was so out of shape that, like, I got winded walking upstairs, or he was definitely concerned that I had something wrong with me medically. There are surgeries you can do to remove sweat glands.
Yeah.
I've considered them. I've actually talked to doctors about things in this neighborhood. Apparently, I don't have the disorder of, what is it called? It's not hypohidrosis or hyperhidrosis. It's something like that, though. I don't have that. I just sweat a lot. So, I'm sorry. We're talking about bodies here. I know it's very upsetting. The other thing, the one other body thing that is behind the scene inside baseball is about once every 3 months, I have to clean my main monitor. This is because while I'm talking, like occasionally there's bits of spittle. And so occasionally I'll look out there and see like, oh, there's actually quite a lot of little dots on the monitor. I'm sorry. It's just normal human talking. I don't have a particularly moist conversation.
You're not like, what's the actress that plays King George in Hamilton?
Jonathan Groff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Groff? Groff. Yeah. Yeah, he and you can see this in the Disney Plus version of this.
Now brought to you by Disney.
Exactly. As he sings, he like aggressively spits and drools down his face. And I think on Broadway, people are too far away to see it.
Yeah.
But on Disney Plus, it's like nicely zoomed in on his face, and so everywhere. So I don't do this. I don't think I normally atomize water into the sky or whatever. But I think just normal human conversation, there's a bit of, especially on plosives or that sort of thing, right? Yeah. And so this is the reality of the stream. This is the reality of the stream. It's moist everywhere. That's enough about this.
I've heard actors say of Jonathan Groff's thing that's normal.
Okay.
And that demonstrates that he has good enunciation, diction. Yeah.
So humans, if they want to be understood, really should be blowing water everywhere?
Well, I think if you want to be understood in like the far away.
Okay.
Like from 20 feet away. Although, I mean, on Broadway now they have like...
yeah, the microphones.
Microphones are on their heads anyway,
Don't like it.
So.
Don't like it.
You think they should be forced to project so loudly,
I think
even when they're doing an aside?
I think it's impressive. I think it's impressive that humans can give subtlety to emotional expressions while also being very loud. I can't do it. I think if I get loud, it just sounds like grating or aggressive. So it's amazing that humans can do this. Yeah, very good. Very good. All right. Any other topics, or should we move to the promised slideshow? I'm enjoying just chit-chatting.
I think we could go to the slideshow.
Okay, very good. It is time for the...
They've been waiting for a while.
I mean, I expect
2 hours.
I expect it's the case that anyone hanging out at this point is just happy to have conversation.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I expect there's some people who clicked into the stream and said, I was told there would be...
Slides of Japan.
Slides of Japan, and instead these people are talking about spitting. Yeah.
It's not just chatting, it's just spitting.
Were you surprised that it's been 2 hours of streaming?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm occasionally very, very shocked by this, how much time goes by while streaming's happening, especially with like fun topics or fun games.
Like moist things.
I mean, this is a word that I think I've mentioned this before. Like, occasionally people say like it's the most disgusting word in the English language.
Yeah.
I don't have that reaction. It's just a word. Just a word, right?
Yeah, my best friend likes the word mulch quite a bit.
Mulch
and ladle.
She's German, right?
She's German.
Yeah.
So she finds these English words delightful.
Why does she enjoy mulch in particular, or ladle in particular?
I don't know. I think the sounds are interesting to her.
Yeah. An hour or so ago, we were talking about laptop speakers being particularly tinny. There's all the old Monty Python routine about the quality of words. It's very similar to the Bulbous Bouffant little song and story routine about are words woody or tinny. And there's an older man, it's an upper class English country house with very wealthy people sitting around having this conversation about is it tinny or woody.
Okay.
And woody words are good words, should be used. And the tinny one causes the patriarch of the aristocratic family to like scream out in horror. Oh, it's a tinny word. Do you know this already?
No.
Okay, I'll play it for you later. It is, it's fun. It's fun. And so occasionally I'll think of like what's the quality of a word on the woody to tinny side. And so words like, I don't know,
mulch
is a good, I mean, mulch is made of wood. So
exactly.
It's automatically a woody word. Yeah, what's a tinny word though? Tinny might be a teeny word. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not all words fit in this categorization.
Yeah, it probably has something to do with the quality of the vowel.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I'm always impressed by this. The way in which you're able to analyze not just sentences, but also individual parts of words. So the game Wordle, now owned by the New York Times, bought from Josh Wardle for $1 million.
Word. Actually, it's a burbly word.
Burbly word.
Wordle seems burbly to me.
Burbly. What else is burbly? What, like, I know like a babbling brook, bubbly. Is a babbling brook also burbly?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, so this game, if you don't know it, I'm sure you know it, is everywhere for a while. You have to come up with a 5-letter word within 6 guesses, I think. Yeah, and so you put in different letters and see how they fit together, which one's right, which one's wrong, etc. And I'm always amazed at how, based on which letters you have in play, you're able to say, like, oh, pretty much all words need a fricative here, or need some sort of liquid, right? Like, I would never use the word liquid to identify any element of any word. But it means something, apparently.
Yeah.
What is a liquid?
A liquid is a what? It's a consonant that you can sit next to another consonant, usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is insane to me.
I mean, I don't have formal linguistic training, so I don't know.
But you know about these because of...
I think it's because my field is like sits next to linguistics, right?
Yeah.
So much so that sometimes people think that I am a linguist, and other people think I am a philosopher. I am neither of these, But
Yeah, yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take it. No, I think usually when I look at Wordle, I don't necessarily say, oh, the plosive is required here. More like, oh, this is going to be a consonant. This is going to be a vowel.
Right. And this occasionally sends in the wrong direction because occasionally there are irregular words.
Yeah.
Like you're like, oh, this word must be Germanic, and then it's Greek, and it's a disaster. That happened a while back with.
Oh, really? Was there a plural that ended in an A?
It was a plural that ended with an A. I don't remember what it was though, but. Yeah. Hello, Klaus. You remember someone saying, despite the word means, that gonorrhea is one of the most beautiful words in English. Gonorrhea. I mean, I can see why it's a beautiful word.
Goes a little hard.
It
starts a little bit too far back.
Yeah. I don't like the word pulchritudinous. Pulchritudinous. Yeah, I don't like how that word sounds. Pretty? Yeah, it's funny, right? Yeah, because it means pretty, right? Or attractive, but it's a very ugly word. Pulcher. I think that the cur. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Do you have any words you particularly dislike?
No.
All words are beautiful and good in Nomzville.
I don't know.
Excellent. Juniper is a good word.
Juniper is a nice word.
I think many of tree words are beautiful. Like cedar. That's nice.
Cedar.
We don't like
cedar.
Oh,
is hard.
It's hard, okay. I don't
Cedar.
know. It sounds nice to me. Your dog's name is Juniper.
I was going to say, I think Juniper is a popular name, too.
Like for humans?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever met a Juniper.
Okay.
Do you know anything about people who are named this? Like, is it a class-based name or?
No.
Yeah.
It's an aspirational name.
Is it really? No. I want to be a tree. I mean, if I met a kid named Oak or Elm, I'd be very impressed. I assume they're like a woodland elf, and it's so good.
Pepper, I do know a sequoia, not in person, but I know of a sequoia.
Really?
Yeah, you know this person too, I think. I think this person went to graduate school at the same time you did.
In my department?
No.
Oh, okay, that's
English.
fine. In English. No, I don't know any sequoias. But yeah. I think like the range of possible names throughout history is so fascinating to me. Because I can imagine, like in the 1920s, certain names we use today regularly weren't even on the radar.
Huh.
And there's like this expansion and
sure.
Retraction of what names are acceptable, as I understand it, based largely on popular media.
Yeah.
And so then comes the question of what names are acceptable in popular media, and how do these grow and fall? Because I think like when I was a kid, I heard a lot about like biblical names, primarily because of the kind of family I was raised in. But like some names, of course, seem a little strange. Like naming a kid Apple. Who was that? Some celebrity named their kid Apple.
Gwyneth Paltrow and Chris Martin.
Gwyneth Paltrow. This whole stream is just about Gwyneth Paltrow, apparently.
Are you selling Goop? Are you going to have ads for Goop come up?
No, I did read an Atlantic article a year or so back on like the Goop enterprise and how like Gwyneth Paltrow is selling aspirations to people who do not know what their aspirations are. Or something like that. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. I mentioned before that if I'd been born a little girl, my father wanted me to be named Guinevere or Echo, which strike me as fairly hippie names.
Yeah, especially Echo. But Guinevere, but Echo is super hippie. And if you had been born a girl, you'd be an Amazon product.
Yeah, that'd be terrible. That'd be genuinely terrible.
Or people would say your name and then Alexa would pop up and say hello.
Yeah, it's no good. Yeah, I think names like Juniper also strike me as being kind of hippie-ish.
It's a little bit hippie. Because it has to do with trees.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
No, I expect that like with the environmentalist movement gaining steam, or I guess not steam, gaining growth, who knows, maybe more people are interested in like nature-y names.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting too how there's like the old-timey names that come back.
Like what?
Like, there was the group of like Sophia and Olivia. Those were really popular a few years back.
Yeah, and those are old-timey names.
I think they were considered old-timey compared to like Jennifer or Whitney, which are like very 80s names.
So there's one of them. It's either Jennifer or Jessica, was apparently incredibly popular in Middle Ages England.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it struck me as being, like you said, a very 1980s kind of name. But it was one that came back from long ago. Yeah. I don't know. Women in the UK named Stacey. There's 0 Stacey's registered this year. Crazy.
Wow.
A name has died. I expect the name Karen had a bit of a fall also.
Probably. Yeah.
Again, this is a sort of popular media kind of thing. And like, of course, it's a cultural question entirely, but I think like names of villains often are very unpopular in subsequent years.
Yeah.
Was Cruella ever a popular name? I mean, they stopped naming kids Voldemort. Just went away. But I think in the same way that when Twilight came out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. What's the name of that lady in Twilight? Because that name was so popular.
It became very popular afterwards.
Oh, Bella.
Bella, yeah. And the same thing with 50 Shades of Grey, the main character in that, whoever she is, there's a big uptick in...
Really?
Yeah.
In the 50 Shades name?
You do recall that, like, that book was all the rage for a period. Yeah. Like, it was like naughty suburban housewives.
Yeah,
like,
but you would name your child that name?
Yeah, I think it's when people like certain properties or have like a positive reaction to a series, they then want to, enshrine that. Yeah, fascinating stuff. Yeah, good stuff.
Wait, what's the name of the dog and Lady and the Tramp? The lady, isn't her name Bella as well?
It may be. I don't know. All I know that movie is the spaghetti scene. Yeah. I know I saw it when I was a kid, but. I don't know. Christian Anastasia. Yeah, there's a big uptick in Anastasias and Christians after 50 Shades. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the I thought it was due to the animated movie Anastasia.
Maybe.
That was about, I think, the Romanov Anastasia.
I assume so. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. So you have a name right now, like a real person name.
Yeah.
They're not going to ask you to share, but do you know, had you been born a boy, what names your parents might have chosen? No. Is there a tradition in Japanese culture of naming a child after the father or mother?
I don't think
like,
so.
In the U.S., there's like the second, the third, and so on.
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. I had no idea.
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. Is there, if you know, like any kind of familial names being carried on, like a grandmother or grandfather? In Japanese culture? Like, fine. Yeah. Sally might have been Andrew. That's a nice name. Andrew's a very nice name. Yeah, no doubt. You're going to be a Leslie. Is it Leslie or Leslie for you?
Yeah.
We have a work colleague named Leslie.
Yes. But everybody keeps mispronouncing her name.
Everyone pronounces her name as Leslie.
Yeah.
Even though some of them are Americans. Yeah. Including that guy who backstabbed us. We corrected his pronunciation of his name 100 times.
Oh, yeah.
And he just kept saying it incorrectly.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things where she's probably just gotten used to it. But see, I have a friend whose partner is a Leslie. Yeah. And I think that's how I started getting wise to Leslie versus Leslie, and that it does matter for people.
Yeah, I mean, I think, not to put you on the spot, but your real person name is a very Japanese name.
Yeah.
It is a name that is not commonly ascribed to people in the U.S. Who are not Japanese.
Yeah.
And so because of that, a lot of people who meet you for the first time and hear you say, "Hi, my name is this," will radically mispronounce it. And
Spanish speakers very good.
Yeah, Spanish speakers great. But native English speakers, especially Americans, not so good. And how was that for you?
Not great.
Not great, exactly. So because of that, when we come here and people mispronounce names, I think you're attentive to it in a way.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, one of our work colleagues, very intelligently, like he is Japanese. I think his daughter, however, was born when he was in America. And so his daughter has a name that works in Japanese and in English. It's amazing.
That's absolutely crazy.
Very smart.
Yeah, smart guy for sure. Japanese people have trouble with my name. My name involves some constant run-togethers that are somewhat difficult. And so my name comes off as being not quite right. As of right now, I don't particularly mind it. But there are a few times where I recognize, like, eventually this will be annoying to me. That's fine. It's fine, absolutely. But Resorti's hard to say. Yes, Resorti. I'm actually not introduced myself as Resorti to anyone yet here.
Resorti starts with an R.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get Lizorti, aren't I? Lizor.
Ooh, you're like a lizard. That's awesome.
Or like Lizzo.
Oh yeah, you could be like Lizzo.
I think we made that joke last stream.
Did we?
I think so. I think so. That's how it goes.
I know we talked about Lizzo. But...
Yeah, for sure. I do wonder if I'll eventually meet like video game people here. In the U.S., I occasionally went to like streamer conventions, and one time I met with a the video game producer, to give some feedback on a game they're putting together. I wonder if I have similar interactions here and have to like say, hello, I'm Resorty, and they'll try very hard to get the pronunciation right and just not gonna work out. Yeah, it's fine. It's how it goes. How it goes. When you were a youngster,
when I was a young warthog.
Precisely. Did you ever have the phase that a lot of young people go through of, I wish I had a baby? Like when you're 8 years old, do you have your baby doll? And no, okay.
Never.
Because I think with that kind of thing, I'm always curious what names people want to give their children when they're very young. Because often the names that seem appropriate or good or right at age 8 are so different than what one actually would choose. Partially because you don't yet have that sense of like, this person will go through life being called this thing. So I had a friend when I was around that age who very much wants to name her child Pickle. Because she...
That's a delightful name, actually. And pickleball is so popular now.
It is. I cannot imagine, though, saying like, hi, I'm Pickle. And, like,
please call me Pick.
Yeah, is there actually a nickname that's functional? Like, I think the name Pickle could be a nickname for like someone very waspy.
Yeah.
Hello, old boy. You good to see you, Pickle? Right? No, it's no good. But yeah, I never had a phase either of like very much wanting a child.
Yeah, I remember one of my work colleagues once telling me that they named their dog or their cat what their child wanted to name it, right? And so they had a dog or a cat named Jennifer.
Really?
Which is like an odd pet name, right?
Yeah.
Like sometimes pet names that are too human are feel a little bit uncanny.
Yeah, it's weird because there are some though that are okay, like Mortimer the cat.
Oh yeah,
it's fine.
I have a friend who named his cat Mortimer.
Yeah.
I think he was first named Clint, and then he decided he didn't like Clint. So once they got him, they renamed him Mortimer. Yeah. Also, I have another friend who renamed their dog, which came with Faith, to like Lexi.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder how someone makes those choices because I've inherited 2 cats in my life. 3 cats in my life, actually. One was quite young. And all 3 of them came preloaded with a name. And I couldn't come up with any name that's felt appropriate to take their current name from. I don't know. Very confusing. Someone names a dog Bubble Bath.
Oh.
That was nice.
I mean, Bubbles is a pretty common...
I guess so.
Mr. Bubbles or something like that?
Yeah. I think, I heard the joke when I was young, like, the best name for a dog is Stay. You go, come here, stay, and they get very confused, right?
Oh.
And, like, I think when I was young, I was like, yes, I want to try that and see what happens. But now I realize, of course, absolutely terrible. So, yeah.
Oh, Battlestar Galactica, another show you haven't seen.
I'm sorry?
You haven't seen Battlestar, right?
I have not seen Battlestar. Why is it coming up?
Because there's shows that you haven't seen. Like Firefly, we discussed Firefly earlier, and you haven't watched that either.
Okay.
These are shows that you kind of refer to,
Sure.
so people assume that you've seen them, like Doctor Whom.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday
haven't.
I spent probably an hour and a half reading Wikipedia pages about the various doctors.
Oh.
That went into a conversation
that's right.
about John Hurt.
Yeah.
The English actor who I like very much in Tinker, Tailor, Soldier, Spy.
Yes.
Who was apparently a doctor for a very brief period. And I've never seen
any Doctor Whoms.
I've seen one episode.
Yeah.
And that episode I thought I didn't enjoy. Maybe too scary.
Which one did you watch?
You showed me one.
Maybe too scary.
Yeah, it might have been too scary. I don't know. Hello, Sim. Good seeing you. This is Nomz. We're hanging out. I swear it's a video gaming channel usually.
Yeah.
So
maybe it was one of my favorite episodes.
It may have been.
There's a 2-parter that I love.
Yeah, I know we watched it downstairs, and
too scary.
I think it may have been too scary.
Yeah, the War Doctor. That's right.
Yeah. I'll give it another go at some point, but we'll see. When I pick up the phone now, do I say hello or do I say moshi moshi? It goes this way. Japanese phone number, Nomz? Yeah, I mean, I have the standard situation of being a non-competent speaker here, where instead of like trying hard to get through conversations where I know I do not know the words, I fall back on Nomz instead, which is probably limiting my improvement of language. but gosh, it feels a lot better. So that said, I am learning more and more words. I am improving gradually.
Yeah,
but...
you were so offended the other day when.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't cover story.
Stomped on the ground, so offended.
I'm agreeing with you. This was outrageous. Would you like to tell a story?
No, I think it's your story to tell.
Yeah. So we were at the hotel resort thing we went to over the weekend, and we went and got.
Was it there? I thought it was before at the udon place.
There was somewhere I was drinking. There was somewhere I got a drink, and the udon place here in town.
Yeah, I was thinking it was.
No, it was definitely during floor time.
Okay.
Yeah, we went and took a nice warm bath, and we afterwards went to a tatami room, which is like you sitting on the floor, and we always ordered there, which is a piece of cold tofu with ginger paste and salt, which is
and green onions.
Very simple dish, but really quite tasty.
Yeah, they charge you like 800 yen for a piece of tofu that you could make at home.
For like 80 yen.
Yeah,
tofu's so
like
cheap.
30 yen. And then you just cut it out and take it out of the box and slap it on a plate.
Yeah, it's very expensive, but it's nice, especially after the hot bath. Anyway, so I ordered a drink. I asked for another one of the drink here, and I said the correct Japanese phrases. I called her over myself using the correct Japanese phrase also. Like, it was an interaction between the two of us. She looked to me, she acknowledged me, and then instead of continuing with me, she turned to Nomz and said, "What kind of beer was this? What size would you like?" And I understood these words, and I wanted to answer, but she was not looking at me. She was looking dead on at Nomz. And I was so confused, and I asked Nomz afterwards, like, was my pronunciation good? Was it clear what I was saying? And of course it was. Otherwise, she would not have come over and would not know us talk about the beer. And it was just like really, very strange. It was the first time that I had attempted a Japanese conversation, done it correctly, and was ignored, presumably because you look more Japanese than I do.
Now that you tell the story, I wonder if it's because she couldn't remember which kind it was, and then she wasn't sure how to ask you which kind it was. Like, she probably had in her mind, "Oh, I've forgotten what kind it was. I'm sorry. Could you remind me which kind it was?" But she probably wasn't sure that you would understand that sentence.
Yeah, but the way she asked you was she explicitly said, was it Asahi or was it Kirin?
Yeah.
And so she didn't use a complex construction.
Yeah.
It was very clear.
Yeah.
And so, I don't want people doubting my language abilities. I want to fail egregiously in conversation.
I was going to say, this is going to happen regularly where people underestimate your ability to understand a sentence.
I think I'm fine with that. I just want to fail instead of having someone pivot and... I mean, this happened to you also in the U.S., right?
This happened to me at that place.
It happened to the place also. It was a great moment. So when we got to the front desk to check in, a fairly elderly Japanese man behind the counter.
Like 60, 50, 60, not that elderly.
Yeah, who was probably a manager, I assume, just based on how he interacted with other people, said to you a phrase.
Yes.
And you responded to this phrase with...
Excuse me?
Though it was in Japanese.
Yes.
Yeah, so in Japanese he said, "Excuse me." He then said it a little louder. You then stated the phrase and said, "What does that mean?" Again, all in Japanese. And his response to this was...
He turned and he said, "Ego, ego."
Did not even attempt to speak with her in Japanese anymore. Decided that she was an English speaker, not a Japanese speaker. And
then here comes a younger customer service person.
Yeah, who begins in English. Like, "Oh, are you here to check in?" And we learned later that he had said, "Are you here to check in?" And you didn't know the word for check-in.
Yeah.
And then you answered her in Japanese, and then she spoke with you in Japanese. And it was delightful. So that day you did not get, "Oh, you're very good at Japanese." Instead, there was a very awkward hiccup of English in the middle of it. Yeah. Klaus has our joke for us.
Ooh!
We'll go and read this one.
Okay.
Did you know that since Mario is Japanese, Mario is actually his given name, and therefore in Japan it was after his family name. His full name is actually Itsumi Mario.
I had actually read that, but I didn't, until you read it out loud, I didn't realize that I didn't get the joke. Nice.
Not just nice.
Nice and nice.
Nasu. This is something that I really, really struggle with here. It's something that's totally different from the US. When you exchange gifts or even business cards, there's a period of examination of the thing in which you, I think, excessively extol its virtues. And so it's not just like, hey, thanks for the gift, it's really useful, or hey, this is cool. It's instead this extensive, like, oh, how beautiful, oh, how nice this, oh, it's so... And even with business cards, there's this moment of, nice-oo.
I don't think I've never gotten that. I've never gotten that with respect to my Meishi.
They did it at the university.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at the university, they looked at your card. I think because of your rank. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, they were quite emphatic about how nice your card was.
Okay.
And then also the gifts we brought for them. And it always feels so awkward. Like, and again, I realize it's part of Japanese culture. Just as an American, it's like, say thank you and move on.
Yeah, and I think they were like a little over the top there. But I've been in other contexts where, you're supposed to open it immediately and like comment on it and look at it. Whereas I think I've been trained to like the cool thing to do is to like acknowledge it and say thank you, but like don't dwell on it because it seems a little bit self-centered to dwell on it.
Maybe so.
Whereas I think it's quite the opposite here. So I have friends who like love opening presents, right? And when they get something, they look at it and they're so excited and they rip off the paper and they're like over the top when they receive it. I think that would go over quite well here.
I suspect so. Yeah. I think in the U.S. I have a similar feeling where I don't like people watching me open presents. It feels like I then have to perform a kind of happiness that I might feel, but I don't know how to perform it correctly. So I much prefer like holiday gatherings where everyone opens the gifts simultaneously, and then we all go, oh, look at this cool thing I got, oh, blender, as opposed to like, resorty, it's your turn, and everyone looks. And then my grandmother would always do this thing where she'd insist, don't rip the paper, I'm going to use that again. And so I have to use my giant awkward fingers.
Moist.
My giant awkward moist fingers attempting to take the tape off so carefully, inevitably ripping it anyway because I am so clumsy. And, yeah.
You know what you should try next time? Just lay your hand over the tape and steam it off.
Thank you. I mean, a letter opener might help also. Like, something to slide underneath it more flatly, like Michael. My finger, if it slides underneath...
I just got that out. Nice.
Yeah, my finger goes underneath. It's, like, kind of awkward. Yeah, you had a grandmother that didn't rip paper, but threw it away after. No, my grandmother would take the paper back, would store it inside of her closet, and use it again next year.
That's a good idea.
So she was from the Depression, and so she was always... I don't want to say hoarding, but saving anything that might be useful. It was all very well organized, very neatly put away. But man, she's like, if you need a transistor from 1945, I got it here somewhere. And it felt like a bit of a junk store in which they really did have absolutely everything. So...
Do they examine business cards like in American Psycho?
I mean, not exactly the same way. Like, you've seen American Psycho?
I think I've only seen like a little tiny bit of it.
Yeah, there's a bit of one-upsmanship about who has the most attractive business card, most expensive business card. No, I think here in Japan, even if your thing is no good, like one of the gifts we gave them was a university-branded umbrella.
Which I think is great.
Because you work at that university. This is a university-branded umbrella for a university they do not work at.
Well, that's what they gave us too, was their branded stuff.
They did. But the umbrella is not like the nicest thing in the world. It's relatively middling, probably. Like, it's fine. It's a fine umbrella.
Yeah, it's a fine umbrella.
But the man pulled it out like it was a gift from the gods. And like just spoke so highly of its colors, its shape, its feel in his hands. Even though it was just a pretty normal umbrella. He was convinced, and I think this is being so grateful, so appreciative. But, it's something that strikes me as not just strange, but fundamentally false. I cannot believe they actually feel that way, and I want their outward expressions to match their inward feelings.
Or maybe they do. Maybe that's a way of what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, of creating gratitude, right?
Yeah,
To learn to appreciate things by maybe by verbalizing it, then he feels it more.
Yeah, and as we talked about before,
cultivating.
Yeah, as we discussed here before, so much about every element of the culture, business culture, personal culture, all of it is based on forging relationships and emphasizing relationships. And so I think in the U.S. we're used to purely business relationships where your roles interact instead of you as persons interacting. You go in, you sign the paper, the end. Here it seems like you often need to have this sort of building up of a friendship, a quasi-friendship, before you do anything business-like. And so I think there's like a common occurrence that before businesses will do corporate exchange, buying and selling, they'll go out and drink together first, which as an American feels totally backwards. I wouldn't socialize with someone from work until we like worked together for a long time and got closer. But there it's like the relationship matters maybe even more than the transaction does.
I mean, this is one of the things that's highlighted in that book, right? The Culture Map?
Culture Map,
The Culture Map by Aaron Meyer.
It's a very good book. Yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit overly simplistic, but it does, like... What?
I think it emphasizes some things very helpfully for people who are new to international.
It's a very useful book. Let's put it that way. It's a very useful book. But one of those things is like is it relationship based or maybe contract based or something, right?
Yeah.
So when you're working with another group or a stranger, right? Do you hire somebody because you have a relationship with them, or do you is the contract tantamount?
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. Our umbrellas here more of a I leave it somewhere, someone will get to use it type of thing. So umbrella culture in Tokyo is a little bit complicated.
Yeah.
The first thing I say is that very few people here have cars. So there's a lot of getting around on foot between train stations or bus stations. And so most people own multiple umbrellas. Yeah. And then if it's even slightly forecast to rain, they will bring the umbrella everywhere with them.
I think we own 6 or 7.
We own way too many umbrellas. Way too many umbrellas. And some of them were gifts to us. Some of them we bought when we started out here. Some of them you inherited from the last person in your position.
It's very nice. They're very nice umbrellas. The way they feel and the hand is very great.
Yeah. And so outside of pretty much every store in the rain, there's a little umbrella holder out there.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to remember which umbrella is your umbrella. And so people put stickers or colored ribbons on their umbrella handles. So if two look the same, you know which one's yours.
I remember the incident that occurred early in our time here.
Yeah. So the very first rainstorm we had here, we were caught out with no umbrella. And so we went to a store and bought a relatively expensive umbrella. It wasn't crazy expensive, but like the cheapest umbrella is like 500 yen. This one was like 900 yen maybe. And it was
a little bit bigger.
A little bit bigger, and had a really, really nice handle. Like the handle it felt good in the hand. Like, no, I remember holding multiple umbrellas and saying, this is the one I want. This one right here. And so we took it and we went to the local curry place and we put it outside. And when we came back after dinner, someone had taken it and left behind a much, much worse one. And so,
which we now have.
Which we now have, right. And so either it's the case that they are a criminal, in which case, how are they in Japan? There's no criminality here. Or they made a mistake.
Or they're a foreigner who's been led to believe that they can just take any old umbrella.
This is the thing. And the fellow that I despise, who deceived us, told us on like a month or two before we came here, did you know that umbrellas in Japan are communal property? If you're out and it's raining and you don't have an umbrella, you just take one. Now, it is the case that bus stations and train stations and like large buildings will occasionally, as a service to the customers or users, have some umbrellas that you can temporarily borrow and then bring back the next day. However, it's only at those places. It is not just every umbrella in all of Tokyo belongs to everybody. So dude was convinced this, and apparently he did it a few times.
Oh boy.
Here in Japan. He just would take random umbrellas. And can you imagine the poor person who comes out later, look like, where's my umbrella?
There are no umbrellas.
Yeah.
And it's raining.
And so they have to go buy a new one, and this is how people get 8 or 9 umbrellas in their home. Yeah. This guy.
Oh boy, here
I
we
mean,
go.
the big thing to say about this guy is he was the least curious international traveler I ever met. Like, he did not do a lot of work to understand the culture and to look into his sort of naive thoughts about it before coming here and then while living here. Like, I think a very, very quick Google search of, like, Japanese umbrella etiquette, or is it the case that every umbrella in Tokyo belongs to everyone, would have shown him clearly no. Like, that's ridiculous. Why do you think that?
Yeah.
But he's like a very incurious person. And that makes me sad.
I mean, I have heard that there's like the drugstore umbrellas that everybody has.
Sure.
And so sometimes like you will put yours in, and when you come out, you won't remember which one is yours, but
Sure.
you will be like, it's one of the ones with a white handle, so I'll take one of those, and somebody else can get my white handle.
Absolutely.
Right. So
Absolutely.
they're interchangeable, but that doesn't necessarily mean that.
You can just take anyone.
Yeah.
You don't put
Yeah.
a penny in before you take a penny. You just take pennies, right? It's outrageous.
It's like the shopping cart at Aldi.
Exactly right. You have to put a quarter in or pay someone a quarter, and then and only then may use the shopping cart.
Yeah.
Exactly
I
right.
understand also with umbrella culture that there's like really nice umbrellas
sure.
that people pay quite a bit of money
Yeah,
for because
yeah.
they fold up small or they're light or something.
Yeah.
And for those, like I have a colleague that had a nice umbrella and we went to lunch together and she actually took it to her seat with her.
Okay. Which is
she-
commonly not done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think she was worried that somebody would take it.
Yeah. But again, criminality in Japan? Pff, I don't think so. Okay. Let's pivot now to slideshow time.
Oh yeah.
Did you forget we were doing that?
Yeah.
The whole reason you're here is for slideshow time.
Yeah, I was having so much fun with like Rihanna umbrella time.
Okay, so let me pull up this one here.
Aha!
Oh, we're facing the wrong direction. Would you mind looking that way for a second? Okay, we're actually facing the right
Yeah,
direction
I thought
then.
we were. Yeah.
All right, very good, very good. So,
Oh, but you're not quite in frame.
yeah, I just now noticed that.
Here.
Is this wait?
Have you not been in frame the whole time?
Maybe the camera's misset. Give me 1 second to look into that. Where's camera? Where's camera? There's camera. Boop. Okay, yeah, no, this was off slightly. You're good. Come back.
Oh.
Yep. I'm too close to you. What
Don't
does that-
stand so close to me.
Wait, what do you mean I'm too close to you?
I felt like earlier, I felt like I was kind of in your personal space.
But what's yours is mine. We share personal space.
And umbrellas.
And umbrellas. All right, so it's time for Nomz slideshow time.
I think so, although somebody commented on the mugs earlier, and I don't know if they were commenting on my mug or on your mug, but we're both very happy with these mugs. They were made by people. I don't know who made yours. Mine I got from like an art club, a student organization made it, and no, it's one of my it's a student that I knew actually.
That's nice.
Made it, and so it's very nice. I like it.
Mine was a gift from my dissertation director.
Yeah.
From
Did he make it?
He did not personally make it. I think he bought it at an art show.
Okay.
Yeah, there you
Art
go.
show mugs.
Yeah. I think we
Yay.
brought all of our handcrafted mugs and bowls here to Japan, and the vast majority of them, made it safely. I think
Yeah.
one bowl and one cup chipped.
Yeah.
But you bought super glue a few days ago, and you spent the time while I was streaming
Yesterday.
to put them back together. You look great now. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you can still see that it's kind of chipped in places. So, Resorty, of course, was like, oh, maybe we should put gold on it, just like the Japanese do.
Yeah, that's the practice of wabi-sabi, right?
Kintsugi is the...
Kintsugi, which is wabi-sabi?
Wabi-sabi is like, if something is broken, it's more prized for... Or like something... Like the blemish or the fault makes something more valuable or something like that. But kintsugi is the actual, like, putting the gold on the place where it has been broken.
Okay, kintsugi. So we do not have gold paste. Maybe we should get it to really emphasize the brokenness.
What's funny is I swear they have it at the 100 yen store.
I mean, is that like gold glitter glue?
It might just be like glitter.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe Sue. I don't know. The Just Chatting stream with Nomz is fun. We should do it more often. I think so. The only trouble with that is that I start stream at basically the exact same time that Nomz leaves for work, and so like part of why I get to stream so many hours is because Nomz is just not here. I think were you here, I'd feel very uncomfortable, like hanging out for hours and hours and hours and not spend time with you. But you go to work, I go to work, and so it is possible, I guess, that we could try to get up even earlier, and try to start stream a little earlier. For just chatting time, infrequently. The other possibility is to do it on your Saturday morning, when you're home.
That's true.
The only problem with that is it would then take time away from
Minecraft time.
RimWorld Friday, right? And so I think that there's a portion of the stream who'd be enraged to lose any RimWorld time whatsoever.
Understandably.
Yeah.
Understandably.
It is nice having you here, though. I think
you.
we bounce off each other pretty well.
Bounce? You said bounce?
I said bounce.
Okay.
I mean, conceptually, words, ideas, etc.
Okay.
Well, I think I've said before that when I co-stream with most people, I feel so uncomfortable. Because I do not know when it's my turn to talk. I do not know what I should add. Where I think with you, it feels quite comfortable and natural. We do spend a lot of time talking. Thank you. Hello, Dougster. How's it going? We should get married or something? Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Hey, want to be my girlfriend?
What?
You
Can I get your letter jacket?
You can wear exactly right. You can wear my Letterman jacket, and I've got a fancy ring.
Do you have a class ring?
Senior class ring. Thank you. Yeah, I never got that. I never saw the appeal of senior class rings. Like even as a youngster, it felt like it was just commercialization.
Yeah, that's right. Because it was like yearbooks and like all this stuff that you had to buy, right?
Yeah.
But I do wonder, like, do people wear their senior class rings, especially like men who usually don't wear rings? Like, do they wear their class rings?
I don't know. I mean, I think at some point I met someone who did, but he'd gone to a relatively fancy prep school. And so I think he was wearing it as some kind of like status symbol primarily. Okay. But college rings. People do wear college rings. Yeah, it's a similar kind of thing.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen some people from my undergrad wearing them.
Really?
I think once or twice. Yeah, maybe the same person.
Because you went to a small undergrad, so I was surprised that they would even have them.
I think it was the kind of thing that there was an option if you wanted to. Like, you could, it wasn't sponsored by the school. Yeah. But it was, in the same way people get senior class pictures, there we got a senior ring maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Hello, Sim. You joined the Discord. Awesome. Always glad to see the Discord growing. Never quite know how to spur conversation there. I thought for a while of like putting a question of the day on the Discord. But it was nice to have a chit chat and hang out with people.
Cat pictures.
Cat pictures.
People like cat pictures.
People put up a lot of cat pictures during the holiday time.
Oh yeah.
Of their cats getting gifts, of the fun the cats are having. And one thing to keep you engaged during the slideshow time today is there are 2 cat pictures. The cats did not come with us on our little excursion, but you'll see some cat pictures, and both of them were taken within the past 24 hours.
Oh, wow.
So hot and fresh.
Sasha is fresh.
Sasha is fresh. Sasha's a lot of things. All right. Yep.
Oh, I was going to say about cat pictures. Got cat pictures. Oh, never mind. It's gone.
If it comes back, we can talk about it.
Okay.
No one can stop us. This is the best thing about streaming.
You can stop me.
I can. I can put a hand
Don't
here and shove you
now.
off. Yeah, are you having a good time? Having a good time?
Yeah.
What comes out? Something superstar, right? It's not like ghetto superstar. That is what you are.
I thought it was a supersonic. I'll make a supersonic man out of you. Is that
Ooh,
okay?
Keep going, or something, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, very good. My apologies to people sleeping. If the story comes back to mind, though, you can talk about it, because really, while streaming, you can talk about anything. If you're playing a video game and, like, you get frustrated, you can stop. You can push the stop stream button. It's amazing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very well. All right, so we begin with a couple pictures from prior story times.
Okay.
That do have a picture loaded that you want to talk about.
I want to talk about it.
So I will I'll pull it up. Do you want me to give you a warning what picture is, or pull it up and see?
Just pull it up.
All right.
This is how I teach class too, because I don't actually use the preview on my PowerPoint.
I'm going to put it right here so you can see it. So picture number 1.
Okay, picture number 1.
Boop.
Oh, this is back. Oh, it's not backwards. It's fine. So this is
Wait, why is this backwards?
I thought the photo was backwards, but it's not.
Because the kanji? The kanji are correct.
Yeah, they're correct. Yeah, they looked backwards to me, but it's fine. No, it's correct. So this is something I think that you've mentioned before. We went to like this blue I think they call it the Blue Cave.
Yeah.
In one of the parks here, they've taken a probably like 500-meter stretch of walkway, and they've covered all of the trees with blue lights. So this was before Christmas, and so here is a photo of it. And there's a child playing in front of it. Everyone's like, "Oh, look how cute! There's a little child."
Yeah. Yeah. I think one thing that amazed me is as we were walking our way to this, it could be seen from very, very far away.
Yeah.
Even before we had a real line of sight on it, we could see like the blue glow coming around the corner. And that was amazing. This is also the place where at a certain point, I got tired of looking at the lights, and so we stopped and watched some young people playing futsal.
Yeah, I was going to say this was actually the best of both worlds, because I was like, oh, look how pretty, and it's this thing that people have been talking about on the internet, and I get to see it. Yeah. And then you also got to watch some futsal, so we were all very happy.
It was delightful.
I now remember the cat thing I was going to say.
What's the cat thing?
It's the cat and dog photo thing. So remember when we were in the States and we used to have a bean subscription?
Yes. Did I talk about that in general, or?
I wasn't sure if you'd mentioned it to them before.
At some point I probably have, but they're probably different people here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And the phrase bean subscription is very strange.
Like a subscription to this, it's, you know how there's like Fruit of the Month Club, Wine of the Month Club. We were part of the Bean of the Quarter Club. And it was like this artisanal bean company. And I had to wait I was on the waiting list for like, I don't know, 2 years or something before I got to be part of the subscription club.
Yeah. But
so they would send you like a package of beans every quarter. But then what people would do
how heavy were these, real quick?
I don't know, 5 pounds?
It was heavy enough that I felt bad for the mailman having to deliver it.
Really?
Like, it wasn't destroying the back heavy, but it was heavy enough that like it had some heft to it.
But like he has a car. he doesn't haul it around on his little bicycle like they do here.
Yeah, it's true. Here they have bicycles, and they have
he just has to take his UPS truck to like in front of our house and bring it like 30 feet.
Okay, fine. Yeah, so Bean of the Month Club. Yep.
Yeah, Bean of the Quarter Club.
The quarter, right.
And then there was a Facebook group that was associated with this club, right?
Yep.
And so once people got their beans, one of the things they would do is they would take a photo of their cat or their dog with the tissue paper that came with the beans, like came to protect the beans. And they would somehow take a photo with like the tissue paper on their pet. Like they would wrap it like a bandana on their cat or something. Yep. And then there was a whole thread of just dogs and cats with this tissue paper.
They actually weren't confined to a single thread. It was instead like a whole long list of separate threads.
Was it really?
Yeah, because I remember, I think where the story's going, maybe?
No, that was the whole story.
So it filled up the Bean of the Quarter Club private Facebook group so much that people would complain about it.
Yeah.
This area is for conversing about beans and bean recipes, not to see your accursed home animals. It was great.
Yeah, and then I think somebody would always reply, "It's only once a quarter, get over it."
Yeah, but they were annoyed to be having spam in their beans.
Yeah. Oh, what kind of beans? They're not coffee beans. They're actually like, like vegetable legume beans.
Please acknowledge my joke. They didn't want spam in their beans. Very well. Hi, Italians. Good seeing you, friend. Our morning's going well. We're having a nice time. We're hanging out. It's been 2.5 hours now. Have some chit chat.
Yeah.
All very good. Do you want to talk about the kind of beans? I think you can mention the company if you want to.
Oh, yeah. It's Rancho Gordo Beans.
Rancho Gordo Beans, yeah.
Yeah. I'm waiting for Rancho Gordo to give us some money now. Yeah, so it's like this artisanal bean company, and they make all these different kinds of beans, and some of them I think are actually like heirloom beans. So there aren't that many of these, and they're like ancient strains of beans. But I think one of the amazing things, which we've never tried out, is that their beans are not I don't know, neutered or whatever you do, irradiated. Yeah. So you could actually plant them and they will produce more beans of that type, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's very rare for a company to give consumers the grounds of the destruction of the company.
Yeah.
Like they make them not customers anymore, but instead just, Yeah, and so each month there were probably, each quarter, there were 6 or 8 little bags of beans.
Oh, yeah.
Each bag was probably 2 pounds.
No, that's too many.
Too many? It's like a little thing like this.
No, there's like this. It was like a coffee bag.
Yeah, maybe that's right.
Coffee bean bag.
Yeah, but it was really cool. And they were
2 cups. I think it was 2 cups.
2 cups. I think it was 2 something, yeah. And they always sent like interesting recipes you might try.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there was a newsletter that you loved reading?
Yeah, I read the newsletter aloud, and I think you would often roll your eyes, as happens often in our family.
It's a lot of words. It's a lot of words.
Waitlist beans. Yeah, absolutely. Like Nomz said, she had to be on a wait list for 2 years to get into this company.
It was a while.
Yeah, it felt kind of hypester.
Yeah, and towards the end, they were getting more and more popular too. So I think it was right before we were gonna cancel anyway because we were moving.
You can't bring them to Japan.
Yeah, we can't bring them in because they're
fertilized.
live.
Yeah.
But I think right before then too, they also announced that they would be slightly increasing the cost of the subscription. And then they were also, I think part of it was so that they could expand and have more people join the membership.
Yeah, and so you knew them and loved them before they were big.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, I think they had been on that NPR cooking show, The Splendid Table. So I think at that point, once it hits national public radio, it's already too big.
Yeah.
But it's like a really nice interview they did because the man who started the company. Steve Sando. Sounds so hokey to say, but he is living beans. Like, it seems that so much of his time thinking, so much of his energy is spent on, like, getting the perfect bean. And I've never been that devoted to anything. And I think if I wanted to choose an object of absolute devotion, I would not choose beans. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a hipstery thing to do, right? Is to choose something that's quite humble and then make it artisan.
Yeah. That's happened in so many different domains, hasn't it? Yeah.
Like cardboard. Let's find like artisan cardboard where I make it by hand and I ripple the corrugated part by hand.
Yeah, I mean, that said, it's not exactly hipster, but here in Japan, there is such a focus on getting the absolute perfect paper. Like, so when you go to the paper store, there's so many kinds. And the kind you love most of all is called Tama River paper, is that right? I've
forgotten.
I think it's Tama River, which case we've actually been to the Tama River.
Yeah, that is
I just realized now that Tama River is Tamagawa. Tamagawa is where our movie theater is. Yeah.
I don't know that, there was that thing about where they had stopped making paper for a while and then somebody else took it over. So I don't know what the current status of that is right now.
Yeah. But there are a lot of like stores for stationery and for stationery. I can't always figure which one's which. Stationery. Yeah, stationery. Yeah.
I mean, I have a colleague who says that like all of Japan is otaku, right? Like it's just everybody has like some very specialized niche knowledge of things and like they love it. Yeah,
I think in online meme culture, otaku is understood as being exclusively people who are exceptionally into Japanese anime and maybe manga also. Where here it just means like a person who's like passionately dedicated to something. And so I think a lot of people here choose something and get so devoted into it outside of work hours. Which is why like we've talked before about how here there just seem to be people who work as normal salaryman jobs and that are amazing cellists also. Like it's a hyper specialization of hobby. I think like as an American, at least me, I feel pulled to do so many different hobbies because they're all out there, something YOLO, or FOMO, or one of these absurd acronyms. Where in Japan, like you just pick one and you lean in.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was told to do in high school, right? They said in order to optimize your college application process, you should choose a group and do it all 4 years and have advancing levels of competency and accomplishment in said group.
Which group did you pick?
The dorky group.
The mathletes.
No, I actually wasn't. I started in math, but I wasn't good enough.
Oh, so you did academic decathlon?
I did academic decathlon and quiz bowl.
Quiz bowl, that's what it's called. Yeah. And you did quite well in quiz bowl.
Yeah, we did all right.
Yeah, that's great.
We did it.
That's great. And this is why we enjoy trivia these days. Yeah, good stuff. All right, so the question, what do those words say? on the picture. I will say here, this is kanji. We are very, very bad at kanji still.
Yeah.
Like, you're definitely better than I am by a far amount, but we are stumbling our way through these. Because, like, there are, 2,000 some standard ones?
Yeah.
And then thousands more unstandard ones.
Yeah, I got a book that I only got to chapter 7 on.
Yeah.
That has all of the standard kanji. So I thought, I will learn this book and I will know all the kanji.
Yeah, I can tell you the second character is no.
Good job.
Which means of.
Good.
And
the first character is blue.
Blue. So it might be like walkway of blue.
I think it's like the blue cave.
The blue cave.
That's how I've seen it translated, as the blue cave. Like I've heard it referred to the.
So we can't say with certainty it's blue cave, but the cave of blue.
Yeah.
Hot.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, second photo time. Second photo time. This is again one from a story that you told on stream a while back.
Pizza!
Yeah.
This is our delightful pizza place that stopped serving pizza last Saturday. I think was the last day that they were serving pizza.
Yeah. And so they've moved entirely into baked goods in general. And while their baked goods are tasty, I believe you said pretty emphatically that you can make baked goods yourself at home. You cannot make good pizza at home. And so this was the last pizza we got, and sort of a nostalgic tour. And yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, there's some vegan cheese on there, and then there's tomatoes. Those green blobs are pesto, and then the brown
the
drizzle,
brown streaks.
brown drizzle is, I think, balsamic.
Yep.
And then we added, if you recall, peppers.
Oh, that's true.
I forgot what they're called.
Yeah, some kind of spice
Calabrian peppers.
Yeah.
I just saw a little bit of my spit fly across the screen.
See, it happens.
Yeah,
you just spit while you're streaming.
Yeah. So you can see some Calabrian red peppers in there too. That were quite tasty.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just noticed how much grease there is on the cardboard.
There's a lot of grease.
Oh,
now,
boy.
that said, we carried this home by hand.
Yeah.
And so presumably it was bouncing up and down inside of it and kissing the lid over and over again.
Why were you bouncing it when you were carrying it?
Just as one walks, one perambulates, one moves up and down.
Okay.
Like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the grease is coming from the pepper.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Probably so. It's very oily. That said, what was I going to say about the pizza?
At least it all is there in the box and has not slid to one side of the box.
Yeah, we got a Domino's pizza a bit ago. That was like extra cheese and like so greasy, so terrible. Like it is clearly food that after I've eaten it, I have this moment of, why did I eat that? That's not really food. Why would I do that? Do you have that experience also after that one?
I mean, I just feel a little greasy.
Greasy, yeah. I feel bloated, etc. It's not good. But what do I want to say about that pizza? Shoot.
It was smushed to one side.
Yeah, no, I mean the one that's on screen. Yeah, the one we got from Domino's, though.
Twice in a row, they smushed it to one side.
Look at you leaning in, big gesture, and yelling. This is good. This is how we're going to get to the top of Twitch. Big energy, big gestures. Get on in there.
I mean,
you know what I'm talking about.
We're in the Just Chatting directory. So,
we are in Just Chatting, the worst of all directories. Something. The story of the pizza place, actually. There's a couple of Japanese people who moved to the U.S. for work to New York City. And then while they were there, they had Sicilian pizza and loved it so much that they wanted to bring it back to Japan. And in Japan, they started a restaurant. And I think I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed having them. And I think they were not successful as a business, but I'm glad that we were customers. Now, if only we'd bought more, we could have kept them afloat. Yeah. All right, anything more about pizza, or should we continue on to more about food? So, do you see what this is?
Yeah, I can see it.
Do you want to give the quick lead in?
So in the United States, is this the lead in?
Okay,
absolutely. In the United States, once a year, right, at McDonald's, there is this sandwich that comes back, right? And then the local McDonald's always has a big old sign that says McRib is back.
Absolutely.
Right. So there is no McRib here, even though there's a lot of pork.
Yeah. I
haven't seen McRib at McDonald's, and we don't really get McDonald's. I think we've got it like once
previously, yeah.
Once here, right? Just to see how McDelivery works.
Yeah, and we want to try the breakfast sandwiches.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And so, but as we were walking by a McDonald's, we saw a big old poster for this sandwich, and I was like, what is this? And it says gara koro is what it's called. It's called the gara koro burger. And I was like, what's gara koro? And then I saw a picture of it. Wait, yeah, let's look at a picture of it. Oh, yes. And so I was like, that looks like what we call a korokke, or a croquette.
Yep.
And it turns out that the gara is gratin, korokke. So it's a gratin croquette sandwich. So what is a gratin croquette, you might ask?
What is a gratin croquette?
Slide.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to say some words.
So the gratin so in Japan at least, I don't know what it is in France, but in Japan at least, a croquette is a mashed potato stuff made into a patty and then breaded and then deep fried.
Yeah.
Right? And you can buy these at like convenience stores and stuff like that. It's just like this little croquette. And so the gratin croquette apparently has like extra creaminess in it, like milk or cheese or something that makes it creamy. Yeah. And then as part of the mashed potato dough, and then it is deep fried. And then they put it into a burger form with, I think there's some egg underneath it. There's like egg paste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then some brown paste on top.
Yeah. It's a special sauce.
Yeah. Brown special sauce.
Yeah, I think they call it teriyaki sauce or something.
Now, as you were eating this, you were eating it, you said, would you like some of this? And I said, oh, man. And you said, it has ebi in it.
Oh, yeah. Even when I was looking at the poster, I was like, oh, okay, it has ebi in it.
Yeah. And I knew that ebi was a word I knew. And I knew it was a food word. And so I started racking my resorty brain, trying to remember what ebi was. And I was like, vegetable? I think that's a vegetable. Is that like eggplant? Whatever. And so... Again, we're at the dining table now, and you say again it has ebi. I'm like, well, fine. Oh.
Side note.
Yep.
I met somebody named Ebi last week or 2 weeks ago.
With a Japanese person?
Nope.
Okay, fine. And so it was a moment of like, this is delicious. Mm-hmm. And then she says,
no, later I think I pulled.
You did pull.
Oh no,
out.
there was a blowout on the other end.
There was a blowout.
There was a blowout on the other end.
Came out.
But the blowout was like, there was a patch in the blowout to keep it from like all of the mashed potatoes
and the patch,
squeezing out.
The little Dutch boy with his finger in the dam, or dike was
an ebi. And so I said, oh look, the ebi is keeping it from blowing out.
Ebi is shrimp. The word I could not remember, shrimp. Now, in my bite, I did not get any shrimp.
Yeah, you looked horrified for a little bit.
I was horrified because I not only couldn't remember what the word was, but it's a word that I repeatedly use myself. Because one of my favorite dishes in Japan is... not favorite dishes, sorry.
Yeah. We
occasionally go to a place that serves salads with shrimp on top of them. And I always order it the same way, saying ebi nashi, without shrimp, please. Mm-hmm. And so I was quite embarrassed I'd forgotten what ebi was. Mm-hmm. But did the shrimp add a lot of good flavor to the mashed potatoes?
Yeah, I don't know why the shrimp is there, except to like make it highfalutin, maybe? To make it like fancy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
but
so.
Ebi is very, very popular here. Like
it is.
There's a very popular Subway sandwich that actually.
Yeah, avocado.
Avocado ebi, yeah.
Yeah, avocado and shrimp are not flavors that make sense to me, and I don't remember what shrimp tastes like, but
I could see them together.
Can you? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the other weird Subway sandwiches here?
Well, there's teriyaki chicken, but they have that in the States too.
Sure.
Ebi shrimp, I think, is the weirdest one. There's one that's called chicken. Oh, what is it? It's called salad chicken.
Is it just?
But it's not chicken salad.
Okay.
It's called salad chicken, but it's essentially like grilled chicken, I think.
Okay, so it's the kind of chicken you'd put onto a salad, maybe?
Maybe.
Okay, yeah. I don't know.
And then there's all of the ham is called prosciutto.
That's true. It's very confusing.
Yeah, so it sounds like really fancy because it's like, ooh, prosciutto, but it's ham.
Yeah. Is Subway in Japan actually good?
It tastes like Subway in America.
Yeah, I haven't had it yet, but...
Yeah, you have. I gave you one.
Oh, that's true. I haven't bought it. You gave me half a year's at one point, though.
Yeah.
That's true. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, we come down to an interlude in the story time. It is Sasha Bear.
Sasha Bear!
Yeah, so this was Sasha last night, I believe, hanging out in the box there.
What a trashy kitty.
What a trashy kitty, because that box is what? That box is a Mike's Hard Lemonade.
She drank all of it and
All of
then
it herself.
decided to sit in the box.
Yeah, so when when we came to Japan, we had to pack up our things as best we could, and so we went to the local liquor store and asked them for boxes and such.
We were told to get flats
Oh, that's true for the auction.
for the auction.
Yeah, for the auction we got flats, and we had some extra ones we used to organize things inside of the boxes we sent on the ship
Yeah.
to get here.
Yeah.
And so we have a few of them around still, and she just fits into that one. Like, if they're taken slightly differently, you'd see that her back end is pushed up against the back of the box. But there she is in her little pile of cardboard, and you can see her left side of her face is increasingly growing because you know what's inside of there, and then with the cancer. Oh, she's doing okay. She's getting around still just fine. She's very, very purry and happy still. However, she does leak noxious saliva.
It's not as bad as when she had an infection in there.
She did have an infection there. That was
terrible.
That was really horrible. And because she's like a comfy kitty, she loves sleeping on our bed. And so like our bed clothes just got so gross. We had to wash them regularly. Yeah, so she still leaks a fair amount, but better than
That's because
before.
she can't close her mouth.
Yeah, she can't close her mouth all the way. Her mouth's becoming increasingly offset in one direction.
Yeah, because the tumor is in her gum.
Yeah, she hasn't lost any teeth, except for the one she lost initially, but she's having a good life still. You know, we're taking very seriously this like concern about quality of life, and it's so good, I think.
Yeah, every so often you worry, like you're like, maybe we should think of it. And I'm like, I think she's okay. And then she's perfectly fine the next day. And then I'm like, what would have happened if we had listened to you and we had like offed her?
I've never said today shall be the day you die. I think it's always this new thing is happening. Let's rethink the question of quality of life. Let's consider what exactly should be done here. Let's just talk and think. Because there will be a hard day eventually when things are bad enough. And so I want to have that conversation carefully and consistently.
And today Fritz was like horning in on her food, and what did she do?
Yeah, she hit him in the head and then hissed.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad to see that.
Yeah.
Because if she's still being aggressively defensive of her food, then she still has like spike of joy and desire and protection. That's great. Foley, you have a 13-year-old kitty, got some pretty serious arthritis issues. Yeah, we're very, very lucky that other than the cancer in her face, she doesn't seem to have any physical maladies. She's having a little bit of trouble keeping herself clean. It's not as good as it used to be, but still great.
And she does not let Fritz.
Yeah, so I know that some people have cats that groom each other and that play together, etc., and our cats are just not that way.
Fritz would like to be.
Fritz would like to be. Fritz would like to be her friend. Sasha does not like friends. As I mentioned before.
Like Eleanor Oliphant, she does not like friends.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, when I first got her, she'd come from a house that had another cat who had babies, like kittens, and the kittens would not leave Sasha alone. And I think she was just grumpy about other animals, and it's been that way all the way through. Yeah, we can see there are also some cat toys. There's that banana that's full of catnip. She loves that one a whole bunch. And then there's the one you knit for them.
Oh,
Yeah, back when we were initially dating and you sent gifts across through the U.S. Post, gifts for the cats. They really liked those. And
you use the plural.
there were two. Yeah, we have somehow lost one of them. Did we find it?
We never found it.
Back in Nebraska?
We never found it.
Yeah, so somewhere in Nebraska house, there is a cat toy.
Either that or it got sucked into the vacuum.
So it did get sucked in the vacuum once, but I dug it out.
And then she, like, rejected it ever since.
She would not use it after that, but it was somewhere in the house. And we dug through, we hunted through, we could not find it.
Maybe it ended up in the treadmill, which is now at the house of the person who is allergic to cats. And he's like, every time I run on this treadmill, I am sneezing. Why is that?
That seems very, very likely. Yeah. But the one she has there is her baby. It's her favorite toy. She carries around the house sometimes, and less so. I think she has trouble holding it in her mouth now for long periods. Yeah, but she's a good kitty. And, yeah, it's always nice seeing her in repose. Yeah. The big picture of Fritz a little later.
Oh, I was gonna say Mike commented on our Game of Thrones set, and I just wanted to point out that I have not read it. That's why it's here.
Yeah. I've also not read Game of Thrones. It's one of those things I talk about occasionally doing because I know it's like a huge cultural phenomenon, and it's the kind of thing I should probably be articulate about. I know that there are some murders. I know a lot of characters die. I know there's some dragons, or maybe we're waiting for dragons. I don't know.
That's also a South Park.
Is it?
That's a South Park episode as well. There's a George R.R. Martin South Park episode.
Yeah, but I don't know anything about it. I think having heard the very negative reaction to the ending of the TV show, it makes me less interested in reading it, frankly. But yeah, maybe someday.
Yeah, I had a friend who was rereading it before the TV show even came out.
Yeah, what are there books there on second shelf? There's Aldo Leopold.
There's your Saunders.
Oh, there's George Saunders' book about Russian fiction.
Yeah, it's mostly your stuff there. I think Aldo Leopold snuck in. Oh, there's a Americana. Is that one's
yeah, Americana book. There is. Oh, this is Leigh Coffin Johnson's Metaphors We Live By. Really good, important book. This middle book here, the white one with black writing, is a book about monism. Yeah, various thinkers from the Middle Ages who were convinced that everything had to be just one thing, just different aspects of that one thing refracted through human experience. But humans are also part of the one thing. Anyway, good fun. Good fun.
It seems like early Greek philosophy.
Yeah.
Archaic Greek philosophy.
Yeah.
Is the one thing water? Or fire?
The one thing is God. Yeah, it was the attempt to Christianize that kind of thought. And so Plotinus is the big thinker on that one. Yeah. That's how it goes. Is it a banana phone? No, I mean, just a banana that's full of
it's a banana toy.
Yeah. Wasn't there like a meme little song and video about like ring 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 banana phone? Maybe 5.
No, I remember there was like a dancing banana at one point.
Peanut butter jelly time.
Yeah, that's
peanut
right.
butter jelly time.
That's
Way
right.
yo. Yeah.
Why is the banana singing peanut butter jelly?
It was a strange era back there with GeoCities and the keyboard cat and the looking at things. It was meme or a child song. Yeah, often these things are indistinguishable. Like that that one show with a little pink-haired gal, and the pirate fellow. This was a children's show that was then taken on by like meme culture.
Oh.
And I think
this is after my time.
Yeah, same thing happens with like the My Little Ponies. I think like there's a period.
My Kleines Pony.
My Kleines Pony. Lazy Town. Thank you. Yeah, there's this period in which like things that are I think initially intended for children are taken up by older folks. And there's probably some like cultural analysis to give here that's too complex for me. But yeah.
I hear Blue's Clues is also quite. I don't think it's meme, but I've heard it's quite good.
Yeah, I think for some folks, the continuation of Blue's Clues probably functions like the continuation of Mr. Rogers. So people who watched it as children are now adults, and their children are also watching it. Yeah. What I mean here is more like the thing is explicitly intended for children, and somehow it's still resonating with older folks.
Well, I feel like Teletubbies was an early version of it, right?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Barney
was a dinosaur from our imagination. Anyway, hey, dang newbie! Thank you for the continuation of
so
the
much Riz.
Continuation of the subscription. I appreciate it. How are your streams going? How's you going? That's right. How's you go? Is that a kind of car? A Yugo? I think it is.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was confusing it with the Nova. I'm like, no, that's the No-Go. No, that's the Nova.
Yeah. That's the.
Yeah.
Well, who made the Nova? Yeah, whichever way. It was sold to Mexico, didn't go. Yeah, that's how it goes. You were from PBS Kids for 7 years?
Wow!
That's amazing. What a strange place Twitch is. Where occasionally people were coming in and saying like, "Hi, I know everything about the topic you're discussing right now." That's amazing. For you, it's because you're like, "Oh no, I've spoken false words." Someone's gonna call me out on this one. Dang newbie. I hope the RimWorld playthrough is going well. Hope you're enjoying that. For sure. You were a teenage Chevy Nova owner.
Chevy.
Nice. My first car, Natsu. My first car was a Honda No, yes. Honda, not Civic, but the one just larger than that.
Accord.
Accord, yes. I had 2 Honda Accords, and then I had a Toyota Camry.
Which is the same car, essentially.
And then I had a Toyota Prius, and that's all the cars I've owned.
Oh.
What was your first car?
An Escape. A Ford Escape.
When did you get that? In grad school?
First job. Actually.
Okay.
Because I actually had to drive to the
Yeah.
work.
But in grad school, you lived in a city with pretty good public transit, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Well, it was buses, but I lived close to where I needed to work.
Yeah, I mean, we can't say good public transit compared to Tokyo. No place is as great as this for public transit. We love it so much. Your first was a 94 Honda Accord. I think my first was it may have been the same thing, Pepper, or it may have been a 96. I'll look it up at some point, but can you imagine if we're early car bros?
Was it the same body type? Because Accords also came as a hatchback.
It was definitely not a hatchback for me.
Your sedan,
Yeah,
4 doors.
The Civic is the one that came with a hatchback, I believe.
Oh, okay.
It is hatchback. I don't know why I'm gesturing it. But,
Because the back.
I mean,
The hatch.
I know what I'm trying to do. I'm not sure why I'm trying to do it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think early cars were interesting. At that point, I was just delighted to have a car entirely. Like you could have given me, I don't know, some like Edsel, right? Some piece of junk car. I've been over the moon because of the kind of independence it
I see. I'm gonna say you don't like driving.
don't like driving, and I hated it when I started, but just the status of being able to go places on my own, not asking for permission or needing the help of a friend or having to walk a very long distance felt transformational. Yeah, freedom. It's great. Yeah. Cool. All right. Next picture.
Okay.
Now we begin pivoting to our story of the past weekend when we were away. Missed a couple streams. So I already put this one on Discord.
Did you?
You can explain it if you'd like to. Oh, I didn't put this one on Discord. This, though, is a picture you took.
Yeah.
So what's that?
This is where we rode. We were in the second row there on the far side. So this is yeah, you can see us. If you look really hard, you can see us.
I never lean in on stream. I'm loving that you're doing so. But it's the kind of thing I would never do. I stay back here. This is safe. This is invading personal territory.
Well, I often I don't know if it's accidental. I notice that I'm closer on Zoom than a lot of other people are. So sometimes I try intentionally to be a good like news anchor distance away from my computer for Zoom.
Yeah.
But
That's how it goes. Yeah, facing backwards, we were not quite sure about.
Yeah, so this train is normal cars in the middle, and then in the front and the back, they have what they call observation cars, which have the bigger windows, like on the side and in the front, so you can see more. And then the driver, if you look closely, you can see that there's a little seat at the top. Yeah. And the driver sits up there. He sits above our heads.
Yeah. So we very much wanted to do the observation car on the recommendation of one of your friends. But also just because it'd be really cool to see a bunch of stuff. But by the time that we had gotten our tickets, only the rear observation car still had 2 seats together.
Yeah, I mean, that was amazing that they like, I had looked 2 days before and there were no seats.
So somebody canceled, presumably. But we were a little concerned about that because one of us, not saying who, has kind of a sensitive stomach?
Yeah, Esperanantha right? Facing backward, F minus no.
Yeah, where it doesn't affect me at all. I can sit and read, no troubles. I think for lots of kinds of transport, even forward-moving trains or riding the passenger seat of a car, you'll get taxis and so on. Yeah, where I just don't care. If I'm driving a car, though, and you're in the passenger seat, you'll often get not feeling too well. And initially I was like, oh no, I must be driving so horribly, I must be doing something wrong. But I came to realize it's just your constitution.
Yeah, it's gotten worse as I've gotten older. Yeah. Like sometimes I'll be playing video games and I'll get a little queasy.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Fuzzy Rubric, how's it going, my friend?
Yeah.
Good seeing you.
Yeah.
Do you want to try the resorty wave? Very good. I think I'm better than I am. Also, I can't get my title to be straight today. I've been futzing with it all stream. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, so we chose the observation car and rode backwards, and it was fun.
It was fine. I was fine for most of it. I think one time I happened to be looking at something on my phone as it started moving, and then that was
Yeah, so this is what's called a limited express train. It doesn't stop at most stops. It went to an area.
Like 4.
Yeah, probably 4 stops over a fairly long distance, but I understand why that start might be hard for you because it's kind of offsetting of your
Of my tum-tum.
your tum-tum. Fine.
Yeah.
So that's from the outside.
But as we were driving, never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
we'll
ahead.
get there very soon. I
see
promise.
that. I see
It's
that.
coming. It's coming. So 2 things to say about this, though. First of all, I've been amazed at the train culture here. Like, there are some people, stereotypically young men, who are so into trains, not as like a mode of transportation, but instead as a collectible. And so they will go around, attempt to take a photo of every single train out there. And not just like the trains on the lines, like not just like, oh, it's a blue line train, but no, this particular train.
Yeah. Because there also are special editions of trains, right?
Yeah.
So like there was one train we were taking the other day, like the other month, and it was like the special Sanrio. It had the Sanrio wrap on it, so it had all the Sanrio characters on the outside, and so I know that for some people, like being able to see that train is probably very special.
Yeah, so like when this train pulled in, we definitely took a picture for stream, but there were quite a few other people, again, stereotypically young men, who were like waiting in line, one after another, to get a picture of this train. Yeah, I guess it is train spotting.
Yeah.
Which is a very, very sad movie.
Like that,
But yeah, train spotting is the thing. And it's been surprising, I guess, sometimes we are at a train station where there are people who are there just to take a picture and then will leave afterwards.
They're trained people. Yeah.
They're trained people. Yeah, so that's the first thing to say. And the second thing is we didn't discover this until the other end coming back. But because this train goes in both directions, they change the direction of the seats, except in the observation cars. And what I'm used to in the U.S. is people, like the conductor or a cleaning person, walking through and manually changing the direction on every single seat. Here, though,
apparently there must be some switch because they turn like it's computerized. What do you
automatic?
Call it? Automatic?
Yeah, mechanical.
Mechanical.
And so you look in, and they're all pivoting all at once. Japan is amazing. That's great. It's great. It was really cool to see the train changing itself that way. Yeah, absolutely.
I bet that's how you can get such a quick turnaround.
I expect so.
Because we were late coming back. The
Yeah.
train coming back was late getting in, so they had to do a really quick
Yeah,
shift.
yeah. It's amazing that they got the whole train like shifted over in probably 5 minutes or so. Yeah, really, really quick. And then we got into the train all the way back, and they left within 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It was
People were
very
rushing
fast.
to get on.
So it's like a turntable. Yeah, a turntable is probably what's underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right, so we have a couple photos then of things we saw from the observation car.
Okay.
So here is thing number 1.
I didn't know you took.
I took that photo. Yeah, this is us leaving Shinjuku Station. That's where we started. If you look way in there, you'll actually see a conductor waving at us, often on these big, like, holiday trains. The conductor will not just do the normal thing of looking around and pointing and saying "yosh," meaning off you go, but actually wave also, which I think is a sweet gesture. And so this is Shinjuku, which is one of the biggest train stations in the entire world. It's a hub station, not just for many train lines, but also for the Shinkansen, which is the big bullet train to the north, as well as being the way in which you get to one of the major airports. So this is a crazily crowded train station.
It's huge.
I think I saw a statistic recently online that said of the top 25 busiest train stations in the world, 22 of them are in Tokyo. Yeah, and so this is one of the craziest ones, and every time I walk through there, I try to get kind of small and push my way through, try not to run into anybody, but it's inevitable that you're going to make contact repeatedly. And it's fun that you often hide right behind me.
Yeah, I'll try to draft off of somebody, but if I'm in front, sometimes I'll go into defensive ramming posture.
Yeah. And the issue with that, of course, is because you're much smaller than I am, you can fit through gaps between people that I cannot make through without knocking them over. And so we'll often become more and more separated as we go. Yeah. So it's leaving the station. Nothing too special to see, but you can see there kind of the look from our seat. Just in front of us, there's a elderly grandmother and I think her grandson.
Child.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So one more picture from
That
there.
child is like a train train spotter in the making, by the way.
Yeah, he was very excited to see the train. So this is along the way. A lot of the...
you can see the child.
You can. With his little phone there, or his little switch there. I'm not sure which one. A lot of the trip was through Tokyo itself, and so that area was kind of built up and high building on both sides.
I'm feeling nauseated just looking at this.
Are you really?
Just a little bit.
Should we want to look away?
No, we're okay. We're okay.
And then eventually we burst out of the city, and it was like this. The nice tall mountains in the distance, and some wide open spaces, and just kind of a nice quasi-pastoral view. Something like that. About this point, a little bit of a rumble went through the train. Not us, and not machines, but instead people, which is very unusual. I've mentioned before that one of the defining features of the Japanese population, especially on public transit, is silence. Generally speaking, Japanese people do not talk in public, and on the trains, they do not talk at all.
Yeah, there was a family behind us that were talking.
Yeah.
And I could pick them up perfectly because it was so quiet.
That's true.
Yeah.
But about this point, a lot of people started talking. A lot of people started talking, and the child in front of us ended up standing up with an iPad and started taking photos around the train. And it was just like a weird transition. And then, kind of out of nowhere.
Also, there was one of the ladies, the older women who were sitting behind us, had shifted seats to the front.
Ran to the front, and the conductor came around and said, "That's not your seat."
Yeah.
And then
he didn't even have to say anything.
He just
she
stood
was just
and looked
like,
at her.
I'm so sorry.
Go man, right. And so she then hustled back, and then he left the car, and she came right back again. And that was crazy. And then the people started like, oh, sugoi. Like, wow. And they all rushed to one side of the train.
I wish I had taken a photo of them.
It would have looked ridiculous. They all rushed to one side of the train with their cameras out. And as you might know, in Japan, camera phones make a very loud shutter sound. Click, click. Primarily to avoid people taking upskirt shots and other creepy things. And they started saying one word in unison. That word was Fuji-san! Fuji-san! For a brief moment, this train line gives a view of Mount Fuji. And it was like these people had seen a vision of the divinity. They were so excited, overwhelmed, and just wanted photos. And there were just such excitement for 5 minutes or so.
Yeah,
and a lot of concern about, your head's in the way.
There are all these people, talking about heads in the way.
Yeah, that white peak in the distance is Mount Fuji.
We hope we were looking at the right thing.
Hope that was a clear top of view of Fuji. It's true. Many of the times we've gone other places in Japan and been told that the view of Fuji from here, it's been cloudy.
Yeah.
And so this was the first time we'd actually seen it ourselves, and I think it was nice, but it wasn't.
I didn't understand. So the only way I could justify what was happening was that maybe these people had never seen it before, or maybe they were from a different part of the country where we wouldn't regularly get to see it very often. It's like when you go to Mount Rushmore or something, right?
Sure.
It's like, oh, Mount Rushmore, I've never seen it before. It's so small.
It is kind of small.
It's much smaller than depicted in the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was how I was justifying their reactions. But
yeah, because I think most people who live in Tokyo get down this way often enough that it's not amazing.
It is the closest vacation area to Tokyo.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it's a direct train line.
Yeah,
so.
And apparently you can hike up it if you want to.
Fuji, yeah.
Yeah, Fuji.
Yeah, I know people who have done it, yeah.
Yeah, but we've been told repeatedly it's not a particularly fun hike, and it's not all that beautiful once you get up there.
It's just rocky.
Yeah, it's much better to hike next door and then take photos of Fuji from there. But we'll probably do it at some point. Just say we've done it. Yeah, that'd be good.
Just say
we've done it. So
just Fuji or one next door?
Why not both?
Okay, Fuji, I've heard people can get altitude sickness there.
Yeah.
So they recommend that you take a canister of oxygen.
Do you mean like a canister on your back, or one of those little ones that are sold at the drugstore?
I think it's the ones that are sold in the drugstore, but what you do is you hike up the night before. You stay in some barracks, essentially, with all these other people huddled together for warmth. And then you wake up at like 4 a.m. to watch the sunset on Fuji, or sunrise on Fuji.
So I'm cool.
And you have your little oxygen tank and trying to fend off altitude sickness.
So I'm cool with all that, except for, do you actually huddle together for warmth?
No, you don't actually, but I don't think you have any privacy. They're like these little huts that are they're expressly for people who are overnighting, so you can.
Huh.
One of my coworkers actually ran up and down Fuji in one day. Like, he's like a marathon.
Oh, amazing.
So.
Now, let's have a check out some point. Take some photos, share them with stream.
Okay.
Oh, it'd be good. It'd be good.
Okay.
All right.
Or we can go on we can get some pictures from the web and pretend we did it.
That'd be good. Thank goodness I'm not responsible for advertising Fuji Experience. Yeah, Nomz is always ready to like bring expectations down. I think Nomz is very rarely over the top excited about things.
Yeah.
I think sometimes, but I think you're a clear-eyed person. Very good. All right. We then got to the area we're going to, a place called Hakone. I've shared pictures of Hakone before, including a 7-Eleven in Hakone. This time, when we got to the city, we took 2 photos of things that really stood out.
Oh, okay.
So photo number 1 is one you took a photo of. That's this right here.
This is apparently a restaurant. And this is the entrance to the restaurant.
Yeah, and it was down the street. We glanced over and said, what on earth is that? And yeah, it's a giant cow head you have to go into. One thing you really like about this picture, do you remember from this morning?
Oh yeah, like if you zoom in and look, there is like, you can't really see Nomz taking the photo, but next to Nomz taking the photo, there's a little Resorty. What is Resorty doing? Resorty is staring at his phone. I
was checking Discord to interact with you all, but there you go. There you go. Yeah. It was a strange building. I think that a lot of these resort towns have like ways of being especially eye-catching at the stores because there are so many of them. And so I don't know how anyone would pick out anyone particular to go to. But
do you remember what you said when you saw that?
No.
You said, so it looked like it was some sort of like a beef restaurant.
Yeah.
And you said, the cow eats you, and then you eat the cow, or before you eat the cow eats you, or something like that.
I see someone in chat said that also.
Yeah. That's what you said.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm very glad that my sense of humor and chat's sense of humor line up perfectly.
Yeah.
If not, they probably wouldn't be here.
Now, I think that the cow has red eyes is a little bit creepy, but...
Yeah, it's a beast of hatred and anger.
Yeah.
It is furious they're even considering eating it. And so after that, I saw a store that somehow I missed last time we were there.
Yeah,
and
maybe it was closed.
We walked the exact same path both times. Nerds, get your glasses pushed up, because this store is House Vader. It's a Star Wars merchandise and memorabilia store? Why? And why is it in this city, right? This city is not anything to do with Star Wars, not anything to do with like anything techie or sci-fi. The stores next to it are like, here, buy some cookies to take home. Like, on the other side of the street is like an udon or soba restaurant. And then just this place. We didn't have a chance to go in. It was closed when we went by both times, I believe. But yeah, next time we go, I think I'd like to try to go in.
Okay.
That said, a lot of unusual stores like this will have signs that say no photos.
No, that's true.
And I don't know if that's because they're trying to preserve the marketability of people just stopping in to check it out. Or perhaps more likely, because they've had streamers come in. Streamers ruin everything. Yeah, that's the fact of it. We're trying to check it out.
I was trying to read.
You want to make it bigger for you?
Sure.
All right. In beginning, boop.
I think it says, it just says House Vader. That's what I was trying to.
Yeah, House Vader. On left side, I would say there. SW goods on sale in store now. And SW being
Star Wars.
Star Wars.
And I think at first I was like Southwest.
Yeah.
Southwest goods.
Are they trying to avoid Disney lawyers? So I don't think so. It's amazing how many things here are branded with companies, Sanrio especially, branded with companies that are definitely not involved in any way.
Yeah.
And so they're Mickey Mouses, here, there, and everywhere. They're definitely...
Winnie the Pooh, very popular.
Yeah, they're definitely not in any way being used legally. Or maybe the law here is very different about how to use icons.
I think it's no pets. I was looking at what it says next to the door.
Yeah, you don't want your dog to come in and pee on Darth Vader. Come now.
Well, and it looks like they actually have some Voltron stuff there, too.
Okay, okay.
I think that's the first thing I noticed was the Voltron.
Yeah, I actually don't know Voltron at all.
Oh.
What's Voltron from?
Voltron?
Okay.
It was a TV show in the 80s.
Yeah,
It's just like Transformers, but
Yeah.
I don't remember if that's the one where they turn into cats. Mechanical cats.
Oh. Yeah, I missed all these.
Yeah, like each of the arms and each of the legs and I think the body is a mechanical cat and the person rides inside of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Delightful. I think my younger brother liked Transformers, but I myself was not really into it.
Cats that turn into a robot, see?
Yeah, I definitely just misses one entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that it's gotten a reboot.
When I think of rideable cats, I think that He-Man may have ridden a cat.
True. That's true.
I don't
That's
think
so sad when you think about it.
I don't think I ever watched He-Man myself. I think I had a friend who had He-Man toys, possibly.
That did not mix with your G.I. Joe or your Teenage Mutant
Absolutely
Ninja
not. They
Turtles.
were different.
I remember liking She-Ra a lot when I was a kid.
So was She-Ra a separate show, or was She-Ra a character on He-Man?
She was a separate show, but she might have been a spin.
Okay. The idea that there are spin-offs of cartoons.
Huh?
I mean, I know that the Cleveland show spun off from Family Guy, but this is like just standard sitcom spin-off, where, yeah, like the idea of children's cartoons spinning off feels so strange to me.
Huh.
I don't know why.
I think there's a new He-Man movie, isn't it?
It was He-Man's sister. She was He-Man's sister. I have no idea.
That makes sense. She-Ra, He-Man.
They weren't very inventive names back then, were there? I don't know. There's a He-Man movie come out, though, really?
I thought so. I thought there was like a... Wait, have we now entered the era where they're making movies out of all the 80s toys?
Oh, I'm sure.
Because they started making all of the movies out of all the Disney rides. And now we are... I mean, there was Toy Story.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Because I thought there's a new Masters of the Universe.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Like the attempt to play on nostalgia for people who were kids and now have more money to see things.
And it's also the Stranger Things.
Yeah, the 80s were great.
Yeah.
80s were great. I think that's the point being made in these is it wasn't so bad. I mean, apparently there's now that 90s show also.
What?
Yeah, it's the parents from that 70s show, Red and Kitty, are now being played by the same actor and actress, but it's with like the grandkids. Oh. And so the people who played the children in that 70s show will be doing like occasional appearances.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably not going to watch it.
Huh.
I don't really watch the 70s show. Who knows?
I didn't watch it either.
Yeah. Okay, so last time we went to this place, called Hakone, there's a place that we wanted to go to, but we did not have a chance to go to.
Yeah, I think we ran out of time.
Yeah, so we'd like to give a quick rundown of what that place is, and then we'll pull it on up.
Oh, I'm supposed to give the rundown.
Would you like to?
Sorry, I was busy reading chat.
Gotta do both at once.
Yeah,
both at once. And play a video game also.
So I believe there is a tea house there that has been there for 400 years. It's open every day from, I think, 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Every single day. They've been serving tea there for 400 years.
Yeah, they do not take holidays. They do not shut down.
Yeah.
It's been open all the way through.
Yeah. So I think it's a tea house, but their specialty is called amazake.
We'll have that in a second.
Yeah, which I think is some sort of special. Well, we'll have it in a second, I guess.
Yeah, so I think one thing that's about this tea house is it's deceptive in this picture, because this picture makes you imagine that it's like a lovely area that is forested, which definitely is behind, but in front of it there is a highway. Like, it is literally on the highway.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what its purpose has been all the way through. We'll show you the earlier highway in a little bit here. But apparently this area was the major path between Tokyo and Kyoto historically. And so people would have a multi-month, is that right? Or
21 days, I think.
21 days hike to get between the two. And so this was a rest stop on the way, where people would stop and get refreshed. A rest stop. Oasis.
Are there little, like, there's little, what do you call those? Vending machines?
Vending machines
where you
there.
can get your Sprite.
Yeah, you can use the bathroom. It's very nice. Yeah. But it was a rest stop, in which people would stop and
Gas
rest.
up.
Yeah, absolutely right. And so I think that's how it's been sustained for a very long time. And then more recently, it's a tourist attraction more so. This next photo I did not take because it felt profane to do so. But this is what the inside is like. And so there's these tables, these wooden stools. I
feel like it was darker when we were there.
It was a little darker, yeah. Also, it had a number of fires burning to keep it warm because
quite smoky.
Yeah, it was very, very smoky. The doors were all open, even though it was quite cold. I do kind of wonder if they leave it open air year round. I'm not quite sure, but we wondered, like, had it been significantly changed inside? It's easy to imagine being degrading terribly over 400 years.
Yeah.
Though at the same time, Japanese people take such good care of everything that I could easily imagine it being just the same thing all the way through.
Yeah, and the floor actually there is dirt. And every so often they will water it down. Yeah,
dirt floor and then the tatami floor up a little bit. We sat on the log part because the tatami area was kind of full.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like taking my shoes off.
There
Right. Hello, Dirk. How's it going, Dirk? Good seeing you. Yeah, dirt floor. I thought that area, it was nice. It was nice.
It was really nice.
Yeah.
This is the area where there were the loud Europeans.
That's right. Yeah, some loud Dutch people were carrying on this and that in Dutch. Did you understand any of it?
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're carrying on about, but it was far too loud.
I don't eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
Nomz has a habit that she refers to as neighborhood watch, where if she hears a sound outside, she immediately goes and looks to see what it is. And I think it's the case that you regularly eavesdrop on people, and you really enjoy.
Yeah, I think I did that in the States, too.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
I enjoy neighborhood watch though very much because I never look outside.
Yeah. I was telling you earlier today that if I were streaming, this window would be open and I would be looking out and showing you what's outside. If there's something exciting happening, here we go, friends. We're gonna look at it.
Yeah. Where for me, I worry about like non-consensual inclusion in the stream.
You can put your little finger over the body that way. Like they don't have to be. On stream. But they're in a public environment, so isn't that?
I mean, I think you can make an argument about expectation of privacy. That said, if you're somewhere where you believe you're alone, and your neighbor is recording you, that feels super unethical and super creepy.
But there's all these what do you call those? A lot of people have cameras on their house.
Security
our
cameras.
Neighbor has a security camera that goes into this.
Yeah, I want to distinguish here, I think, between security cameras, which are passively recording and no one's really watching, and they're only watched back in cases of like a break-in or damage, versus the intentional, look at this person who does not see us.
Look at this old man putting his garbage in
exactly
there.
Right. I don't know. Again, I think there's an argument to make there is no expectation of privacy in public, but we live on a very, very quiet street. I think when I go out there, I imagine myself unobserved.
Oh, you don't think people are staring at you from the second story of their apartment?
I do not expect that everyone is doing neighborhood watch, so maybe everyone's doing neighborhood watch.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I will say this happens also in the States. Usually with older people, they sit in their house and they do a neighborhood watch of who's walking by and what's happening on the street. Yeah.
And I know there are some Twitch streams of like unattended cameras that just like show you the park or show you a busy New York street.
Yeah.
I just couldn't imagine intentionally doing it.
It's like Panda Cam.
Yes, but the pandas are our neighbors. I love it.
It's interesting to hear that Dutch people talk everywhere loudly.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
I know that Dutch people are friendly, stereotypically, and cheery people in some way. But I didn't know they were especially loud. Oh, good. It's just cultural difference. All right. There's two more pictures from the tea house. Again, these are not ones I took because again, it seemed vulgar to take pictures in there.
It's not vulgar to speak loudly in there.
Oh, we spoke quietly. We always speak quietly.
Yeah, no, I was just when other people are speaking loudly.
It's still vulgar.
You're like, I can't take a photo, and meanwhile these people are carrying on.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the camera did not go click click, I'd feel much better about my chance of surreptitiously doing so.
Yeah.
And so go ahead and do so, but it just feels disruptive.
Yeah, sometimes I worry when I'm taking a photo of something that somebody nearby will worry that I'm taking a photo with them in it.
Sure.
So I try to like be overly...
I'd like to raise a possible inconsistency. Why do you worry about them being on camera, but not our neighbors?
I don't worry about them being on camera. I worry that they will think that I am the sort of person that would take a photo of them.
But you are the sort of person.
No, I'm not taking a photo of them. I'm taking a photo of something else.
Okay. So this is the...
We didn't tell them about our friend Big Boy.
Big Boy came later.
Oh, okay. He was after this?
I think so.
Okay.
On the bus ride down. That's actually not true.
Yeah.
You want to talk about Big Boy?
You talk about Big Boy.
Big Boy's a German man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Boy and his dainty partner got onto the bus, and dainty partner's cell phone was working fine to show her ticket, and so she got on the bus no problem. And then Big Boy the German got on, and
he wasn't even that big. It's just in the context of Japan.
Yeah, and he's also larger than I am, and I don't often meet people in Japan who are larger in all directions than I am. So he could not get his phone to connect and
to show the pass.
to show he had his ticket, and so he went, no Wi-Fi, and there's like a moment of disconnection before the driver finally understood and let him on. But he came back to the seats on the bus like blustering and blah, 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 like very, very displeased to exist, I believe. And so he got back to the seats, and the seats are made for Japanese people.
They really are. When I was looking at the seats, I was like, oh man, these are kind of narrow.
Yeah, so when I get into them, I stick out into the aisle a little bit, and I've got to sit very, very straight up. Like,
remember when your knees were hitting
So if I don't sit incredibly straight up, my knees push into the seat in front of me always. And it's painful and terrible. Now, this guy's bigger than I am. And so he jams himself into the seat.
Just poor guy.
And he has with him this like giant backpack. And if he wanted to put it on his lap, he'd like put it on his stomach instead and like hold him for his face. And so he just puts it into the aisle instead, which is not done here. Do not, number one, you don't put it on the floor in general because the floor is dirty, and so you don't want things to be dirty. And then beyond that, it's blocking the pathway and so on. But he did this, and then we had to get off before him.
Had to climb over his bag.
We had to climb over his bag. It was very awkward,
but I just felt bad for him because he was just way too big.
he was, yeah. So
big.
I'm the size where I can still fit into most places with a little bit of effort. I think he is someone who could not fit in.
He needed a whole
like row to himself.
Yeah.
He was just broad and large, and
yeah,
he was not having a good time on this trip. Like I think he had probably gone with his partner to like have a lovely time in nature, and instead was just jammed into buses. Yeah. So made it to the tea house.
Yeah.
And
lots of hairpin turns on the way too.
It's true. Oh yeah. And speaking of which, our bus driver on the way up to the tea house was emblematic of a habit that some bus drivers have here that I love, which is he talked to us all the way through. So bus drivers in Japan have a headset they're supposed to use to like announce what stop is next, or to say we're now leaving the station or whatever. But some bus drivers give a play-by-play of their driving as if they were streaming on twitch.tv. And so say things like, next up, we're going to be turning left. Hold on tight. Left turn. And I love it. I absolutely love hearing this commentary. And so on the road up to the tea house, some of the roads were very, very old and very, very narrow. So only one vehicle could go through at a time. And so there's a habit then of like pulling off to the side to let other ones come past. And so the guy's like, we have now stopped. There are 4 cars that will pass us before we are able to go. There are 2 cars remaining. And it was this.
And then he says, and now we will be going. Please hold on.
Yeah. So we've had 2 drivers like this so far. And it often seems that the drivers who are not like that, who do not announce anything, are absolute maniacs. They can't comment on their driving because they're probably driving in illegal ways, flying from side to side. All of us are trying to hang on. It's terrible. I hate that kind of bus.
I feel like that one was much faster though.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a disaster.
What do you mean? It got us to where we needed to go faster.
It did.
Yeah.
So we got to the tea house though, and we ordered.
I was going to comment though that that when I hear somebody saying, please hold on, my knee-jerk American reaction is, he is saying this so that if anybody gets hurt, he can't be sued because he has warned you that you need to hold on.
Yeah, and I think...
And that's not at all how Japanese people operate.
Yeah, Japanese people are not litigious in general. Yeah. And, oh, speaking of which, someone asked in chat a while back, and I totally forgot, and the person may be gone by now. Whatever happened to the person who visited you, who tore down a poster and got arrested for it?
They were able to mediate a solution.
Yep.
And now he's back in the States.
Yeah. And we think he probably does pay out big money.
Probably.
Yeah, Dai Mon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a guess how much?
No. I don't know.
So they refused $5,000, correct?
I guess.
Yeah,
3,000. I think the initial was 3,000,
okay.
3,500, something.
They
like that.
demanded 10,000 instead, right?
That's what they wanted.
Yeah.
I don't know if they got that.
Yeah, so they some amount of money, and they wanted to like write a formal apology also, and he refused.
No, he wrote one.
Did he also write one?
He
Okay,
wrote one.
I thought initially he'd refused on that.
No, he wrote one.
But yeah,
words are cheap, man.
Words are cheap, man. And so, he was released, which is nice. It's good there's an informal negotiation strategy for things like this, in which what's being damaged is not public property, and there's not like an assault involved. But I think I've actually heard that even with assaults, you can buy your way out of it if you convince the other person you're offering enough money for the harm.
Yeah, and I've heard often, too, that saying that you're sorry and expressing your...
Sincere.
Yeah, sincerely expressing your sorriness.
Regrets.
Regret is like goes a long way.
Yeah.
And I've also heard that often Westerners are not sufficiently regretful.
Because it feels ridiculous to keep saying it. Where I think here, like people say go men, go over and over again, meaning to indicate just how sorry they are.
Yeah.
Where if you say like sorry, it feels infantilizing maybe or not sincere. Yeah, so they did the mediation, and this guy got on his plane and went back to the U.S., where he'll probably stay forever.
I know, I feel bad. This was the first time he'd been here.
Yeah, and he was probably someone who thought that it was like exciting to go to Japan and have an experience, and he went out and got drunk and
I don't know if it was
tore someone's Duke Ellington poster apart. Anyway. Back to the story at hand. So we went to this old tea house where they serve this drink they've been serving for 400 years. And it's called...
Amazake.
Amazake. And in the menu, it is listed as good for sick people, good for babies.
This is for baby.
This is for baby, yeah. And so what is it exactly?
I think it's some sort of fermented rice beverage.
Yeah.
But it's sweet. Ama means sweet. So it translates to sweet sake, but it's not alcoholic.
Yeah.
But I think it might be fermented rice gruel.
Something like that, yeah. Slop of some kind.
Yeah.
So the cup's on the left there.
Yeah, it's the white stuff there, but there are like little bits of, I think, rice.
Yeah, there are.
In it,
yeah.
Too. It tastes like warm milk, essentially. Right?
Yeah,
kind of
sweetened. Yeah, warm milk. But the thickness, I think, surprised me initially because I went into it expecting it to be the consistency of tea, maybe, like frothy tea, I guess, and then it was like definitely chunky, and that was a little weird, but it was good. It was definitely good, and it felt filling, more filling than a drink often does, and so I can see how they would serve that to travelers, people who are doing heavy exertion.
It tastes like rice pudding. It was like rice pudding if there were less rice, and if it were just kind of runnier, I think.
Yeah, I think that's exactly
like
right.
Kheer?
Yeah, Kheer. Yeah. When we got to the tea house...
I bet you would have liked it if you'd had a little bit of cinnamon on it.
Oh, probably so. Love cinnamon. When we got to the tea house, the drink I actually wanted was tea. And I was horrified to discover that on the menu, there was no tea. And so I had a moment of, oh gosh, does this tea house not serve tea? And then I was delighted to find that once we sat down that everyone gets tea for free. They brought tea. It was delightful. They also did serve those small green plates there. Those were some pickled something. Nice little taste. It was not ebi. It was definitely a vegetable of some kind.
Shredded up ebi.
Yeah, and it was like a nice little snack to have along with the drink. And then we also ordered...
It was a nice compliment, right? Because it was kind of salty and sour, whereas the drink was like a creamy and...
Absolutely right. Yeah, a good pairing. They know what they're doing. They've probably not been open for 400 years, did they not? Who knows? All right.
I mean, 400 years here, not the longest time.
Yeah, but it's upsettingly long to Americans, I think. To me, definitely.
I know, it's crazy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and then we also had, along with that dish, this right here, which is something that I did not know existed. I did not know what it was, but it is.
We have some upstairs.
We do. It is.
Rice cakes.
Rice cakes, called mochi. And so I'd had mochi before sweetened, like dessert mochi, which is like a very gummy, I guess, rice ball. These, though, are grilled, as you can see, baked in some cases. And so they're hard on the outside and then soft, gummy on the inside.
They're crispy on the outside.
Yeah, crispy, that's good.
Yeah.
And so they aren't flavored in any special way.
They're flavored like rice.
Yeah, it's just rice all the way through, but it's really quite tasty.
And we had ours with a little, it had like a little soy sauce. They probably brushed it with a little bit of soy sauce as they were grilling it, and then they put a little sleeve of nori
Yeah,
on
with seaweed wrapper on it. And I think often I'm surprised here by the simultaneous simplicity of the food and the delightfulness of the food. Like, I always am surprised at how good very simple dishes can taste here.
Welcome to Japan.
Welcome to Japan, absolutely. Yes, we had that, and it was some good stuff. From the tea house, we decided not to take the bus, but instead to take a 1.6 kilometer hike. Yeah, which sounds like not terribly long. It's about a mile, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's along an old path, and that's one picture from the old path. The old path is a lot of different things. A lot of it, though, is rocked with these giant stones that are inset in the ground that apparently have been there for 450 years. And this was the big path between Kyoto and Tokyo. And
back in the day.
Yeah, it is really, really difficult to walk on because the elevation changes constantly. The rocks are uneven. There are steps of rocks that are not stable in height change and elevation change. And like we were wearing contemporary shoes.
Sneakers?
Yeah, the idea of trying to get over that wearing like plant-based shoes is just crazy. And we had conversation. We had music we wanted to listen to. We asked, how people fill their time carrying a heavy load from Tokyo. Yeah, it was a cool thing to walk somewhere so darn old, knowing that so many people had gone through it before, including apparently once upon a time the Shogun. Back in the 1860s, the Shogun went to visit the Emperor at a time when the Emperor had no power and the Shogun had all the power.
He probably did not walk.
You think he was carried?
Or maybe he had a horse? We were talking about whether people would have had horses.
Yeah, I don't know when horses were introduced to Japan.
Yeah.
I suspect they're not indigenous.
I can't imagine him walking.
Yeah.
Like maybe he was carried on a litter.
I mean, some of those areas would be real difficult on a litter because the angle was such that man, that's how it goes.
That's not his problem.
It's true. If they drop him, that's a big problem. Yeah, but definitely it's the case that the Shogun went to visit the Emperor one time, and it's so crazy because I think now the Emperor, is again just a figurehead, but for a period there in the 1900s, the Emperor was God, right? It was seen as being God and in charge. In the 1860s, though God was not in charge. God was just hanging out. Fuzzy went to middle school in Okinawa, learned Gomen Nasai. He spilled goldfish water on a boy at a festival and used the phrase, "You're surprised how completely diffused the situation." Yeah, I think public expressions of contrition here go a very long way. Where I think in the U.S. often they don't. I mean, I think they're in some cases, but in other cases, like the consequence, thing you've done wrong, supersedes anything you might say. Yeah. Luckily, I've yet to offend anyone in public. I have bumped into people a couple times in Sumimasen. I also occasionally feel like I'm in the way, even though, as Nomz says, at the train station, literally everyone's in the way. But I'll walk around oh, gomen, sumimasen, trying to dip and dive my way through.
And they're like, why is there talking happening?
Yeah.
Why is anybody talking?
Horses around in Japan in 500 CE.
Yeah, see?
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I feel like I've seen, like, paintings with Japanese people on horses.
Yeah.
Like, from back in...
Yeah. Do you happen to know how they got there? Like, are they indigenous? I can't imagine it, but... Hopefully. Would you ride your pony on that boat?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. So yeah, very old highway there. I wondered if there were highwaymen also. I think when we talk about highways today, it's often like the road that goes real fast in your car. But if the highway is a place where people walk, presumably there are highwaymen. Though again, no criminality in Japan. Probably from China. Okay, makes sense.
Okay.
No.
And remember how you were so delighted when we ran into another family that was going the other direction?
Yes, because this is the one place in Japan where people actively say hello to each other in passing. Now, maybe out in the rural areas they do also, but in Tokyo, there's almost no conversation between people in passing, except for our neighbors. Our neighbors will occasionally say, good afternoon, good evening. But yeah, when passing a stranger, silence. Here, though, whole families go by, and every single one, konnichiwa, konnichiwa. It's like, oh, this is great. Because I think I'm someone who very much enjoys acknowledging the humanity of people around me, as opposed to just being like ships passing in the night. And so we have to go hiking every weekend so I can get my fill of people saying hello to me.
Yeah, see, I worry that we are way too loud in convenience stores, or like at other places, at registers. Because I've noticed that when other people are checking out, they barely speak. Or sometimes they'll just like use their hand gestures to say yes or no. Yeah,
which feels so dismissive to me.
Yeah.
Like when someone says, do you need a bag? I'll always say daijoubu desu, meaning I'm okay, or hi, meaning yes, I'd like one. Where it seems like if a Japanese person from Tokyo doesn't want one, they'll go, like, this is just a gesture. I'm like, no, this is a person talking to you. You respond as a person.
Well, and then when they say thank you, please come again, you're like, okay, thank you. And I wonder whether everybody else in the store is like, oh my god, why are these people so loud?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not loud that way. Like, I don't shout, thank you, bye-bye. Like, I don't go to a high-pitched voice. But I do, bow to them and say arigatou gozaimasu, being very grateful as well. Because they're a human. And that matters to me.
Yeah, I mean, some of the stores, everybody says, thank you, please come again.
Yeah.
As you're leaving, they're like, thank you, we'll be waiting for you next time, thank you.
Yeah, it's a little crazy. Restaurants especially, if the kitchen is exposed to the dining area, when you say, this food was good, thank you, as you're leaving, the whole group of chefs will shout out the same appreciative words altogether.
Yeah. Pepper's right. It's just like going to Moe's.
Yeah.
The first time I went to Moe's, it was so terrible. I decided I didn't want to come back.
Yeah, when you go into Moe's, which is a burrito store, right?
Yeah, it's like Chipotle.
Like Chipotle, right. Everyone turns and yells, hey, welcome to Moe's! And it's like, oh boy, don't look at me, it's fine.
Everybody in the store turns around.
Yeah, that said, we've noticed there's a particular habit of customer service language. The first thing to say is there is a different register that's used, a much more formal register in some contexts.
Customer service register.
Customer service register, yeah, but also they have this way of extending words they say.
The intonation is slightly different.
Yeah, can you give an example of like how a phrase is normally said and how it's said in customer service?
I don't know that I would ever use this phrase in a non-customer service environment, right? The usual welcome phrase, right? Like welcome is irashaimase.
So would that be used like welcome someone to your home? You don't think so? Okay, fine.
I don't know.
Oh, hi.
I've never welcomed somebody into my home.
Yeah, we don't invite people over here. Yeah.
But yeah, like when it's intoned in a customer service environment, like in a store, it's irashaimase. Like it's got like this intonation, and then like we notice that our Indian friends down the street really elongate it.
Yeah.
And I don't know why.
Yeah, and like it's comical from our perspective, I think.
Yeah, but I think welcome to Moe's is pretty comical too. Like,
sure,
you would not say, you would say welcome to my home or welcome in.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't say welcome to my home, right?
I think you're right at that. Hey, Molybdenum Carbide, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it, my friend. Good to have you here as always. Not
For a whole year.
That's right. 12 months. That is in fact a whole year.
Since a whole year.
Yeah, thank you for the whole year of hanging out with us. Means a whole bunch. Mia says there's a whole bunch of similarities with Portuguese customer service. Yeah, I don't really know much about customer service other than American and Japanese now.
Yeah.
I think the thing I love about Japanese customer service is they leave you alone. Like, especially at restaurants, they will come. No, they won't even come take your order. They will come and give you the menus, and then they will disappear. And it's not clear to me if they would ever come back if you do not push the magic button or shout at them. We haven't really tried it. The Indian fellows do kind of hover across the room because they're not Japanese. But yeah, there have been some restaurants where we've just like fallen into a conversation, and we then say, okay, we need to order at some point. But you make your order, they bring you the food, and then they do not come back.
They don't check on you every minute to see how your food was.
Yeah. Do you want some more drink? Can I get you anything else? How you doing? Like, I think partially it's American tip culture, the sense that if you're especially attentive, you'll get more money for it. But I find that so annoying in the U.S. And here, there's none of it. Like, if you want more water, you go ahead and call them over and ask for water. If you want to order more, you push the button, order more. It's just so nice not to worry that your conversations will be constantly interrupted. Because I think it's something I struggle with. If a waitstaff person comes over just being innocuous, like pour some more water, not talk to me, I feel like I should stop my conversation and acknowledge that they're there. Like, oh, thanks for the water, I appreciate it. Where I think in Tokyo, you ignore the person.
A lot of people do.
Yeah.
A lot of people do. And I've noticed a lot of people just generally are quieter in their interactions.
Sure.
That said, when we went out to dinner with our colleague who's originally from the Osaka area, I noticed that he talked a lot more to them.
He did.
Now, I don't know if that's cultural or if that's just him.
Yeah, he's an interesting hybrid because he is Japanese, but he loves America. His happiest years of his life were in America, and so I think he is strongly Americanized in his habits also.
Well, I've also heard that Osaka people are much more verbal or verbose. That they're just more outgoing.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Customer service in Portugal is being called more Americanized. yeah, it's one thing I don't miss at all, and I'm totally fine with just staying in Japan forever. Okay, very good. On with the photos. It is time for yet another cat-based interlude. This time it is Big Boy Fritz. This photo was taken mere moments before stream started. That is underneath where we're standing right now. You can see that's where I stand every day on the little standing mat. There's my computer with the lights and so on. Fritz is a big boy. And he will sit down there and cry and cry and cry, wanting me to pick him up and put him on a table. We love him, though. Hey, Molybdenum Carbide, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I almost pushed you off your chair, sorry. Dougster and Kurt and Ige and Hybrid and Massey, enjoy your emotes. Thanks a lot of generosity from Molybdenum. Happy holidays, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I was looking at molybdenum's name.
Oh, you think I'm saying it wrong?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Oh, I've been saying the same way for a year now. Molybdenum. Is that incorrect?
It doesn't say molybdenum. It
sort of
says
close.
Molybdenum.
Oh gosh, all right. I'll work on my pronunciation off stream. I'll get it right next time. Rough. I know the carbide part though. Carbide, I'm saying correctly. Yeah. Big MEC. So that's Fritz. That's the other cat. We've tried to put on a diet many times. You also see there to the right the tremendous
Cable salad.
Yeah, cable salad indeed. I told the story before that I don't know how long a meter is. So I knew I needed to get the internet from upstairs to down here. And instead of trying to measure it with like a tape measure or like this is a meter, I was going to measure it out step by step. I just said, 100 meters is fine. And no, it's about 50 meters.
Yeah,
and so at this end, there's a tremendous rat's nest hanging out, and I honestly don't know what to do with it. I think if my grandfather saw it, he would have like rolled it up a lot more carefully and put a twist tie on it. And Maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
This picture's asked to be part of a PC Don'ts. I mean, the thing you can't see here, there are two things you can't see here. One, there is no, actually you can see half of it. There is no, there are no side panels on either side of it, because one of them bent in transit and I couldn't get back in. And then the other one can't go on because
Why is that?
Because I can't get the cooler to seat correctly. And I've tried to get it seated correctly,
Seated.
for genuinely a year and a half. Like, the first day I put it together, I struggled to get it in. I've taken it apart 2 or 3 times now. I cannot get it in all the way. So it is inside the box halfway, but the other half is sticking out. And, yep.
Do we worry about cat hair getting in there?
So I do definitely vacuum it occasionally. I turn it off entirely and pull stuff out of it. But I think I don't worry about there being cat hair in it. It's just the fact there is cat hair in it. And the top fans are covered with stuff. Yeah, that red thing. I guess so. That red thing is my sound insert thing. I don't know a word for this. The Focusrite something. And the thing above that is the cloud lifter. Apparently my microphone has like no built-in sound amplification, so I have that thing instead. Nothing being blocked. Like there's resting there. It keeps it nice and warm in the cool months. At some point here, I need to buy a small table that goes next to the...
You've been saying this for like 5 months.
I know. The problem is I don't know exactly what kind of table I need, and I don't want to buy and not work right. So maybe this weekend.
Okay.
Anyway.
I mean, you can look at the shelf that I have, if that will work for you.
It's a fine shelf. Maybe so. And then at the bottom there you see...
My shelf.
Oh gosh, I didn't even realize just now that
Shelf.
you can see in the middle there the... What's it called? The power bank?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all just jammed together. There's a cable, it's under tension. I feel embarrassed about this one now, so it's going away. And we'll now talk about the place we stayed this weekend.
Okay, it was very nice.
It was very nice. So here's an outside picture of it, and you can tell a story. There it is. No stories?
I don't know what to say about it.
It is a building.
It is a building.
It's
it was recommended to us by one of my work colleagues.
Yeah.
And it was a good recommendation.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Good job.
Yeah, it's called Tenseian. It's been around for, I think, 70 years or something, 60 years. It's not super long, but it's a really lovely spot. As you see, it's on a small river there. You have to walk on the river to get there. We saw various kinds of birds fishing, ducks, and I think an egret maybe, and a heron. And we didn't get any pictures at all.
No.
But we definitely enjoyed looking at it.
Yeah.
And that was good. That was definitely good. Yeah, it's a beautiful walk, for sure. Anything more about the outside?
No.
When you get inside on the door, there's a little sign that says, "No tattoos allowed."
Oh.
Yeah, they're one of the more traditional places when it comes to the purity of the body.
Really?
The standard line, of course, is that Japanese tattoos almost always indicate criminality.
They have in the past. Yeah. It used to be that Yakuza had tattoos, but now I think there's lots of artists and chefs and a lot of other people that have tattoos. So I think it's getting a little bit more liberal.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Though probably not in places like this.
Yeah, I think there are some places where, like, as long as you use a family bath, they don't care, or if you cover it somehow, they don't care.
Yeah, but this place on the door, no tattoos.
Yeah, it's weird because I think they're actually less conservative, less traditional than other places, just because they do have, like, I think that's partly why my colleague recommends it and uses it, because I think they are a little bit more understanding of foreigners.
Yeah, they're Western facing.
Yeah.
They have English speakers on staff and so on. No snow in this area. So there was frost in this area. I will also admit, I did not take this picture. I stole it from Google Images because I wanted to tell you all stories about it. Stolen. Terrible, terrible, terrible. But we're getting frost now. To the north, there's definitely snowfall.
Yeah, there's definitely snow in the north. There was some ice on the walk, on the hike.
And if you missed it before, we do have here a photo of Mount Fuji with snow. Ooh, Fuji-sama. Oh, okay, very good. We then go inside. That's the wrong picture.
boy.
Sorry. We go inside. This is the main atrium. There's nothing especially important to mention here except for two things. Can you guess the two things to mention here? It's on the left and right sides of the picture.
Are there ducks on the right?
Yeah, so the first thing to say is outside of this lovely little hotel, there are koi ponds with ducks in them. And I found this so delightful. And we fed the ducks, and it was very, very nice. And we noticed earlier in the weekend, that there were nets over top of the duck and koi areas. And we thought, oh, that's so the leaves don't fall in. Don't clog up the water. To make sure that other animals don't go in there and attack the koi, etc., etc. And only at the end did we realize
they're to keep the ducks in.
It's so the ducks can't escape. And I feel bad now. Like these ducks seem fairly happy in the water. They have food, they have houses, they have adoring fans who throw them things.
They are able to drop their eggs accidentally into the water.
It's true, but they cannot go anywhere else they want to. And this feels like a violation of their autonomy.
Should we never go back there?
This is what I'm struggling with. Anyway, so that's the first thing to point out. It's really cool. There's some ducks there to look at and to enjoy. Mm-hmm. The other thing, you'll see the shiny wooden floor. And this is something that initially I was very weirded out with in Japan, but now I do like, which is shoes are not allowed in this hotel anywhere. And so when you come in, there's a shoe room. You put your shoes into a box and get a key for the box. And then your shoes are just held hostage at the front door for the entirety of their trip.
I mean, they're not really held hostage. You have the key.
You do have the key.
They have a little hotel room of their own. Think of it that way.
That's nice.
Yeah.
But what's kind of striking to me is not only do the guests walk around in socks or bare feet, the employees do also. I thought they would wear slippers or something, but no. Like the guy who helped us at the main desk was just wearing socks, walking around. The waiters and waitresses at breakfast were barefooted, and it was nice.
This is all nice until some child at the buffet drops some food off of his plate because he's not watching what he's doing, and then now all of a sudden there's food on the ground.
Yeah, and you have to walk through it in your bare feet.
Or your socks.
Yeah. But it was nice. It's a nice thing. And then the floor is all very soft wood or mats. And
I swear it's heated in some places too.
It may be.
I mean, heated floors are a thing in apartments. We don't happen to have it.
Yeah.
But some apartments have it.
Yeah. And then here comes our room. Because of the room availability last time, or this time, we ended up getting a larger room than we needed. This room had 2 bathrooms, like as you rightly noted.
It was 2 individual rooms.
It was 2 hotel rooms. They knocked down the middle door, and then they made
2 bathrooms.
2 bathrooms, 2 sinks, a bedroom.
2 entrances.
It's true. There are 2 doors side by side.
Yeah.
The bedroom there, you notice it's 2 twin beds.
Yeah.
And this is something that Japanese folks and American folks are very different on, which is, do people who are romantically engaged share a bed? Traditionally in Japan, separate beds.
I don't know if that's the case, but...
Really?
I mean, I think it's more acceptable. I don't know if it's traditionally the case, but I think it's more acceptable here.
At least it's the case that they have separate blankets.
Really?
Yeah, I definitely know that's the case. And I think separate beds are at least relatively common. But yeah. So we did not share a bed for the first time in quite a while. Well, it was fine. It's all fine. But there's also a room there. The closer room is the tatami room. That's a nice soft mat, and you can sit on the floor if you want to.
Yeah, so this is the combination of what they call a Western room and a Japanese room. So the farther room with the beds in it is what they call a Western room. Yeah. So you can also book just a Western room, which would be just like a traditional American hotel room with beds and a bath and things like that. And then the Japanese room is the tatami room, but it also comes with a little closet that has futons in it. So you can put your little coffee table away and then pull out the futons when it's time to go to sleep.
Yeah, and so it's a way of using one room in many ways. Yeah, I think it's always amazing to me how imaginative Japanese folks have been about how to get the most out of one room. I think in Western culture, I'm used to the kind of the the bed that folds into the wall.
The Murphy bed.
The Murphy bed, right? Which I've seen in like cartoons and like old Three Stooges routines, but I've never known anyone with a Murphy bed that folds into the wall. But here, that kind of thing is much, much more common, where like things slide away and other things come out, so you can use one space for multiple purposes.
You would never, for example, devote an entire room just to a streaming operation.
We don't use this entire room for a stream operation. You have a desk in here also. And that's about it. When we first moved in, this room was being used only for streaming. And that might be a little bit...
Yeah, I can't imagine what a Japanese person would think about that. They're like, you have a room that you use for a few hours a day and for one purpose only?
Yeah, I mean, I also like record YouTube videos. So that's two things.
Okay.
And there's a green screen. You can use the green screen for meetings.
I sure do.
Absolutely.
I use the other side of the green screen.
You do, and people say, oh, wow, you have a green screen? And you say, nope, that's Resorty. That's how it goes. Yeah. I think we then have a... Actually, don't know what the next picture is. Let's see.
Boy.
This is a photo from our window.
Yeah. So our room was on the other side, like the not front side of the building. And so our window looked out on the back side, and behind the building there is like a garden, and there's actually a shrine because the hotel was built on the grounds or near the grounds of this shrine, and I think they're all there because of the hot springs. So I think the shrine was built there because of the hot springs, and of course the hotel is built there because of the...
Yeah, I think it was owned by one of the major clans. I don't recall which clan it was, but the clan's traditional shrine is there.
Okay.
Yeah. And so there's a waterfall there, which you'll see more closely in a little bit. And to the left there, you see that little house. It's a cafe that also has a foot bath in it.
You can see the foot bath.
Yeah, and this is something that I didn't know existed until I came here. It's a place where, like it says, you just go out and take your shoes and socks off if you're wearing them and have your feet washed. Or
nobody washes them for you.
Right. It's just like the water.
Yeah,
it's nice.
It's like the very beginning of a mani-pedi.
You'll tell us more about that. I know nothing about it.
Just the step one, where you put your feet in something warm. You know, I've heard there are places where you can put your feet in a foot bath. This is not in Japan, but then
and fish, right?
Yeah, they eat the dead skin off of your feet.
Little fish will come and eat part of your feet. I want no part in that.
Maybe you would actually like it. You might actually like it.
Yeah, I don't know. We can try it just for jokes at some point if you want to.
We're gonna travel to a different country just so that you can do that?
I mean, no, we'll find other things to do. We'll go on a hike maybe, but it's amazing. Wait, really, Pepper? You've had fish eat your feet?
He just went to the aquarium and put his feet in.
Las Vegas has it. Hey, R squared, awesome seeing you. It tickles when it happens. That makes sense.
Okay.
I think, when I first think of it, I think of like stereotypical piranhas. Yeah, and I know that piranhas actually are not nearly as blood crazed as they're made out in safari films. But of course, little like cute nibblers. It still feels conceptually weird. I think I would be
worried that I might accidentally smash one.
It's very sweet of you. Now you know the life that I lead in Tokyo constantly. Always worried of knocking over Japanese people, smushing.
You're like the Hulk.
Exactly right. But I guess today you're the Hulk. You're the tall one here, and that's good. All right, so we have also another view of outside the window here, taking to the right, just more garden.
Oh, so pretty.
Yeah, that big, you can see it better than the other photo here. The big rope in the middle there with the white section on the waterfall, that's a, what's it called? It's a rope belt that's used to discourage evil spirits. And the version that you'll know best...
Apotropaic? Apotropaic is the word for it wards off bad
sure
things.
It does. Yeah, I thought it was Japanese where I was like, wait, I don't know where it sits in. The most common version that you'll see is worn by the Yokozuna, the head sumo guy.
We have entered Resorty sumo knowledge.
Absolutely. I know a lot about sumo. Love sumo. But no, the Yokozuna wears a very similar kind of rope belt. You have the traditional dance in it to scare away the evil spirits. I don't quite know how that relates to the one that's hanging here. If it plays the exact same role.
That's the Yokozuna Shrine.
I don't think that's true, but the waterfall might like play the part of the Yokozuna. I don't know at all, but it's all Shinto. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Very good.
Maybe Marie Kondo.
Maybe so. And then we come to the next morning. Next morning, went and hiked outside. Then there was the entrance to the shrine area. There's a whole bunch of steps up.
105.
105 steps from the bottom to the top. And yeah, there are little benches every once in a while in case you need to catch your breath on the way up. At the top is a very traditional Japanese shrine made out of wood with a little offering box and a bell you can ring and clapping and getting the spirits there. And
I was just thinking about what food offerings were left there.
Exactly. I'm always delighted by the way in which people will leave gifts for the spirits. And so what were the gifts this time?
Was there some mochi on the left?
Yeah.
But then on the right, there was a little bit of... Was there coffee?
There's a coffee drink. And when you say that, I think it's easy to imagine like a styrofoam cup or perhaps a nice mug. No. It was the kind of little coffee bottle you get out of the vending machine. And it was like Big Brother's Big Coffee. Coffee Boss. Called Coffee Boss brand. And it was just like sitting there. The vending machine.
Next to that?
Yeah, next to that was a one-use sake, I think. Yeah, and again, it wasn't like an ancient container. It was like a plastic jar with a foil peel-off. Gifts for the gods. And I think it's charming. I think it's absolutely charming that the gods might want the exact same things we want. And not like the fanciest version of these things, but just whatever's available.
Just give me your 100 yen vending machine coffee.
Good to go. Yeah. And yeah, so I didn't take pictures of that because again, if it's vulgar, take pictures of shrines. Though they really are tourist destinations, so people might be cool with it. But I know for some people, the religiosity is substantial. And so the same way that you can imagine like a church offering architectural tours, I feel weird taking photos of that too.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I don't.
I know people take pictures of the Sistine Chapel.
Yeah, I mean you're not supposed to.
Really?
You're not supposed to take photos during Sistine Chapel tour. There's a photo on Reddit a couple days ago that said, I wasn't supposed to take this picture, but here you go.
Is it because it's sacred, or is it because the flash will damage it?
Yeah, I honestly don't know.
Okay.
Honestly don't know. Yeah, I don't really go in for spirituality of any sort, but I want to take seriously other people's experiences, even if I think they're wrong about these things. I don't want to be like out of place and vulgar. I think that's the word of the day. I just don't want to be a vulgar person here. Yeah, one other thing you can do at the shrine is you can interact with this little fellow right here. This little fellow right here, I don't have a great picture of, but that's a dragon. It's a dragon that is spitting water constantly. Do you want to tell the story about the kid first?
Oh.
So there was a family that stopped to look at this, and the family had in it 2 children, one of whom has to be...
Like 2?
Yeah, like a year and a half, 2 years old. And this kid was delighted by the fountain here and was playing in the water, and then it was time to go. And how'd that go?
Not well.
Not well.
I think I think what we heard was him being chastised.
Yeah, about we must go, no, we must go. And the kid just kept playing. And so the father lifted him away off to one side and put him down. And so we must go. And I think the kid was continuing to pull back towards it. And so the father then announced, fine, we're leaving you, and released the child who was standing up, and the child then...
stumbled forward.
Fell face forward into a boulder. And I think the father just wanted to leave the kid there. I think the mother then insisted they go back and pick him up. But it was one of the first times I've seen any kind of Japanese parental interactions or discipline that wasn't just verbal. Like I often hear bad, no, or you must stop doing this or you must do that. Where it was like the actual, I'm going to drop you on the floor. So that was that. Anyway, this dragon is not just for looking at and entrancing children. It also has sacred powers.
I don't know if this dragon does.
It's not the exact same one, but it looks very similar. It's all right.
Yeah, there are 2 dragons. Maybe this water is also special and purifying. Yeah,
so what's it do, though? What are you supposed to do with it?
You are supposed to... The other one has a little basket. A little kind of basket made of grass or something.
Yeah.
And then you're supposed to put your money in it and wash your money in the basket.
Yeah, and so if you wash your money, what happens?
I don't know. I think it's like good luck or something.
It's good luck. It apparently will cause you to earn more money.
Yeah, I always feel feels so weird about that. Like, asking the gods to help you make money just seems a little bit shady to me.
Yeah, I think you've said regularly that one of your struggles with a lot of contemporary religion, or maybe any religion, is if the gods are that substantial and that powerful, why would they care about your issues? Yeah, the idea of a personalized god, I think, is difficult for you. Yeah, but everyone likes money. And so you wash your coins, and you get more coins.
Yeah, there was also a change box where you could put in,
right.
like, if you didn't have change of appropriately small size, because I think you're not supposed to wash anything too large. Maybe that's considered greedy or something. Greedy. You could put 100 yen coin into the change box, and it would give you smaller change.
Yeah, and I'm guessing the hope is there that you will also then leave some inside of the donation box.
Yeah.
I don't know what the word is for these things, but yeah, part of the standard ritual at any of these shrines is you walk up, you bow, you clap twice, you ring a bell, you clap twice, you throw some money in, you bow, you back out. We've yet to do this.
Yeah.
It
just seems too complicated.
It's too complicated. That said, the big time to do this is at the New Year.
Yeah.
You're supposed to go to your local temple and do this. Also, at the local temple at New Year, you have to get rid of all of your business cards. Because I mentioned in the opening today, business cards are sacred here. They're treated as being part of the person. And so you can't just throw away business cards. Instead, you collect them and then take them to the shrine at New Year's, where they're sacredly burned. And this is seen as a way of being respectful of the person whose business card no longer need. Anyway, I think we'll probably go and clap and so on. And
I need those business cards. I need to remember who these people are.
Are there any at this point you don't need?
I don't know. There may be some, but they're just in a box at school.
Okay. I think that you don't get to take part in the business card ceremony. I think you just leave them in a pile. A sacred pile, but nonetheless. Anyway, back here in the garden, there are a few other things to see. One of them is the previously seen waterfall. There you can see it at ground level now, and it is full of fish. I love that. So at the bottom there, the orange things, the yellow things are koi, carp, that have definitely gotten very, very large. And one of the shticks in the garden here is you can put 100 yen into a gachapon machine. Gacha pawn, and it shoots out a little egg full of fish food and duck food. And so we bought that, and now we have some photos of us feeding the beasts. So there's Nomz adorably tossing things to the fish, see the fish delightedly gathering about, and then we have Resorty doing the same thing. There I am, balding. I want to say the quality of these photos is somewhat different. Like this right here, a lovely artistic shot of a person I care about. This one right here, an over-the-shoulder attempt to make me look old.
I was going to take one, and then you moved, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And so you had to redo this.
Yeah, this is fake. This is not really me feeding the fish. This is me pretending to for the sake of stream.
I'd also like to point out that I think the music started getting some, like, percussion and stuff.
Oh, did it? Yeah. Yeah, the music's changed. Yeah. Do you enjoy this music more than the earlier piano tracks?
But no, it's
all fun.
It's okay.
All right. Koi fish gotta be Japan's greatest export. Yeah. I think
they're catfish, aren't they?
I think they're
they get big and they take over in the same way that catfish do.
Yeah, and it's kind of striking to see like the different segregation of ages of catfish.
Oh.
Yeah, so like 5 different populations, all different size, and you gotta imagine that as they get bigger, someone moves them along to the new area.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
But I've heard they also they grow to fit the size of the tank.
Exactly right.
So if it's very crowded, they probably big.
Yeah, I wonder if the smallest ones, if they're putting in the biggest ones, would get bullied somehow or be unable to get food.
No, maybe.
Yeah. Also, the few times we fed ducks and koi in the same pond, I assumed that the ducks would always get the food first. This though is not true. Occasionally, a duck will go for some food and see the koi coming up from below and run away so fast. So I don't know if the koi will attempt to suck the duck into itself or if there's some natural antagonism or what. But yeah, definitely the koi were the rulers of the ponds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ducks were pretty fast, though. They were pretty speedy.
They were.
Yeah.
They were.
Zoom!
Yeah.
And some of them are quite loud.
There's one population in particular, I don't know if they're often not given food, but when they saw us do the gachapon, they immediately started yelling, come talk to us, come talk to us. So I think that's all the photos I got.
Really?
Yeah, anything more you want to talk about? Anything you want to see? Or should we just leave it there?
There's Sasha.
Should we say goodbye? It's been a nice stream. About 4 hours.
Oh,
so.
okay. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, do you want to play any games? But
no, it's 1 p.m.
We talked the whole time.
Yeah, this is the part where I say goodbye.
There are people who are like, I want games.
Well, if you want to watch games, you can come back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're playing Football Manager 2023.
What?
Yeah, I promised some viewers I'd try it again.
Some Excel spreadsheet games.
Absolutely right. It'd be fun to see how it goes. And the day after that will be RimWorld, of course.
Minecraft.
Yeah, and the next week I don't know what we're doing. I think I'd like to start into some big new fuller playthrough.
There's also Ancient Circles.
Elden Ring.
Ancient Circles?
Yeah. I don't actually have a way of capturing the PS4 on...
Capture it on the camera.
Yes, I could just
over your shoulder.
I could take a picture of...
It's over your grandpa hunch.
And a picture of the screen, it'd be perfect. I do have a second webcam. I could point one at me and one at the screen. But no, I just need to get...
It would be like how back in the old day you would like to VHS things. You could record things off of VHS.
It's true. Yeah, Elden Ring. I was playing that not on stream before we left Nebraska. And so it came across the ocean, and I haven't gotten back to it yet, but I don't know. I don't tend to stream that kind of game as much anymore.
I mean... Yeah, so I got a monitor finally for my desk.
You did.
And so I hooked up the PS4 to it, so now we can play PS4 games.
Yep.
You can also play Dance 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 on it.
It's true. We play Dance Dance Revolution.
You can do that. You can play that on stream.
Never again. Never again. Earlier days, I was a younger man, in good shape back then.
That's true. Your knee hadn't fallen out of
That's
its
right.
joint.
That's right. So I can now say, I'm unable to do dance streams because of my poor knee.
Yeah.
You know, I'd love to. I'd be delighted to, but
Surely.
I just shouldn't for medical reasons. Yeah, we did Dance Dance Revolution once long ago. Mm-hmm. Were you part of that also?
No.
Okay.
We still have the eye.
We do. Yeah. I mean, I think we've done Dance Dance Revolution together off stream.
Yeah.
And that was fun.
Yeah.
But it's less fun if people are watching.
I also think it's probably the sort of thing that maybe is not done in Japanese households. It might be a little loud.
Yeah. We're lucky that we don't have neighbors above or below, but it would still be kind of noisy. So perhaps not. Anyway, I'm glad you all had fun today. I'm glad you enjoyed hanging out with us. Thanks for sticking through for the long haul. I know it's not exactly the normal content, but it's some fun content for us. And I think I've often said that... I said to you at least, if not to them, that it would be hard for me to stream consistently if you were around every day. Because I just like hang out and talk with you so much. And so I'm glad we got to bring that along and share that with you all. And more again sometime, I'm sure. But tomorrow, video games again. So have a good day. Have a nice time. Any closing word, Nom?
I'm just trying to sync my saving.
You're doing pretty well. All right. Let's go ahead and change this to... this.
Oh.
Let's go ahead and say goodbye, and we'll see you again
real soon.
Real soon. All right, goodbye, thanks.